This club is closed forever.
I've always been the one to say the first goodbye. Had to love and lose 100,000,000 times. Had to get it wrong to know just what I like. Now I'm falling. You say my name like I have never heard before. I'm indecisive, but this time I know for sure. I hope I'm not the only one that feels it all. Are you falling? Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. It's you and my reflection. I'm afraid of all the things it could do to me. If I would've known it, baby, I would've stayed at home. 'Cause I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. 'Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Oh no, I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. 'Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? I wonder when you go if I stay on your mind. You can play that game, but you win me every time. Everyone before you was a waste of time. Yeah, you got me. Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. It's you and my reflection. I'm afraid of all the things it could do to me. If I would've known it, baby, I would've stayed at home. 'Cause I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. 'Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break my heart? Oh no, I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. 'Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling in love with the one that could break
I've done it. The most powerful Laravel features ever. Too powerful. I only ever use a laptop once. Keeps the code clean.
Bruce rose from the water, laptop in his hand. Laravel's new features, here's the command. He leapt right in, making waves in his field. Optimizing websites, his clients were thrilled. But Bruce sought more, a desire to learn. So he went to Laracon for knowledge to earn. He found devs across the globe, and together they grew. With their powers combined, there was nothing they couldn't do. I know it sounds made up, it sounds untrue, but this is exactly how Laracon was founded. I promise you. Collaborating with the finest, Bruce took the lead. They took on the pandemic and cured the disease. The devs fought the climate, brought the crisis to an end. The planet breathed easy, on the devs it could depend. The president shook his hand, cross-sized his ratings too. Almost as big as mine, but that would be fake news. He graced Time's cover, the world at his feet. Wherever Bruce went, crowds filled the streets. With ego on the rise, Bruce took all the praise, thinking every other dev was just riding his waves. He shut others out, said I've learned all I can. Forgetting his strength grew when working hand in hand. And then out of the blue, a CrowdStrike update, and with a misguided move, Bruce sealed his fate.
All washed up, the headlines cried. Bruce had lost the waves he'd once supplied. No one to turn to, so he turned to the booze. But being an elephant in gallons wouldn't do.
Once a coding icon, now adrift in a sea of mediocrity. Did Bruce ever really know what he was doing?
He tried other frameworks, but none felt right. Without Laravel's secret tools, Bruce lost the will to fight. Bruce lost the will to fight. But everywhere he went, a whisper he couldn't shake. A debugged up would appear, saying it wasn't too late. Too late. It's the community's wisdom that makes a dev great. That's what gave you power, not just some new features made. But just some new features made.
It hit Bruce so hard, he knew what he must do. He created an event to uplift and improve. He gathered developers sharing skills and ideas, empowering each other by working with peers. From the US to India, then on to Europe's shore, Bruce traveled the globe, connecting devs galore. He shared his big vision, inviting them to unite, to share skills at conventions and take everyone to new heights. I know it sounds made up, it sounds untrue, but this is exactly how Laracon was founded. I promise you, Bruce and his crew made waves far and wide, launching Laracon where code and passion collide. Now years of conventions have sharpened their powers, and they're hungry for more, so they're joining ours. They're back in Australia to make waves even bigger. 2 days of excitement with speakers that deliver. So let's get this started, let's make waves together. Welcome to Australia, the best Laracon ever.
Do up a do up shoot be do be do up a do up shoot be do be do up a do up shoot be do be do. She give me catching all night long.
Good morning. Oh, it's coming. I promise. You'll know the second that... Welcome back, everyone. It's a lie. It says it works. What is happening? Hello? Curtis, help me. I'm flailing out here. I pushed. Yeah. Is this a thing? I know. What's up there is not what's on my screen. Yeah, I'll just turn it around. We did a check yesterday to make sure this didn't happen. There we go, colours, hang on. Okay, all right. Please, all right. Talk about dramatic effect. This is what? Fuck. All right. Hands up, Tim Tam. Hands up, Min Slice. Sorry. Welcome back to Laracon Australia. Who is here for the 4th time? Who's done them all? Who's done 3? All right, good. 2? Hey, 2-timers. 1. All right, everyone who's been here once, keep your hand up. Those of you that have been here 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, these are the people you need to make friends with. At least as many for each time that you've come to Laracon. Please, make them feel welcome. Why do we as a community come together each year for a Laracon? I think that the most important thing about being together is the shared experience that is more than just the talks or the product launches, which we can honestly do online. We don't even need a video call for it. We can just publish a blog post. But when we gather, we're looking for something more. We're looking to establish or re-establish connection with our peers, and we want to see what people have been up to since the last Laracon. We want to share the projects that we've built. We want to hear what our friend's new role is. How many of you changed jobs in the last 12 months? Conversation pieces for everyone. But importantly, we're here to recharge our human batteries, which is something that an online meeting just can't do. And it's really good at doing the opposite. Like, we remember 2020, 21, like all of those Zoom meetings. It was no good for anyone. But this year, in a bigger theatre, with a bigger foyer, I wanted everyone to have not only the time, but also the space to discuss the ideas that come from this stage and the people on it. The unofficial theme of last year's event was this idea of ripples, and how putting ourselves out there, we increased our chances of good and unexpected things coming our way. How many of you have put yourself out there in the last 12 months? And of those people, keep your hand up if good unexpected things came your way as a result. The system works. Aaron Francis has taught us that. I'm going to talk a little bit about James Clear. Does everyone know who James Clear is? He's the author of a book called Atomic Habits. And he's somebody who focuses on both starting and sticking to good habits, making good and avoiding bad choices, accomplishing more with less time, creating systems and processes, and achieving meaningful results without overwhelming yourself. And he doesn't necessarily come up with these ideas, but he certainly dives deep on the topics. 10 years ago in 2014, he first wrote about this idea of marginal gains. And the story goes that British cycling had been mediocre for 100 years when they hired their new coach, their performance coach, Dave Brailsford, in 2003. So since 1908, British riders had won a single gold medal at the Olympics, and they were dismal during the Tour de France. In 110 years, not a single British rider had ever won the event. To the point where the top bike manufacturers in Europe refused to sell bikes to the British team because they were worried that it would affect their sales. So Brailsford and his team kept making these incremental changes. They made them in obvious and traditional ways, like redesigning seats and rubbing alcohol on tyres to get better grip. And they had riders wear heated overshorts to help maintain their body temperature at optimal levels. But they did not stop there. They kept looking for these 1% improvements. They tried everything from different massage gels for recovery. They hired a surgeon that taught riders how to wash their hands properly to minimize the risk of catching a cold, which we are all really, really good at now. They figured out what pillows and mattresses to give their riders for optimal sleep. They went so far as to paint the inside of the team's truck white so that they could pick out little bits of dust that would otherwise go unnoticed, which could degrade the performance of otherwise highly tuned bikes. Now, this is all sounding a bit like Steve Jobs when he talked about paying attention to details, to not use a piece of cheap plywood for the back of a beautiful chest of drawers just because it's going to face a wall that no one's ever going to see. To focus a little bit here on Taylor Otwell, who's in the audience, 7 years ago he wrote about his time mowing lawns at his local church, and he talked about the day that his grandfather had him wash the underside of the mower before he put it away. Taylor said, with Laravel, my job isn't done until even the underside is clean, and I've come to find enjoyment in that. And I think that we've all come to reap the benefits in that mantra, not just from the framework, but by being an extension of the framework with our own apps, with everything that is the Laravel ecosystem, first party or otherwise. But going back to Brailsford and his British cycling team, as they accumulated hundreds and hundreds of these seemingly insignificant changes, the results came faster than anyone could have anticipated. Within 5 years, the British team dominated the road and track events at the 2008 Beijing Olympics, where the British team alone won 60% of all of the medals that were available. And 4 years later in London, they went even further when they set 9 Olympic and 7 world records, and Bradley Wiggins became the first Brit to win the Tour de France in that same year. The following year, Wiggins' teammate Chris Froome won the race and won again in 2015, 16 and 17, giving the British 5 wins in 6 years. And in the 10 years between 2007 and 2017, the Brits amassed 178 World Championships, 66 Olympic or Paralympic gold medals, and 5 Tour de France victories. They are widely regarded as the most successful, or that was widely regarded as the most successful run in cycling history, which is not a bad turnaround for a team that had won nothing in 100 years. And it is too easy to overestimate the importance of some big defining moment towards a goal. It's too easy to underestimate the value of making small improvements every day, because we convince ourselves that big successes require massive action. I've been on a bit of a health kick over the last little while, and it's always daunting to say, like, I want to lose 10 kilos or 20 kilos or whatever it is. And the thing that's worked for me a few times now is just to aim a little bit each week. I don't want to lose 10 kilos. I want to lose half a kilo this week. 10 kilos is down the track. Just keep seeing the little wins. And improving by 1% isn't particularly notable, and a lot of the time it's not even noticeable, but it can be far more meaningful in the long run. So if you can accumulate these 1% increments or ripples, to borrow a term from last year, eventually you find yourself being able to make waves. Make waves felt like a natural progression of last year's theme. We've put a lot of effort into it. Putting ourselves out there individually can help increase our own luck. And putting our collective selves out there as a team and as a company and as a whole community, we can really increase that luck surface area for everyone. Thanks again, or thanks for the first time, I suppose, today, to our sponsors, to Hatchet, our platinum sponsor. Some of you, I heard, were like standing in front of their media wall out there. Go and look at it. There's a bit of a Willy Wonka going about it. They're giving away an iPad tomorrow afternoon. So go and read the fine print. I promise you're not getting stitched up or anything. But if you want a chance to win an iPad, that's that. Shout out once again to our branding sponsor, Nucleus. I have seen Gav somewhere this morning, I think. There he is. They did the video. Chris Kellett, my friend that I used to work at Nucleus, he's been up all night for like 3 weeks straight working on that thing. So amazing job. Thank you very much. Nucleus and team, they did everything. The elephants are all their creation, all of the branding, all of the bags, the shirts, the works. If it looks like it's related to the conference, it was them. So thank you very much again, Nucleus. Thank you also to our gold sponsors, Maxo and Ventra IP. Thank you to our silver sponsors, Aussie Broadband, Trilogy Care, and Titan. To our bronze sponsors, Sentry, Laravel Idea. Adele is here somewhere. Make sure you say thank you to him if you use the Laravel Idea plugin in PHP Storm. To Responder One, to Atlas Software, who has built us an incredible app for the conference, which I'll talk a bit about shortly, to Sync.io, to Fathom Analytics, and to Figured, who are back again. They've been here since day one. We thank them for always supporting the conference. And thank you also to all of our community sponsors. Without you, none of this happens, so thank you very much. Lots of you have been taking photos already, which is fantastic. I've been to a few Laracons in my time. I follow them closely just to kind of get an idea of what we're doing here. And a common theme that I see in all of those things in the aftermath is people's lamenting the fact that they have not taken enough photos. I'm going to apologize for my pronunciation because I learnt this phrase yesterday. It's ichigo ichi, which is a Japanese idiom that loosely means that what we are experiencing right now will never happen again. So value each moment like it is a beautiful treasure. So we've got the app. If you haven't already installed the app, if you haven't enrolled in the game, this is not just an app for the sake of an app. A big focus for us this year has been on enabling networking between attendees as much as possible. The app is going to be at the center of that this year. We're also doing all of our talk Q&A through the app. So if you have questions, you can submit there, we can upvote, we can downvote, you can do it anonymously if you want to. But take photos. This is very important. You'll get 5 points for a photo that you take with everyone. You'll get 15 points if you take a photo with a speaker. You get 30 points for community pillars. Marcel knew about this. Rissa is a community pillar. She's finding out for the first time. So if you get a photo with Rissa, and all of the Laravel team that are here, you will get 30 points. Make sure you have conversations with these people. There are some new Laravel people here that have not yet been announced, so you will have conversations with them and you'll find out that they now work at Laravel. And for every sponsor's representative that you speak with, you'll get 50 points for the sponsor and 5 points for each. This is a lot. It's all in the app. Everybody in the photo will get points for appearing in the photo. If the person later enrolls in the app, the points will be applied retroactively. Speakers, you cannot win any prizes. Sponsors, you cannot win any prizes. Community pillars, you cannot win any prizes. People related to me, either by blood or marriage, are ineligible to win. My co-workers are ineligible to win. Take photos. Why? We're not incentivizing drive-by selfie. Like, don't just walk past someone and just take a photo and run off. What we would love to see is people creating lasting memories, this notion of ichigo ichi, right? The people that you're already having conversations with, capture those moments. You're going to start conversations with people you might not have otherwise. And that number of friends that I said you should make with the first-time attendees, take photos with them. What we are experiencing right now will never happen again. So photos are a pretty good way to remember that happening. I said there's going to be points. After all the photos are taken and the points are tallied, there will be a prize. It is this year's grand prize, if you will. It's pretty good. And I'll tell you a little bit about it later, if we don't see that you're incentivized taking photos enough as it is now. Talk with the speakers. Don't be afraid to talk with them. Some of the speakers before their talks will probably be hidden away, practicing and panicking and whatever else you go through. Most of them have, at one time or another, been conference attendees just like you, right? They just happen to submit to speak on stage. Some of this year's speakers are barely 12 months removed from being attendees at this conference themselves. I'm going to wrap up really quickly. Who went to the watering hole last night? Is that right? It was good? All right, good. We're doing it again on Friday night at the same venue. So that'll be after high tide. Tonight, after dark, is 7:30 till 10:30 at Strike and Holy Moly Winter Garden. We've got food, we've got drinks, entertainment, bowling, laser tag. Actually laser tag this year, escape rooms, karaoke, mini golf, all there. Tomorrow night, next door in Y Block, right after the conference finishes, head up to room 360. The food and drinks will also be on us. The view up there is incredible. You're going to love it. House rules. For those of you who were here last year, you'll remember these. There is just 3 really important rules. These are very straightforward. Number 1, no trash talking other communities. There's a lot of stuff happening in the broader PHP community at the moment. Just leave it alone. Do not assume anyone in this room is not a developer. Okay? We're all here because we belong. We came to Laracon because we wanted to learn. Please don't make jokes at the expense of others, okay? We have a conference code of conduct that all attendees, all sponsors, all speakers are expected to adhere to, so we have a welcoming and enjoyable experience for everyone because, if you remember this from last year, everyone is welcome, even the slightly naked-looking elephants. That's all from me. I am going to welcome to the stage my very sparkly, my very shiny friend, to borrow some words from his lovely wife, who I saw before, Matt Stauffer.
Hi, everybody. I'm your friend Matt. Even if we haven't met, we're friends already anyway. So you're going to have to come up to me and actually fulfill that a little bit later. I wrote a 500-plus page book because I'm a masochist called Laravel Up and Running. I run a company called Titan, have a couple podcasts. Check it out later. But I am here to talk to you about Laravel New and what to do after you run Laravel New. So when I give talks, I have two primary criteria for my talks. The number one is it's a practical felt need. People actually care about this thing. They want to make sure that this is something that is going to impact their ability to do their job or satisfy their life cravings or whatever afterwards. And second of all, it's something I have practical experience in. I try not to give a lot of talks based on theory or things that I've just learned just to give the talk. I do it sometimes, but usually I want to say, hey, I've done this 1,000 times. Here, hopefully you don't have to do 1,000 times to have this knowledge that I have to share. In this particular one, what I'm primarily looking at is what does it look like when you have learned the thing? You've watched all the videos, you've watched the tutorials, and then you sit down to do the thing, and you're like, I don't actually know where to start here, It is a very, very common thing we hear from a lot of people where they're just like, I really thought I knew it, and then I sat down in front of the terminal and I just went, now what? What are we going to do here? We hear these things from our clients and from our friends all the time. I've watched a million videos, or I've been maintaining an app for the last 10 years, but it's been so long since I've started one fresh. Or maybe it's something like, I want to make sure I get it just right at the beginning because I know those first steps are going to carry on for the next 10 years, and I really want to not screw it up right now. There's also this one, which it's small here, so I have to look up here. If possible, add one here that makes the audience laugh and warms them up. This is the first talk after all. It could be funny to just leave this here. You've got to really get a sense of the audience's sense of humor. If you just left this here and didn't actually fill out with a real item, maybe it's even funnier the longer you make it. Also add something about super Australian stuff like bluey or death spiders or fairy bread. Thank you. We're going to keep going there for a second, though. Okay, so this is the Telegram channel for the Laracon AU speakers back in July. And I said, my wife and I just watched an Ann Reardon video where she and her family talked about something called fairy bread. We tried it, and it was not great. I'm sorry. Is this something all of y'all have any nostalgia for? And Michael was not having it. But we very quickly after realized that we didn't have the right details. We tried honey wheat bread. Do not do that with your fairy bread. We had margarine because Ann Reardon told us to, apparently not. And we had rainbow sprinkles, which are not the same as hundreds of thousands, which we had to learn. So, I have with me here fairy bread, made by Kath, and I've never tasted the real thing before. This is my first time since that horrible moment back in July, and I'm doing it live on stage, and dear God, I hope I like it, because otherwise you all will hate me, and he's going to pull me off stage with a hook. So, here we go. Oh, it's also been sitting for the last hour. Oh, that's brilliant. That's so much better. Thank you for this experience. You don't know how nervous I was that I wasn't going to like it. Okay, you've done a good thing there. So in this talk, back to the actual talk, I'm going to mention, and you've also probably heard people in our community mention this word idiomatic. Idiomatic Laravel, idiomatic JavaScript, or whatever. But in order to talk about that, we need to actually say, what does idiomatic mean? And you're familiar with the word idiom, which is sort of like a turn of phrase, but there's actually a different concept of idiomatic. And it's basically this idea of kind of like the way people in a particular area or class or whatever talk. And that's related to a concept of idiom, which is sort of like the way they talk. So idiomatic really means how we particularly or we uniquely do a thing. So when you think about idiomatic Laravel or idiomatic JavaScript or whatever else, you start thinking, oh, how we particularly write Laravel. And you'd think it's super clear when all you have to do is just look at, for example, the docs or look at a Laracast. But there's so much more about how you do the thing that's contextual to stuff that may not fit into the docs or it may not fit in a Laracast. We just generate kind of a community understanding of how we do things over time of doing the thing. And the good news is at Titan, we are a consultancy. We've been doing this for 13 years, I think. So we've created and inherited hundreds and thousands of code bases in Laravel. We've also watched lots of Laracasts and made books and stuff like that. So we have a lot of ideas about what the Laravel community thinks idiomatic Laravel is and sort of some of our own opinions about this at all. as well. And I will say, I am the first person in the world to say it depends. I don't think there's the absolute right way to do very, very, very many things. But there are a few things that if you just say, we don't have to make this decision every time, we don't have to bike shed every time, let's get this done so we can then bike shed on the fun things that are unique to this project, you get a lot further. And so that's what this talk is about, is what can we just say, let's just do these 99% of the time, 98% of the time. If you hate one of them, that's totally fine. But it's for those who aren't sure, I'm trying to give you something to start with so you don't have to waste your time on this. 3 primary sections we're going to work in here. Packages and code that you want to put in every single app. Ops and services like SaaSes and stuff you want to use in every single app, and then processes and practices that you want to use to get your projects up and running. So I started with building some trust by having fairy bread and you liked it, and then I immediately lied to you because we're actually going to talk a little bit about what to do before Laravel knew, even though that's not the title. It's tiny story time for you. In the early days of Laravel, we had the Laravel installer, and all it really did was just clone down the project using Composer Create Project, and that was it. And I was like, that's cool, but at this time, I'm creating a new app at least every week between tutorials and clients and my own personal side projects and stuff like that. And I had to do the same steps every single time. So I built this project called Lambo. It's originally built in lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of bash, and it was exhausting to maintain. So we rewrote the thing live in Laravel 0, which is really cool, but it's even more code and more complexity. And I was not the person maintaining the Laravel installer, so every time they made a change, I had to make a change. It was a cool idea, but a lot of work. But thankfully, the Laravel installer does all that. You don't need Lambo anymore. Because the Laravel installer brings in all these other really cool things at this point where you can pick Breeze and Jetstream, Pest versus PHP unit. It's going to change your .env settings. It's going to migrate your database. All that stuff, you have to either do it manually or use Lambo to do in the past. Laravel installer does it for you. So while some people write Composer Create Project, don't use it, use Laravel installer. It's going to save you a ton of time. I also would recommend that you use one of the Laravel preferred hosting environments. Use Valet and use something like Takeout for your services. If you're willing to drop $1 or $2, Herd makes it so easy to just install everything with a GUI and then it'll manage all your dependencies for you. Or if you like Docker, use something like Sail or your own Docker files. I also want to make sure that when you have your local hosting environment set up, make sure that you have a way to push your local environment up through ngrok or Expose or Cloudflare Tunnel or something like that. We'll talk about it more later in this talk, but even outside of this talk, it's super valuable to be able to just share something to your cell phone or to a coworker before you push it up to staging site. And finally, please, 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 you're saving yourself or the team or somebody who takes over this project for you later, commit, or so much pain, by committing to do something the Laravel way or the idiomatic Laravel way. And what I mean by that is if you see, oh, well, there's a Laravel tool for this, but I'm smarter and I'm better and I know what I'm doing and I'm going to write my own thing, you are setting yourself up for pain later, whether it's because you're not smarter and so your thing's going to cause security holes down the road, or if there's a new feature that comes down the road later, that feature is going to work with Laravel's version, but it's not going to work with your version. So suddenly your team adopting that new feature that you've not been able to predict for today, Laravel's going to take the responsibility for their internal tooling matching up with that new feature. But now you and your team have to do the work to make sure that your manual auth or your manual whatever else or your manual multi-process works with it. So just stick with the Laravel way. It's going to save you a ton of pain. Okay, remember 3 big sections. We're going to start with packages and code. So the first thing I would say is your magnum opus should not be where you put braces. It shouldn't be single quotes versus double quotes. It shouldn't be because you like the brace at the beginning of the function to be on the new line or not the new line. That should be something that's defined and we all do it the same way and then we never think about it ever again. Again, bike shedding can be fun, but it's not productive. And so code style is not one of the ways I recommend that you spend your time and your energy. Lots of different tools, but if you don't have one, Duster's a tool we have at Titan that brings in PHP-CS Fixer, Pint, and Tlint. Just throws them all with a generic configuration. It starts with Titan's configuration. If you don't like it, you can also set it to Laravel's, or you can set your own. And from day one, you have local command line things you can run to lint and format your code. You can also set it up in your build tooling. Just do it. Don't think about it anymore. Do it at the beginning of every project, and then never think about code style ever again. If you want to do it in the front end, you probably already know that Prettier is the main one people use for JavaScript. But you can also set Prettier up to lint all your Blade, make sure your Tailwind class order is all the same. Again, you should not spend any time thinking about that. Your senior developers should not be reviewing your junior's code style. It should be automatically applied, then move on to things that actually matter. You should install a debug tool. There's a couple debug bars, the easiest one to get started with, and makes it super easy if you're doing any kind of performance or load testing. And you're like, why is this page taking really long to load? You tap a little button, it shows you all the SQL queries are running, or all the views that have loaded, or the controller methods, or anything like that they're running. It's just super easy to kind of process what's going on. And when you're not thinking about it, it just kind of disappears out of the way. Looks really nice, super convenient. You should have set up a bug tracker. It's the type of thing where once you need it, you wish you'd done it originally, so just do it now. We'll talk about which bug tracker to use later in the ops and services section, but just install one of them, please. And this is kind of what it looks like, and again, we'll talk about it later, but it sends your exceptions up to some centralized service so you can kind of all share that exception and understand it together. It's even more valuable once you have a staging site set up. You should install one of Laravel's auth kit. Don't write auth yourself. Dear God, please don't write auth yourself. Please, dear God, don't do that. So there's a lot of people who ask the question of which you should use. Taylor and I have talked about it in the podcast a whole bunch. But you may be surprised to hear that while this is the checklist, which seems to make it pretty clear which one you should use, I actually think the vast majority of Laravel applications today should use Breeze. I know that's kind of wild, but the thing is, it is so simple. The files are in your code. You know exactly what's going on. It's super, super clear. And Jetstream, while it's very powerful and has a ton of great features, all the code is pulled through different vendor things, and it's a lot harder for you to process, to debug, and for newcomers to understand. So if you can get it done with Breeze, get it done with Breeze. Even if you might have to steal some of the team code from Jetstream and write it yourself, it's worth it, and we've done it a lot of times, and we've been really grateful that we did it. Set up a great README. Whether or not your open source project, you want new people into the company, new programmers who come in because they're contracting, consultants who come in, maybe you, 3 years down the road, because you haven't touched this code base for a while, to have a really easy experience of walking into this code base and saying, I know exactly how to clone it, I know how to set up my dependencies, I just remembered I have slides for this, and I know what it looks like to contribute. And this may be a little bit more specific to open source, but like, what are the steps I need to run to build this thing before I push it up? Do I build before or after I'm pushing? Am I supposed to run these tests? Am I supposed to run this command? Some of those things can be automated through Git hooks and stuff like that, but even do I need to set up Husky for my Git hooks is something that should be in the README. The README should take me from, I've never heard of this thing before, but I understand Laravel, to I am up and running and contributing with the shortest amount of time possible. Look at any of Titan's open source packages. Spotsy's got a lot of great ones, but most of Spotsy's are packages. At Titan, we have a few software as a services that are open source, and so you can take a look at what a decent SaaS or app kind of README can look like. And we also have robust factories and seeders. So one of the things we have often at Titan is we take over a code base, and we haven't seen it forever, and we get something like this, a 200 megabyte or often a 2 gigabyte file that is a production dump of personally identifying information, full of everything completely not legal or ethical and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, just make sure nobody who doesn't supposed to get it gets it. Or, oh, we've got this old head Bill who works out in a corner, and he's slowly going to work out a script that's going to remove all the personal identifying information, but it's going to take 3 months before I get to it, so you just don't have any data for the first 3 months or something like that. We don't want that. Remember, somebody who's never seen this code base ever before should be able to enter and be useful within preferably hours. That is not hours of work. So what we want instead is to ensure that somebody can show up and run a command in code, and having just checked out in the code, that's it. They have a perfectly functional version of the application that gives them all the different instances or edge cases or whatever that they want to test. The easiest way to do this is to do it the way that the docs show you to do. Uh-oh, I'm not clicking. Oh, that's why. Sorry for whoever I just accidentally lasered. It's very fun, though. The docs are going to show you this wonderful way to do it, and if you can do it this way, do it this way. It's just going to be basically, you're going to define all your individual models in factories, and then your seeders are just going to say, hey, give me 5 users, each of which have 20 blog posts, each of which have 15 comments on it. It's really beautiful and wonderful, robust. However, sometimes that's not specific enough for you. Your customers really need to see that one person's name in order to get it, or you need this really weird edge casey relationship set up, and you just can't do it with that. And a lot of people say, therefore, we're not going to set up seeders. No. You just set up more customized seeders. It's also completely acceptable to do it this way, and you set up the specific environment you need or the specific clients you need. You can define it in code, you can define it in a SQL file, but regardless, again, I should see a command that I need to run in your README, I should run it, and this should all be set up, and I should just be able to walk through the app and be in the environment I need to be to test it, to use it, to run through QA or whatever else. And this is our last item in packages and code. The number of times I've seen people put months and years of work into building an application or a website or whatever else, and everyone's so excited, and we've been doing the launch process for the last 3 weeks, and we finally get to it, and we put it up on LinkedIn and Twitter and Blue Sky, and oh my God, it's just a static link, and that's it. Because nobody thought to put the social preview in. There's no Twitter cards, there's no open graph or anything like that. If you're not familiar with these, I should have told you this at the beginning. At the end of this talk, I'm going to have a little QR code that you can scan that takes you to a GitHub gist with a whole bunch of links. So don't worry about if I reference something here, you'll see it in the links in the end. And one of the things we do there is a template. One of those links is a template of just what a basic open graph set of parameters look like. An open graph allows you to basically everything other than Twitter to define what this share looks like. And so the share might be like a text share like this, it might be more like an image share like this, but in this code, just in a few lines of meta, you can say what is the title, what's the body, does it have an image, how big is the image, what should it link to, what's the page name, what's the overall site name. There's so much you can customize, and if you just do it on day one, you can at least set up one basic one that runs for the whole site. Sometimes you might even contextualize it per page, like a blog post might get a different one. But again, just think about it at the beginning, because if you're scrambling right after you finally did your prod deploy, there's so many things get messed up or go wrong when you're trying to do, oh my God, the last second prod deploy because you shared it with the president of the company, and the president's like, why is it not showing right on LinkedIn when I show it to all my CEO buddies or whatever? If you want to set that up, so first of all, remember, you have something like Valet or Herd, you have ngrok or Expose set up. So what you're doing is you're doing your local development, and you share it up to an ngrok URL or something like that, so it's out on the public internet. Throw it up on opengraph.xyz, and it's going to show you exactly what it's going to share on Facebook and LinkedIn and all these other social sites that take OpenGraph. Twitter is its own little thing, so deal with that if you want, but everybody else uses OpenGraph, and so just use this to check it out. Okay, that's packages and code. Next thing is ops and services. So remember, ops and services is like software as a service that you set up. How are the different kind of pieces setting up? Not necessarily for your production app, but at least while you're in the development process. First one is, I know not everybody agrees with this, you should use GitHub. And if anybody here is not familiar with the concept of fungible, and we all kind of went through our whole NFT phase and everything like that, but fungible means you can exchange one for the other without really noticing a difference. So something that is fungible is sort of like a gas. I don't really care who's providing my gas, I just want it to be the cheapest possible gas for my car, right? So that is a fungible item, whereas coffee is not fungible. Starbucks versus some amazing Australian, coffee place, these are not the same thing. Even they're both coffee, but they're not fungible, and that they're not exactly the same thing. So Git hosting is something we often mistakenly think of as fungible. Look, I push my Git up and it pulls my Git down, right? It's just fungible. But it's not the same, and there's a lot of different things about that make those different, and I could give a whole talk about this. But the simplest thing I will say is GitHub's user interface, the user experience affordances that they came up with, even when somebody else came along and tried to steal something like pull requests, they always do it worse. The amount of integrations they have with other applications, because GitHub is the go-to. That means when somebody builds a new cool tool, they're going to interact with GitHub before anything else. And also even just the meaningfulness for you as a developer knowing GitHub and how that affects your hireability. Funny story, autocorrect turned that into fireable for the first. And I was like, no, that's not the message we're trying to send here. Had to fix that one. But if you have any control or power over it at all, go for GitHub. The number one reason why people don't do GitHub is because they think that GitHub is very expensive, but it's not anymore. It's actually significantly cheaper to get started than it used to be. The number two reason is because they use some other tool, Jira, Confluence, or whatever, that is already connected to Bitbucket or GitLab. It's not worth it. If you have control, move to GitHub. Funny story, our next item is that you should set up continuous integration, and you will not be surprised about what CI server I tell you should use. But those who aren't familiar, continuous integration means every single time you do certain things in your code, whether you push up a new commit, or you merge a pull request, or whatever else it ends up being, a certain script should run. And that script may do one of multiple things. It might build your front end, it might run some tests, it might lint your code or format and fix your code, and when those things run, they can return an either positive or a negative response, so it can failure or success. And if the thing fails, it can stop the whole process. So for example, if you have your CI set up that every single time we push up a new commit or every time we merge a pull request or whatever, then it's going to run our tests, it's going to check our code, and it's going to maybe build some front-end stuff. If your tests fail, the whole process stops, everything turns red, and it said, I will not run your deploy, or I will not accept this merge or whatever until you fix those tests, until you fix this code or whatever. So you have so much power to kind of ensure that things are in a certain state before they go to production or before they get to merge to main or whatever else it ends up being. And we prefer, no surprise, GitHub Actions. There are a lot of dedicated platforms for continuous integration, and there's one called Chipper CI. If you're going to do one, it's a really great one because it's made by and for the Laravel community. However, with love to all those folks, GitHub Actions, we're already in GitHub. It's already connected to GitHub, and you're doing all your definition in the code. And we all probably have our various feelings around YAML, but it is a very helpful tool for us to be able to say, here's each of our scripts, here's what they should run. You can even, excuse me, you can run your own scripts, or you can pull from predefined scripts that people already run. So if you have a certain tool, you're like, I really want to run, PHP-CS, there might be a pre-built PHP-CS GitHub action out there. So you don't have to write the code yourself. And it all lives in the code. So you can see the history of you changing your CI script over time in Git. There's one complaint I commonly hear from people about GitHub Actions. I should have gotten a screenshot about it, but it's basically every single time when you're first setting up your GitHub Actions, you need to make a totally random nonsense commit to get it to run again. And so you have this long history of trying to fix GitHub Actions, trying to fix GitHub Actions 2, trying to fix GitHub Actions 3. But while I was writing this blog post that was originally about how to use GitHub Actions sort of like a cron job where you're scheduling it, I discovered that there's a thing, and you can go to this blog post, which will be in that QR code I share at the end, where you actually have a new button in your GitHub Actions that just runs it, and you can run it as many times as you want without pushing up a new commit, and it's magic and brilliant, and I don't know why they don't publicize it more. All right, you should have a staging site. You want your website to be available on the public internet 24 hours a day, not just when you're sharing it on ngrok or Expose or something like that. ngrok and Expose are great because they allow you to share that while you're working on a specific branch. But your clients should always have access to work on this when it's not just you having to go in and share it for them. So we always want to set up a staging site that is as close to production configuration as possible. You want to use the same deploy scripts. You want to have your SSL and HSTS setups the same. And you basically just want everything other than maybe like how big is the server to be the same. Same version of Ubuntu, same version of NPM, same version of PHP. Because if something's going to break on prod, it should break on staging first. Okay? So if there's anything other than how big is the server or something like that, that is going to make a difference there, you want to get those in line with each other. Yet another thing that seems small, but then you get to the point where the client needs it, and you're like, oh, it's going to take a little while to set that up, and I wish we had. You should just do it at the beginning of every project, set up a mail server. You don't have to set up a real mail server, though. One of the problems people have is, oh, we have all this seeded data, and we don't want to accidentally run something that sends 10,000 emails to bob@example.com. Well, you can use a fake emailer as well. So if you're going to use a real emailer, we personally prefer Postmark because they have the best deliverability. They didn't pay me to say this. We just have tested all of them, and that's our favorite. But if you want a fake mailer, there's a lot of great options. You can use Hello by Beyond Code, which is a GUI app that you pay for. You can use MailPit, which you can install with things like Homebrew or Docker, and it's free. Or you can pay a little bit of money for a SaaS. And obviously, I usually like the free thing, but this SaaS is brilliant. First of all, just like the others, you get this fake email inbox, and every single email you send from your app ends up in this email inbox. But you can also have a different inbox for every single project you're working on, and you can invite your PMs and your developers and your clients just to that inbox. So you can say, hey, client, we're working on this email. You don't have to send it to your logs and send them screenshots and be actively involved when they're testing it. They can just log into their account with Mailtrap, and they can do their password resets there, or they can do their authentication there, or they can see what this particular broadcast email looks like there, and you're not involved at all. It's just automatically there, and it's really brilliant for clients testing staging sites. All right, we talked about this earlier, but you also want to be managing your bugs. So there's a few main players in the bug space. Bugsnag was the earliest one that was super involved in Laravel 10, 15 years ago. You've probably heard of Sentry today. Sentry sponsors a lot of things, and they have an integration with Forge. And then we also have Flare, which is created by some folks within the community. All of these do effectively the same thing. When an exception happens, it pushes that exception up to the service, and you get notified in Slack. If you don't have it that way, definitely set it up so everyone can see it in one place. You can have conversations about it. You can see a full stack trace. You can see context. You can see who triggered this issue. You can assign it to somebody. You can close it. It's really brilliant, especially when you're in a staging site where you're not just seeing a full stack trace in front of you, or where your client is testing it and they're like, I just see a whole bunch of gobbledygook code. You can be like, yeah, that's fine. We already got it notified in our Slack, and that's it. That's a pretty easy go-to, but you've got logs here with a question mark. In theory, if we sent all of our server logs up to something like Papertrail, we could make it so that every time we run into a bug, we can say, not only do I know all the wonderful things that these bug providers handle for us, but we can also correlate it together with the logs that were happening at the same time. And this is a really great idea that, like, in theory, we could do that, and we can see which lines in the bug, entry are connected to which lines in the log, and we can correlate them. In practice, it's really difficult to do. So if you're doing it, good on you. Maybe you should give a talk next year and teach me. But in general, I found that while it is a nice idea to send all your logs and manage them, usually it's only people who have dedicated ops and DevOps teams that are actually doing this. So again, I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying don't feel pressure if you're not doing it. You should do bugs. Logs is a nice to have, okay? Process and practices. So one of the most important things with process, I don't know what you're laughing at. I don't know what's going on here. You want to pick a productivity ideology, and sometimes folks don't like the word ideology because it has certain meanings around, like how you think about the world. So let's just step it down. At any point, anybody in the team should be able to answer this question very clearly, very easily, with minimal effort, okay? And you got to figure out what that looks like, but I can tell you right now it's not Jira. What you want is the simplest possible solution for task management, for assignment definition. And the thing is, a lot of people say, well, I look at this big company, and this big company is successful, and they do it this way, so therefore we should. Like microservices, right? No, you shouldn't, because you're not Amazon. That's not actually what you need. What you need is what makes the most sense for the team that you have right now. And with technology and also with product management, the vast majority of the time it is the simplest possible thing, whether it's sticky notes or whatever else, that makes sure every single person knows what they should do, and the people who are changing what they should do have the ability to change that in an easy, clear way. That's what you're looking for. So at Titan, we use Kanban boards. We use a tool called Trello, but you can use Kanban powered by anybody else. And for us, the most important thing is a to-do, doing, done. They call it backlog. But a backlog just means to do, right? And you can add more columns if you want. So for example, we almost always have a column called for review, whether it means the developers need to review it or the client needs to review it. There's almost always at least one of those. And sometimes you don't have one done list. You have a done list for every sprint or something like that. And maybe you have multiple backlogs. That's fine. In the end, we should know what's coming up next, what's happening, what's done. More importantly than anything else, and it should be as easy as possible to move things through there, to add comments, to assign people, to upload images, to connect to GitHub issues, whatever. So you might use GitHub projects, you might use Monday, you might use something else, but you want to simplify the task management process, because just like bike shedding, we should not spend half an hour trying to figure out what to do next. We should look at a list, take the item off the list, move it into doing, work on it. That's it. One process you want to think about is Git branching. You will be unsurprised to hear I say you should use the simplest possible solution. Git flow is very popular. Oh, sorry, my bad. You should also, if at all possible, do something called continuous deployment. Continuous integration means every single time you do certain things in code, a script runs. Continuous deployment says one of those scripts is actually pushing your code to a server. Now, doing continuous deployment for your production site can be kind of scary, but at least set up continuous deployment for staging. It's the first step to get there, okay? So you want to pick some kind of Git branching strategy that allows you to do that, at least for your staging server. Git flow is popular. We're not going to walk through it because I think it's a little bit too complex. At Titan, we have a simplified version that I would definitely recommend you consider, which I very fancily call Git flow-ish. It's not quite GitHub flow if you're asking. But essentially, your code lives on main, and everything on main goes to production. And then your code always at least has a develop branch. Everything on develop goes to your staging environment. Those two are always there. If you want to do some work, you do a wait, hold on, I have a thingy. Look at this. You do a feature branch, and you pull off your feature branch and you start working on it, or you pull off your feature branch and you finish. When you're done with the feature branch, you merge it back to develop, which means it's automatically deployed to staging. And when it's ready, and at any point, develop should be able to merge to main. You should never have develop in a state where it can't be merged to main. So when you're ready, you merge develop up to main. It's good to go. And that means it's pushed to production. Occasionally, some things are so wrong and you can't go through our normal development workflow that you need to just do a commit directly off to main. So you hotfix it, and you merge to main, and you merge to develop, and both of them are in sync, and both of them are ready to deploy. But in general, it's basically just like main is as prod, develop is staging, feature branches merge back into develop merge back into main, good to go. So that's the end of our three big sections, but I want to talk a little bit, once you have finished those, what do we do next? This is not an announcement. I'm just saying, when my friends let me know that they are expecting a baby, the first thing I tell them is everybody around you is going to tell you what worked for them and what they did and how you're supposed to do it because they did it this way and their baby slept. They did it this way and their baby didn't have any trouble in school or whatever else it ends up being. And the advice I give them is nobody knows you, nobody knows your partner, nobody knows your baby, nobody knows your family, nobody knows your exact environment better than you do. But everyone thinks they know because what worked for them obviously is going to work for you, but that's not reality. That's not actually what it's like. So in this environment, in this analogy, your app is your baby. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to learn from other people. But just like with child rearing advice, my best and favorite programming advice is those that recognizes that you are in a unique context. The people on your team, the constraints that you're under, the environment you're working in, the code you have, the timelines you have, the deadlines, nobody understands it better than you. And so the best advice you can possibly get is advice that focuses on people over processes. And if you've ever seen this hideous, god-awful, ugly website before, you're familiar with the Agile Manifesto, which is very different than the Agile Industrial Complex that tells you, you must have sprints and Scrum Masters, you're not doing it right. Screw all of that. But this is all about figuring out what works for you and your people. So more important than anything else I said, you can ignore all the other things I said as long as you recognize that what matters the most is figuring out what works for your people, your context, your applications, your needs, your stakeholders, whatever else. And if you do that, you're going to be fine. Here's the QR code. If you scan this, it's going to give you a gist. It does not currently have a link to these notes, but once I upload these to Speaker Deck later, I should have taken a picture of you guys all doing this. This is so fun. Once I upload them to Speaker Deck later, I will upload this gist, and so it'll have the link to the notes as all. as well. And that's it. Thank you all so much.
Do you want to do Q&A? Yeah, we'll leave it. All right. Stephen Rees-Carter.
I call myself a friendly hacker, which basically means I'm a penetration tester. And so the past 3 years, I've been hacking into websites. People pay me to do it, obviously. And yeah, so as a penetration tester, I spend my whole time reading other people's code. And so for the past 3 years, rather than write my own code, which is what I did before that, I've been reading lots of different bits of code. And I think it gives me a really good understanding of what code is secure, what code is insecure, configurations, all that sort of thing. But I've got all this knowledge running around in my head, and I know all the theory, and all of it just makes sense to me, and which comes into what's called the curse of knowledge, which is something that Susanna did a talk about. It was at Laracon US last year at Nashville, where when you know so much about a topic, it's really hard to convey that information and teach other people about the topic. And that's one of the things that I come across a lot in pen testing is talking to my clients or through a mailing list or my course, conveying my information in a way that makes sense to people that don't live in the security world. And I've got a great story of this. So a couple of months ago, I was talking to a friend, and I found a vulnerability in one of his apps. And I was trying to explain why he should fix it, why it was so important to fix it. And I'll be honest, I did a terrible job. I was being confusing, I was coming from multiple directions, and it just didn't work out. He wasn't really understanding it, which is fair, because I was doing a terrible job. And eventually he says to me, show me the vulnerability, hack my app using this vulnerability so I can see why. And I couldn't do it. Not because I didn't know how. I knew the theory, I knew how to set it up. And in fact, I'm doing that hack later on in this talk just to show him, because he's in the audience now. But not on his app, by the way. It's my own thing. Just I want to make that clear. But in that situation, I couldn't explain it. And eventually it did get fixed, so it's fine. I'm happy with the fix. But it got me thinking about how I do security education and how I teach security, and really it reinforces a belief I've had for a very long time, is you need to see this stuff in action. So what I try to do for my talks is show you the vulnerabilities and show you how to fix them rather than just go through a boring checklist. So that's kind of where we get to where we are now. As I said, as I'm a pen tester, and so this talk is based on basically the top 6 things that I keep finding every single time I do a pen test. Some of them may seem really silly and obvious, but I keep finding them every single time I do a pen test. So clearly, you guys need to pay better attention. All right, oops, wrong screen. Okay, where are we starting? To my fancy slides. All right, keep your stuff updated. I feel like I have to say this more and more all the time. All right, so first thing I do when I do a pen test is I download the code and I do a safe composer install. And then I do a composer outdated and a composer audit. So jump in here. Oops. Having live on stage never works. All right, composer outdated, for those who don't know, looks in your composer packages and it finds if there are any updates available and tells you about them. And it's a really good way of seeing how frequently updated an application is. Sometimes there'll be 1 or 2, sometimes there'll be 5, sometimes there will be 70. Yes, 7070. Not joking. And this gives me a really good idea of, oh good, internet's working, of just how frequently the app is updated and how often they do updates. And if there's only a few, generally like they've update weekly or monthly or something, it's not a problem. Here we've just got one, it's a point release for Livewire, that's normal, right? Not a problem. And then I run composer audit, which tells me if there are known vulnerabilities. Yeah, there's a known vulnerability for Livewire, did you know? If you're running Livewire, make sure you get it updated. So Composer audit, I love this command. When it got introduced, so good. All right, so it tells you known vulnerabilities, such as this one, Livewire remote code execution on file uploads. Yes, it's as bad as it sounds, and I'm going to show it to you, because why not? All right, we need an upload file. So this is running Livewire, an outdated version. This is going to be fun. I don't know what directory we're going to start in. Oh, perfect. That's perfect. All right, so here we have two files. Sorry, they're turning on the screen, resolution, nonsense. Okay, so here we have an image. Its file name is bcec.png. It's a PNG image. It's just an image. The file next to it is the exact same file. I've just changed the file name to .php. That's the only difference. Now, oh, that screen is awesome. You can read it. Up here, if you don't know about PNG files, they actually support text comments, and you can embed that inside the image without breaking the image. So as text inside this PNG file is that little PHP tag that runs PHP info. So if I upload the .php file to Livewire, which has a vulnerability which ignores the file extension and just trusts the MIME type, this is a valid PNG file. Oops, and I go open and I go save, PHP info. So if you're running an outdated version of Livewire and you upload files to a public directory, you've got remote code execution and you're going to get hacked. So go update your stuff, please. Like, please, 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 please. Have I said that enough? All right. So yeah, so that's the benefit of updating, and fixing it is that. That's all you need to do. It's going to do an update. Now, I know a lot of people avoid updates because they're afraid of it breaking things. But realistically, if your package is breaking things between patch versions, get a different package. It's not stable. If it's going to break something in a bug fix, they haven't really fixed the bug. They've just broken more stuff, and it's going to introduce vulnerabilities and unstableness in your app. So ditch the package, get a new one. That's my recommendation as a security person. All right, back in here, if I try and upload the same file, must be an image. There we go. Vulnerability fixed. All I had to do was an update. So update your stuff, please. All right, rant aside, on to the next thing. All right. Secure your cookies. So this is another fun one. And this has recently changed in Laravel, but I want to kind of give this groundwork anyway. So what's going on here is by default, Laravel used to default, well, it still does, default with this not set, and it wasn't in the environment file either. It was just left without being set. And if we jump over here and grab this one, and then, awesome, it's working. Cool. So as you can see, that's the default configuration file in Laravel. Now, until recently, this meant that the secure flag was not set. So if I go over here into the inspector, application, cookies, now is that, okay, that's readable, but not readable. This one down here, bcc._, is the session cookie. There's the value for it. I'm just going to highlight it. And this column here with the S, this one is secure. So currently it is not secure. What this means is this cookie gets sent on HTTP requests, so insecure requests. And if we can see, is that URL readable? It kind of is. You can see Chrome has the not secure, and this flag up here is saying it's the HTTP version. So this cookie is being sent on insecure connections, which means it can be stolen. So my original plan for this was to use my Flipper and run an evil proxy and hijack it via the proxy and all that nonsense, but everything was going to go wrong on that, guaranteed. So instead, my Flipper is literally rickrolling all of you if you open your Wi-Fi list, and I'm just going to implement it on my laptop. So I've got here the site I'm currently accessing via HTTP, unencrypted, and if I go in here and run my little drop bear attack proxy, it's going to intercept the request. Now in here, as I said, so we're running on HTTP only. If I go to secure, the connection is still going. We're still connected. Oh, and I should have pointed out the session ID, GYNNE, that's my session ID. The cookies is still insecure. So the cookie here that we've been given on a secure connection is an insecure cookie. So if I go back to the HTTP version and get rid of the S, we've still got the same session ID, and if you check the full hash value, it's still going to be the same. My little attack proxy has stolen the cookie. So the way this works is if you connect your computer to an insecure connection, like a Wi-Fi network at a conference or a hotel or an airport or anywhere else, or even a wide network that's been compromised, and your connection to your website or any website is an insecure connection, and the cookie doesn't have the secure flag, the browser's going to send it, and you can grab it. So I'm going to grab the session cookie, go over to, where's my other browser? That's not the one. There we go. So this is a different browser, and this is taking place as the hacker on a different computer after the intersect your session ID, your session cookie. Over here, see we've got a different ID. If I just go down to the inspector, paste the one my proxy just grabbed, refresh the page, G-Y-N-N-E. We, as the attacker, are now logged into the user's account. We can hijack and do whatever we want, all because they accessed their site over an insecure connection and because their cookies weren't secure. It's actually pretty simple. Like a device like this will do it very easily. You've just got to get someone to connect to your Wi-Fi and downgrade their connection, and then you've got it. So the solution for this, there are two things you need to be aware of. And the first one is fixing that. So jump over to code. And if I set true here, what it's going to do is it's going to tell the browser the cookie has to be secure. So if I refresh this, we've still got the cookies, and this is the insecure connection. If I clear that, refresh it, now it's, what are you doing? Live demos, yay. Curious. So that says true. Secure cookie is true. Yeah, save it. I did save. I cleared this. Thought. Refresh. Yes, thank you. I did have to override in my config. There we go. All right, so if I just remove the config, because I had to disable in the config, and then I refresh this again, we clear the cookies, and I refresh it again. This is going to work, please. All right, now the cookies aren't appearing because we're in HTTP, we're in unencrypted, which means the cookies can't be set. The browser is being sent these secure cookies, and it says, I can't remember these. This is an insecure connection, and it's not remembering them. But if I go to the URL and go HTTPS, go down here, we now have secure cookies. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so now we have secure cookies, and as when we were on the HTTP version before, it wasn't being sent. So that's one of the things you should do, and my recommendation is to set this to true in your code so that your application will always send secure cookies. But one thing to note, and what recently changed in Laravel, is now if you don't have this set at all, it actually honors your protocol, which means that if you access the site via HTTPS, it will send secure cookies. If you access it via HTTP only, it will send insecure cookies, which means it still works. But then you have the second defense, and when your web server receives the request, it should automatically redirect to secure. So you should never actually send an insecure request to your application. So if Nginx or Apache or whatever gets that request in and it's HTTP, redirect it, don't send it to the application. And this prevents the application from seeing an insecure connection and prevents it from setting the insecure cookies. I'm not going to demonstrate that one. All right, so as I said, yeah, so in new versions of Laravel, this is, like, the defaults do work, and they are good defaults. I still recommend overriding that to true, but the new defaults are good, so update things back to 0.1, and then you'll have better secure cookies. And so, talking about security and cookies and encryption, the problem you've still got is someone could intercept your request, intercept your connection, and downgrade it. So when you make your connection to the server, if they can convince your browser to use an insecure connection, so HTTP, then they can intercept the encrypted connection. So they can have the encrypted connection to the server, and you can have an unencrypted connection to them, and you won't notice, because the browser thinks that's the right version, because they're stripping off the HTTPS. So the solution we need for this is called HSTS, or Strict Transport Security, which is a header that tells the browser this site requires HTTPS, it requires encryption. So if I can find my code, here we go. So currently on the site here, what we want to do is enable it. So enabling it is fairly simple, and it's got 3 options. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. There we go. 3 options. You've got max age, which is the base one, and that's the number of seconds it should remember it. By default, you want to use like a year or 2 years. For this, I'm just using 60 seconds just in case things go wrong. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait a long time to finish the talk. And the other speakers might get a bit sick of me. So I've set that to that. And if I refresh the page on HTTPS, so currently we're encrypted, and I'll just open up my network console. If I can find that, awesome. Okay, so refreshing this is currently 200ing on the HTTPS version, and the header is being returned. If I go to the URL and I get rid of the S, enter, we will see that we're now getting a 307 and then a 200, and we're back on HTTPS. And for those who don't know, 300 is an internal redirect, which is the browser doing the redirect. The browser doesn't send the request. And if you remember my track proxy over here, if I clear a few lines and I refresh go back to HTTP, the proxy won't see it because the request never leaves the browser. The browser is refusing to do a HTTP request. So if you set the HSTS header, the browser will always have an encrypted request. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in the middle trying to force it to downgrade, the browser will say, go away, I'm not doing this. And it will ignore it, which is what you want. So it keeps your site encrypted and keeps it safe. In that way anyway. So the second option we've got is include subdomains, which allows you to tell it basically all subdomains of that domain also get HSTS, also encrypted as well. So if you visit, bcec.valoran.xyz today, and then in a month you go visit example.valoran.xyz, and you have the HSTS header set, that other subdomain will require encryption as well, because it's seen that header on any of the subdomains in the domain. So that's a great way of encompassing all of your site and all of the different domains you use with that security. You still have the trust on first use problem, which is where the very first time you hit the site, that's when the header gets set. And so if you can hijack the very first request, you can downgrade it and strip off the header. And that's where preload comes in, which allows you to add the site to what's called the preload list. And the preload list is hard-coded into web browsers. So you add your site to the preload list after setting the required header, and currently the recommendation is this one down here, which sets it for 2 years with subdomains and preload. When you add your site to this, it means that it's shipped with the browsers. So if you go into Chrome or Firefox, Safari, all of those, and you download them, in there is a text file that has all of the domains. The browser will never connect to those via a HTTP connection. It will always require encryption. And if you know the .dev and the .app domains, they're on the HSTS list, which means that's why they require encryption 100% of the time. And that upset a whole bunch of developers who are using .dev and local dev, because now it requires encryption. But in terms of security, this is fantastic, and I think more domains should be added to the list, because the list is ginormous now. If you think about every single domain that has this header, including all of mine, then there's a lot of domains on there. It's like multiple gigs, which is quite impressive. All right, so that's HSTS. Enable that to keep your site encrypted and prevent downgrade attacks. Oops, where am I? All right, moving on. All right, cross-site scripting. Boom. Is that readable? Actually, I didn't think about the font size on that prompt, but it's good enough. Boom, boom again. All righty. So the trick here, the thing here, where's my code, is be intentional with your output. So let's play a game. Where's the cross-site scripting in that code? I can't hear it. Can someone shout out a clear answer and I'll escape it? Name? I just heard name. Let's do name. All right. So if I change this to escaped, save, whoops, that's not ref. What am I doing? Okay. Typing on stage is never a good idea, by the way. Don't do it. All right, boom, boom. Sorry, it's not that one. Where else? Any other ideas? We'll do one more. Technical requirements. All right, that's rendering Markdown in there, so let's break some Markdown. Let's do that. I like what you're thinking, too. All right, let's do that. Refresh over here. Boom, boom. Sorry, not that. All right, so the point I'm trying to make here is that when you come across a blade file that is full of escaped output, it is a pain to find the cross-site scripting. I mean, yes, we can view the source on the browser, but when there isn't current active cross-site scripting, it's hard to know where it could be coming through in your blade. And when you come across files that have 50 to 100 different unescaped outputs, and there's like 50 to 100 or 200 or 300, anyway, a lot of blade files, it is a complete nightmare to find all the cross-site scripting. And when you're auditing, it just takes forever to trace everything down and figure out what's going on. So my recommendation is, as I said, be intentional with your outputs and escape everything. So let's do some dangerous live coding. Oh, what did I just do? Yep, doing well. All right. Half the times when I was testing this, I kept screwing up the brackets and everything would break badly. Okay, awesome, it actually worked. So now we can see where our cross-site scripting is. But we have a new problem. We now have our intended inline HTML is broken as well. So how do we reconcile that with escaping everything and being intentional with our output? First of all, just don't bother. But secondly, no, you actually do need to bother. All right. As a security person, just escape everything and stuff the inline HTML. But, obviously you can't do that because you've actually got to make people happy. And security people don't like doing that. All right, so where was I? Yeah, some trauma there. All right. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at summary first, which we see is the bottom, and we have that cross-site scripting in there and the inline HTML. This is coming from Markdown. Now, those of you who aren't aware, Markdown by default allows inline HTML. Inline HTML allows inline JavaScript handlers, and which means that Markdown by default allows inline cross-site scripting. So if you pass user input to Markdown, especially Laravel's Markdown by default, you've got cross-site scripting, sorry. So luckily we can fix it. What we can do, there's some options you can enable. So to grab these, throw it in here. I was not going to remember these on stage. That's why I copy paste. So what I'm going to do is set those settings. So we're going to tell it to escape our HTML input and then block unsafe links, refresh that again. And as we can see, we now have our HTML has been escaped. So now it's not going to render the HTML anymore and not going to do the cross-site scripting. So we fixed that. We still have our inline HTML that's being escaped, which is a problem. So how do we solve that? So we could go back to Blade and do the unescaped outputs, which is a valid solution. But then you've got unescaped outputs in your HTML, and then it's just one more thing to check. And when you're reading through your code, you get used to seeing unescaped output, and it becomes a thing, and you're not figuring out why it's there. Instead, my recommendation is be intentional and tell the application that this is HTML, which we can do using toHTML string, which basically just wraps the string inside an HTML string class. And what this does is it tells Laravel to escape, but this is HTML, don't escape it. So I refresh this over here. We now have our italics are working, so the HTML is being parsed, but we're escaping our HTML. So now we've got rid of that cross-site scripting, which is what we wanted. And over here in our code, we're being very intentional. We're saying we're using Markdown, but we're using the safe settings. And then we're telling the application this is an HTML string. And so we're being very intentional about what we're being sent to the view. We're more likely to be aware of cross-site scripting if we're being intentional about what we send to the view. And there you're less likely to have cross-site scripting vulnerabilities because you're being intentional. And when it comes to user input and displaying user input, be intentional. And please don't count how many times I've said intentional in this talk. It's too many. All right. Thanks. Someone else can say it. I'll just point to you next time. So the other one we've got here with the other cross-site scripting is the size, which has some inline HTML, and it's being built in the controller here. Now, this is a really silly example. You wouldn't do this in controller, do this in Blade. But if for whatever reason you are building your HTML in your controllers or other classes and you're not doing it in Blade, you still need to be, oh, come on, Kay, you missed it. Thank you. Still need to be intentional about what you're doing with your user input. So what we can do here, if we're building our HTML outside of Blade, is we can escape it directly here. So we can use the E function, which is Laravel's escaping function, which is what Blade uses for its escapers. So now we're doing that on the user input. If I refresh, our cross-site scripting is now escaped. So we've solved the problem. It's still not being rendered properly. This is where my favorite thing, HTML string, comes in. This is the class that we can use rather than using the string wrapper. Cool, I think that's working. No, I've got an extra thing there. I've broken everything. Live coding, yay. All right, those brackets look like the better color. Awesome, cool, there we go. So now we have our italic on attendees, and our cross-site scripting is now being escaped, so we're safe. So there we go. So it will ignore technical requirements. But yeah, so now we have all our output being displayed nicely, and we're being intentional about our output. We don't have any cross-site scripting, and we've still got the extra HTML that we need in there, which is what we want. So yes, moving on. Boom, we have more cross-site scripting. Sorry, we're not done. But this one is, you need a backup plan. Sometimes cross-site scripting and other things get through. And if that gets through, you A, need to know about it, and B, you probably should try and stop it. Luckily, there is a really easy way to do this, mostly easy, is we can enable a content security policy. So if I go in here and turn the content security policy on, refresh the page, did you notice we know how long I have our cross-site scripting? It's gone. Because this policy is running. And what the policy is doing is it's saying block everything that doesn't get loaded from the same domain as an external resource. So we can load images from the same domain, scripts and styles, everything else is blocked. And if I jump into the console, we can see here that it's giving us a violation, refuse to execute inline script. And so this is blocking our cross-site scripting, which is exactly what we want. So even though we've missed some cross-site scripting, the site is vulnerable, the content security policy has blocked it, which means it's not a problem. And better yet, it's going to send us a report. So Report URI is a great service. They've recently raised their prices though, so they're not as easy to get started with. They don't have a free plan anymore, but they used to be really good. Anyway, the point is that they collect the reports, and so you can go there and keep aware of your content security policy reports and see when there are things going on your website. And if you monitor that, then you know if there's cross-site scripting within minutes, if someone's trying to do something on your site, and you can fix it within minutes. Now sometimes, and content security policies are complicated, they do take a lot of effort sometimes to set up, and I would love to do an entire talk on it. I don't have time to go into more detail here. Hopefully at Laracon soon I'll be able to do a talk on it. But what you can do if you don't want to block everything but you still want the benefits of it, is you can turn on report only mode. So if I refresh this, we've got back our cross-site scripting, but we've still got the report, we've still got the violation. which means that anything going on your site, if it's breaking the policy, yes, it'll still run, but you're still notified. And so if you're getting this to collector, you will know within minutes if someone is executing cross-site scripting on your site, and which means you can potentially fix it within minutes. Even though it's being executed, you know about it and you can fix it, which is giving you that visibility, which is still a good backup plan. So content script policies are awesome things. I love them. And some sites never leave report only. They just run report only the whole time, which is fine. You're getting that visibility, which is what you need. Otherwise, you don't know if someone's cross-site scripting your site or stealing all your user data or anything else like that. So yeah, enable cross-site script. Enable your content security policy. Doing well. All right, let me just turn this thing off because it removes errors. All right, and finally, don't trust third parties. So, cool. So on this page, and actually I've got some code if I can find it. Awesome. On this page, I have this beautiful little script that just says chirp every second. We could just let it run for a few seconds. I need some water. All right, so that's literally all it does, is it just says chirp, chirp, chirp. The problem is, though, that this is a third-party script running on a third-party site. And it's a great example of this with the UK government a couple of years ago, where so most of their sites were running an accessibility helper. And someone hacked the accessibility helper. And so rather than try to hack the UK government, you just hack some pokey little underfunded accessibility helper, throw your dodgy JavaScript in there include, and bingo, you've got your JavaScript running on the UK government's websites. So let's do that now. Let's modify chirp and show the problem. So if I go over here into Vim, which I still haven't figured out how to get out of yet. All right, that's save, right? Not chirp, awesome. Okay, so if I do that, open up this because I'm gonna need to force clear. Please work. All right, give it a second. That always feels like more than a second the first time. There we go. Oh, cool. So our chirping script has been hacked. It now says not chirp instead of chirp. And we didn't want it to say not chirp. We want it to say chirp. Problem is, what are we going to do about it? Like, how do we stop the third party from being hacked? Well, no, we can't stop them from being hacked. How do we stop their hack from affecting us? And that's where sub-resource integrity comes in. So we'll just undo this. Cool, undo that, get this back to what we want. And hopefully that's going to chirp again. The longest second of my life. There we go, cool. All right, so what we can do is we can use a tool called the SRI hash generator, which if we throw the URL in, what it's going to do is it's going to generate a SHA-384 hash of the content of that file. And then it's going to add it as an integrity attribute on the tag. So if I copy that and put it on the site, like so. And for those who can't see the URL, this is it, srihash.org. Fantastic site, really easy to use. All right, so I put that in there now. Now it has the integrity hash on the URL. If I go back over here and I do a force refresh, we should hopefully see the chirp, please. Yay, cool. All right, so it's still working fine. So nothing has changed. Our third party is still working as we would expect it to. But what if our hacker goes in and changes it to say something different? Not chirp. Right, okay, so now if I refresh this, what we will see is a nice big violation. And it's telling us that the browser can't find a valid digest. So basically it means that the file it's trying to load doesn't match the integrity hash. And you will notice we're no longer chirping. So the browser is blocking it. So granted, if you use this, it may break your site because it'll block third-party things from working that should be working. But if the third party has been hacked, you'd rather it blocks and breaks your site than runs their malicious JavaScript that's doing horrible things. So all you have to do is add the integrity hash in there, and then it won't run if it gets changed, if it gets modified, which solves that problem. It allows us to trust the third party when it's working, and then if they get hacked, we're not a problem. And if the UK government had this, they wouldn't have been hacked by that method. So that's the SRI, sub-resource integrity. One of the cool things, and Bootstrap, if anyone still remembers Bootstrap, has been doing this for a very long time, is you'll notice when you get their scripts from their CDN, they give you the full version, and you also need the version, because if it changes, the hash is going to change. But if you look on Bootstrap, they give us this, the full URL, we've got 533 at the moment, blah, 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 here's the integrity hash. So Bootstrap give it to you automatically, which is really nice. And it gives you that security by default, which is really cool. Bootstrap is great. Let's use Bootstrap. See, one trick you can do, like if you're using something that doesn't do SRI by default, if you throw the URL into the browser, especially the CDNs will actually redirect to a version, and I'll jump it over here. So that's the URL that I'm getting when I go to Alpine's one on the website. As we can see here, we've got the version in here. And so you can get the SRI on this. If we go back to the generator and dump, oops, I am clicking wrong things. Please work. There we go. So now we have an integrity hash we could use for Alpine that would give us a proper version of Alpine that is not going to change and is going to give us the benefits of SRI, so resource integrity. So that's definitely worth doing if you can do. Some resources like payment processors and analytics things do change their scripts, and so you can't really use SRI on them. In those cases, you've just got to trust them. If it's your payment process and they get hacked, you've got bigger problems than them injecting stuff. Like they're going to go after the payment processor's data, not yours. If it's your analytics provider, you do have a risk there, so you've got to trust them. And if it's your marketing team going, here, install this dodgy customer tracking thing that does stupid pop-ups, well, here's your answer. Tell them, I'm sorry, I can't do an SRI hash on that. We can't install it. It's blocked. Security reasons, we cannot have your dodgy marketing script. Goodbye. Your marketing team will hate you, but you'll be happy. So if you learn anything from this, that's how you would your marketing team and block what they want you to put on your site. All right. I think I'm out of time, but I'm also at my summary. So, is that readable? Cool. Yeah, so these are the 6 things we covered. As I said, these are things that I always see when I'm doing my audits. So, the basics are good. Do them. Yeah. All right. Give everyone, if anyone's taking a photo, give them a moment. I can see some phones up. Cool. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I came from this side. Just a few questions. I know we missed Matt. We were trying to make up time. So if you have questions for Matt, he'll be in the foyer. He'll be around the place so you can ask them. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for travelling all the way from, I don't know, wherever it was, 30 minutes down.
Indooroopilly, yeah. It's a long hike. Those in Brisbane will know.
It's a long one. You get
especially at peak hour.
Lost in there. These are speaker gifts. You cannot get these, okay? So...
Such a nice shirt.
Jordan asked, what is the reason to set secure cookies to false?
The reason that Laravel defaulted to it as false was local development. So if you're setting up your site in local dev and secure cookies are set to true, the cookies won't be set and it's going to cause problems. So by default, it's set to false to just make it easier. But yeah, my recommendation is set it to true and then override in false, which is also my recommendation for any configuration, except for like API keys and sensitive stuff. Set your environment and your default environment to all your production values, like your app debug and your production level, everything else. Set it to production values, and then override manually in false in local dev when you need different values. That way, when you deploy to production, you don't forget about overriding those settings. They're going to default to the safe ones. Except for your keys, don't put them in your configuration. That's something else that, yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Two more. If something is sitting in the middle,
Yep.
so it can downgrade the connection, what stops it from also stripping HSTS headers?
Nothing. That's where the preload list comes in. So yeah, if you can intercept the request and the browser hasn't been there before, yeah, you can definitely strip out the HSTS headers, you remove the secure from the cookie as well, do whatever you need to do to get that to the user here. So that's where you have the preload list, and so if you're on the preload list, it can never happen because the browser will refuse to accept the downgraded connection. So that's why you do the preload. Yeah. I mean, if the site's already seen the header, then it's fine, but if it's the first time, that is the tofu problem, the trust on first use problem, and that's why they do the preload, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where's a good place to get started with pen testing?
Good place to get started with pen testing. Yeah, why not? I mean, my course does teaches you how the vulnerabilities work. Practical Laravel security, and so that is a kind of good place to get to play with vulnerabilities and that sort of thing. There's also a bunch of different sites like Pentester Labs and Hack the Box that you can learn pen testing skills. Burp. Who is it? Portswigger, who make Burp Suite, which is the pen testing tool, have a great free web academy that you can learn pen testing in as well. And they do all the different vulnerabilities. So that's a really good resource. And also teaches you how to use Burp as well, which is cool, which is a great tool. Yeah.
No worries. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
We're going to have a break now. We're going to try and get back on track. So head out into the foyer. You can come back into the foyer with a closed bottle of water, no tea, coffee, soft drink, food in here, please. But we're going to start at 11:10, so be back in here by 11:05 and file in and zip forward, okay? Or zip in and file forward. move to the middle of the theatre and come forward so people can come in. We'll see you soon.
We decided our stories are gonna be told. This is what legends are born. We paving the road, a future that favors the bold. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Something coming, I can feel it. Deep down in my spirit. Revolution, it's a new day. Time to redefine the limits. So vivid, I can see it. So loud, I can hear it. So they calling me a madman, but the future belongs to the fearless. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. We about to set the tone. We about to write the code. Yeah, we on a new elevation. We came here to shatter the mold. Yeah, we about to set the tone. We about to write the code. Yeah, we on a new elevation. We came here to shatter the mold. I know you hear it. I know you see it. We got a fearless. We got a genius. We got defiance. We got a beacons. We got a true believers. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Greatness. they call it rock and rollin'. My weapon seems useless cause you're only me. You are impossible to read, you always stay controlling. Oh, 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 it's a lizard. Oh, 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 it's a lizard. Oh, 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 it's a lizard. Gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel you are power now.
You ain't dancing.
Chaque vendredi matin, je t'ai dit à bientôt, mais c'est pas la fin. Bien perdu dans le confort, tous mes rendent plus fort, laisse apprendre au bout d'effort. Tous mes secrets maintenant bien cachés. J'avoue, tu me connais, mais que je connais. C'est bien chouette, mais j'ai pensé. Si toi, tu t'es barré, à quel point je changerai. Tout ce que je veux, y'a rien dont j'ai besoin. Enfin, je déteste comment ils envahissent ma tête. Du moment où je me réveille, avant que je m'endorme, je veux ma DOPAMINE. Chaque fois que je pense que je suis en contrôle, tous mes sœurs ont cocktail qui me rend folle. Bien perdu dans le confort. Est-ce que tu me lèves pour rappeler ce sang de moi? C'est le monde de le bleu. Tu me trouves le fait très beau. C'est le monde qui fait partie de moi. Tu es tout ce que je veux. Rien dont j'ai besoin. Enfin, je déteste comment ils envahissent ma tête. Du moment où je me réveille, avant que je m'endorme, je veux ma DOPAMINE.
This club is closed forever.
I've always been the one to say the first goodbye. Had to love and lose 100 million times. Had to get it wrong to know just what I like. Now I'm falling. You say my name like I have never heard before. I'm indecisive, but this time I know for sure. I hope I'm not the only one that feels it all. Are you falling? Center of attention, you know you can get whatever you want from me. Whenever you want it, baby. It's you and my reflection. I'm afraid of all the things it could do to me. If I would've known it, baby, I would've stayed at home. 'Cause I was doing better alone. But when you said hello, I knew that was the end of it all. I should've stayed at home. 'Cause now there ain't no letting you go. Am I falling?
Woo. All right, our next speaker comes all the way from Perth. She's a member of the She Codes community there. I have been trying to get Mandy Michael to come and speak at this conference for about 5 years, and I'm so excited. She flew in yesterday. She's flying out tomorrow. I'm very excited to have on the stage here Mandy Michael.
It's really great to be here. I'm feeling a little nervous, but all of the other speakers have been like the best hype people, so I'm hoping I'm going to settle into it and feel a bit better. Oh, we can't see my slides. Yay! Yeah. And we need the slides because they look really cool. I'm going to be talking about HTML, but before I get into that, I need to say a special thanks to Burnt Toast Creative, who let me use their totally amazing illustrations in my talk. And most importantly, this is my dog Jello, and he does feature in my talk a little bit, so I like to point out that that's him. I work as a lead engineer at Octopus Deploy, Brisbane-based company, so some of you might be familiar with it. At Octopus Deploy, we kind of help to automate and simplify complex deployments, but I'm not going to be talking about that today. I am going to be talking about HTML, which is really more of a passion of mine. And specifically, we're going to be talking about how you can embrace the simplicity of HTML to improve the performance and the accessibility of your websites and applications. Now, I'm going to be really upfront. HTML is super simple, but because it's simple, we often make the mistake of assuming that it's not valuable. And I'm really hoping I can dispel that way of thinking by the end of today and that you get something out of this talk, because HTML is something that we use in all of our websites, all of our applications, and it plays a really pivotal role in making our websites functional. And the way it does that is with the DOM tree, or the document object model, which is constructed of what we provide the browser via HTML. We specify whether we want a heading, what kind of heading it should be, a paragraph, text, button, links, images. There's a whole suite of elements to best represent our content. I'm going to point out right now, this is the beginning of my dog propaganda, so just look out for that. But in HTML, we also have the div, which I'm sure everyone's familiar with, and the span, and they have no specific meaning, which means the content can be literally anything. The problem with this is if you choose a generic element, you're going to get generic output. And if you use it everywhere, you lose the benefits of the language. And the generic output is hugely problematic for assistive technology in particular, and other tech that rely on HTML to infer information about the page. Not everyone and everything that interacts with your websites and applications do it in the same way. There are many technologies that are going to try to use, read, and consume your content, and they rely on us using the language correctly in order for it to make sense. So whether that's a bot like Google's search bot, reading apps like Safari's reading mode, text-to-speech tools, or assistive technology like a screen reader, it's not just our eyes that are consuming the content, and the DOM and the HTML play a really big role in how successful they will be. Now, much like the browser creates the DOM off our HTML, it also takes the DOM tree and it modifies it to form something that's really useful for assistive tech. And that's known as the accessibility tree. It uses the native semantics of HTML to create an interface for reading and navigating a page. So, for example, a screen reader is able to interpret the accessibility tree and reproduce it as speech. The browsers like Chrome and Firefox have accessibility inspectors that let you see what it looks like to the assistive tech. But because the accessibility tree is made up of what we provide the DOM, if we provide it with a page that's all divs, like this one, what you get is just a bunch of sections and text leaf. So basically it just thinks it's all text. If you compare that to a page that uses more structured HTML and applies the HTML more accurately, you get a lot more information. You know if it's a paragraph or a heading, whether it's a list or an image or a block quote. There's a lot more information the tech can use to infer information from the page. So a great way to demonstrate this is to listen to a screen reader. We're going to start with the div-only page using Apple's VoiceOver for Mac.
Home. Good dogs. Bad dog myths. Dogs, they are good. We are dedicated to educating the world on why dogs are good and how they can make your life good. By Mandy Michael, August 3, Road 2018. Why are dogs good? Dogs are loyal, intelligent, devoted, and affectionate. They are known to improve our physical and mental health. Michelangelo, also known as Jello. /screen percent 20 shot.
I won't make you listen to the whole image. That was a screenshot from Instagram, which I didn't rename the file and didn't add an alt attribute to, so really, really awful name being read out. But you might have noticed a couple of other things. Firstly, the date said 3 Road. Doesn't make sense. No headings or anything like that. But most importantly, it didn't tell us there were any links. Maybe you could figure it out from home, but otherwise the accessibility tree just thinks that the divs with my onClick event in JavaScript are text. So there's no way for the user to know that that is a link. If we compare that to a page with better HTML.
Navigation main navigation 1 item. List 3 items. Visited. Link. Home. Link. Good dogs. Link. Bad dog myths. Heading level 1. Dogs. They are good. We are dedicated to educating the world on why dogs are good and how they can make your life good. Mandy Michael. August 3rd, 2018. Heading level 2.
Okay. I did fix the image too, but I won't make you listen to that. So obviously, I hope you noticed this was a lot better. The date was read out correctly. There were headings. The links, most notably, were read out. It told us how many there were, that we'd visited one. Overall, there's a lot more information for the user of the assistive tech, and this makes it a lot more functional. And this is just from a simple page, right? If you extrapolate this out to a complex interface, can you imagine how hard it would be to find a link if you weren't told that it was one? So by selecting our HTML more carefully, we're doing that heavy lifting for the user and providing the assistive tech with the information and the context that it needs. But it's not just accessibility that benefits from a more considered approach to HTML, because overlooking HTML can lead to a large and messy, complex DOM tree. And as users and scripts interact with your DOM, the browser has to recompute and position all of the styling and the nodes within the page. This can severely affect the runtime performance and the rendering of your page and applications. So, for example, Google's Lighthouse Performance tool recommends less than 1,500 nodes, max depth of 32, and no parent with more than 60 child nodes. This seems like a lot, right? It does warn at 800, which should indicate you want to be on the lower end of these numbers. But it's quite easily to exceed this by mistake, especially in the front end these days. We're doing a lot of component-based development. You add a div here and a div there and probably a bunch more divs over here. And it's easy to forget they all have to come together to form something on a single page. And as the accessibility tree is made up of what we provide the DOM, any performance impacts on the DOM further impact the accessibility tree. So a few years ago, I saw a really amazing talk by Eric Bailey. He's an inclusive design advocate. He currently works at GitHub. And he said that when the accessibility tree is slowed down by excessive code, it can create a lack of synchronization between the current state of the page and what's being reported by the assistive tech. This results in a mismatch between the page and what the user is presented with via the accessibility tree, which I'm sure you can imagine can be very, very confusing. You can kind of think of it like lag in a video game or bad dubbing or something like that. At the end of the day, everything we put in our applications and our pages, websites, adds up, even our HTML. So don't just throw things in willy-nilly. Dedicate some time to how you're using your HTML. So this was kind of a really long way of me saying don't just use divs. I'm not saying don't ever use them. They do have a purpose, but just don't only use divs. And make sure you're using HTML the way that it's intended. So for example, headings are numbered for a reason. Use them in order. They provide a clear structure and hierarchy for the page. And when you use them out of order, you mess with that hierarchy. They're really important for a number of reasons. Google Search Bot uses it to prioritize content on the page for the search results. But most importantly, they're really important for accessibility. A lot of users of assistive tech will use headings in order to navigate the page, and they do this via tooling like shortcut keys in screen readers. But they also have something like this, which is the rotor. And it's kind of like a table of contents. It provides groups of information about the page, whether it's a heading, a landmark, images, links, and it allows them to jump around the page easily. So if you don't use headings and you use divs instead, or you use them out of order, you mess with this structure and you take away their ability to navigate your page, which is, terrible, right? We should also aim to use the named element for what we're building. If you have a header, use a header. Footers are footers, nav is nav, article is an article, label, label, form, form, button, button, section, section. Image is sort of close enough to image. HTML is intentionally simple. They're named to help you out. It is not a trap. Now, I'm the first to admit it's not always that straightforward, but it's a really good place to start. It will 100% improve the accessibility tree and the accessibility for your users just by doing that. And it might even reduce the number of nodes simply because you're being more considered about the HTML you're using. And part of the reason for that is that you can make the most of the built-in functionality of HTML. There are a lot of useful features baked right into HTML that don't require more JavaScript, which is great. And they tend to work better across mobile operating systems and assistive tech. Not always, but typically that is more true than a random JavaScript library or bit of Stack Overflow code you copied and pasted. There's a couple of examples, like the details element, which is like an accordion. The date input, I'm sure you're all familiar with, see it all the time. This is kind of a funny one because it's kind of one of those situations where it's great for discoverable dates like appointments, terrible for things that are known like date of birth, especially as you get older like me and you have to click back more and more every year to find your year of birth, and it becomes a really humbling experience. There's a great article called You Might Not Need a Date Picker. I've put it in my resources at the end, which I highly recommend everybody reads. But just know that when you do use it, you're saving yourself a lot of time and effort because date pickers are complicated. There's also tools like the dialogue, which is like a modal, or the popover. Popover is new. It landed in all the major browsers this year. It's got a JavaScript API. It's got all this cool new CSS. It's kind of like used for toast notifications, content pickers, teaching UI, that kind of thing. And of course, the button. Buttons come with heaps of useful features, but it's still really common for people to do this. I know I've already done the don't use div scene, but buttons are a really good demonstration of why you should use the HTML features that exist, because they do a lot, especially for accessibility, like reporting to the accessibility tree and announcing via assistive tech, unlike divs, which literally do nothing. Like, they're kind of useless other than for layout purposes. Same applies to the anchor element for links. If you use divs, then in order to replicate these features, you have to write more code, which you have to test and maintain. It's so much more difficult, whereas you could just use the button and get all that for free. When you make use of native functionality, it's like using a JavaScript library that already exists that's pre-built for you. It's one less NPM package that you need to install, which means it's less JavaScript, which means you have smaller bundle sizes, which is fantastic because that improves our performance. Now, for the last part of the talk, I'm going to focus specifically on HTML attributes that can help us improve the performance of our websites and our applications. I'm going to start with images because images typically take up more bandwidth than any other resource, and they tend to be one of the biggest impacts to performance. Now, there are a lot of things you can do to improve performance of images, manage your file sizes, use better image formats, but there are some simple HTML approaches you can take as well. And the simplest one, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, is adding a width and a height to your image. The reason we want to do this is it helps to improve the impact of layout shift. And the way that we measure layout shift is a performance metric called the cumulative layout shift. It measures how much elements shift on the page as content is being downloaded. This applies to a few things like images and fonts, but with images it's particularly important because there's typically a delay between the HTML and the image being downloaded. And as a result, this can cause the content below the image to drop down the page, causing that layout shift. And this is super annoying, especially if you're on a slower internet connection and you've started reading and then things keep dropping in and you're like jumping all over the page and you don't know where you are. And if there's a lot of images, this can significantly increase the work that the browser has to do as it recalculates the layout every single time an image is loaded in. So by adding the width and height, you reserve the space for the image can load in place, and you get rid of that layout shift. Of course, the introduction of responsive web pages made this a bit difficult. If you've been around for as long as I have, you would know we used to do this a long time ago. And then suddenly we had 1,000 pixel wide images on a 400 pixel wide screen, and that didn't work. So then we added in the source set property, which allows you to provide a comma-separated list of file names with a width or density descriptor, so like DPI. In this case, I have Jello 1000, and the 1000W refers to how wide the image is. So in this case, this means basically that the browser doesn't have to download the image to know how wide it is. And you can combine this with the sizes attribute. That allows you to define media queries, basically like in CSS, that indicates like what size image you want based on some kind of condition. So in this case, I'm saying at a min width of 1,000 pixels, give me 1,000 pixel image. And then it goes to the source set and it says, I'll take that 1,000 pixel image, please. Now, if there isn't one that matches, it goes for the next biggest one. This is kind of to avoid blurry pictures and stuff. The next thing that I wanted to talk about was lazy loading. Again, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Essentially deferring the loading of an image until it reaches a particular distance from the viewport. Looks something like this, and as I scroll, each image is being loaded in, rather than it all being dumped onto the page at the beginning of the loading the page. Now previously we would handle this, that's Sir Gelatin. It's on the wall in my house as you walk in, it's magnificent. Previously we would handle this by using the intersection observer or event handlers like scroll and resize. But we don't need that. HTML has had native lazy loading for images in particular for quite some time. You use the loading attribute with a value of lazy, and that's it. It's not actually it. But because you've listened to what I've just said, you will be adding a width and a height to your images. If you don't add that, it won't work. It won't lazy load, particularly in Chrome. They'll just ignore it. And that's because you're kind of negating the effects, the performance benefits by it having to recalculate the layout. So do include the width and the height if you're going to lazy load. You can also use it on iframes as of the beginning of the year, or the browser supported that as well, which is great if you've got ads and stuff like that. Now the reason that I wanted to mention this specifically is very recently, I don't know how recently it is actually, but with all these JavaScript frameworks on the front end, they're all being really helpful, making all these image components and image management tools that lazy load by default, which is fantastic, usually. But it's really important that you only lazy load images that are not visible within the viewport when the page first starts loading. If the image is in view when the page first loads, it's considered part of the largest contentful paint. That's a performance metric that refers to the render time of the largest image or text block that's visible in the viewport when the page first starts loading. If you try and lazy load an image, so defer loading the image for that largest contentful paint, it's going to negatively impact your performance because it's not going to be ready quick enough. So if you're using any of these frameworks that have lazy loading by default, do make sure you're resetting it for those images in the top part of your page. The value is eager, but different libraries have different ways to reset it. Just make sure that you do it, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. Now, there's a bunch of other things you can do with images like aspect ratio, but I'm going to move on and talk about optimizing loading and prioritization. Because when a browser loads a page, it doesn't just sequentially download each resource as it needs them. Instead, it looks at the whole HTML document, decides what resources it's going to need, and then it starts to load them based on what it thinks it needs first. And how it makes these decisions does vary between browsers. So the order of prioritization can directly impact your performance, simply because as you prioritize one thing, you're going to deprioritize another. If you send the JavaScript first, images are going to be delayed and vice versa. And this is very important to consider for render blocking resources like JavaScript and CSS, because they have to be downloaded in full before they can be applied and executed. To help manage this, HTML introduced a few things. The first one is the fetch priority attribute, which allows you to specify the priority of resources like CSS, fonts, scripts, and images. It's got 3 values: high, prioritize it; low, deprioritize it; and auto, which is browser, you can make the decision. Now, often when people use this, they expect that setting it to high makes it the highest priority and setting it to low makes it the lowest priority. But that is not what happens. What it does is it sets a relative priority. So it's going to raise or lower that priority by an appropriate amount based on the browser's pre-existing rules. So for example, this is Chrome-based. Style sheets in Chrome are considered the highest priority. So if you set a fetch priority of high, Chrome's going to go, oh, you think that's important? I also think that's important. So we will make it the highest of priorities. If you set it to low, it's going to go, oh, you don't think that's important, but CSS is really important for rendering the page, so I'll deprioritize it a little bit, but it's still going to be a high priority. So in neither of these scenarios are we explicitly saying this is a high priority and this is a low priority, and that's the value it'll get. A really good use case of fetch priority is if you're doing a marketing site, you've got that big carousel with that big image, and then there's all these other images that you can't see. If you set fetch priority to the first image, you're going to download that one much quicker than the remaining images that are not visible, that you don't need immediately. This is going to improve that largest contentful pane if the carousel is in that top part of your page. So you can make some good performance improvements by applying it in places like this. Browser support's really good. It actually landed in Firefox, the last one we were waiting for, last week, which is awesome. That said, if you're supporting older browsers, you can still use it. One of the benefits of HTML is that typically, if the browser doesn't understand something, it just ignores it. So you can use it without worrying about it breaking anything. There's also an associated JavaScript API for it as well. So the last thing that I want to talk about is resource hints. They're really useful for informing the browser how to load and prioritize your resources. I love that I managed to find illustrations that kind of worked with this. So good. So the first 2 options that we're going to look at are pre-connect and DNS prefetch. And you use these within the link element in the head of your document with the rel attribute with the appropriate value. So first up, DNS prefetch kind of does what you might expect. It tells the browser to perform the DNS lookup straight away. Now this will save maybe a few milliseconds, and that's probably like, well, why would you bother? But if there are a lot of external resources, there might be dozens of DNS lookups required per page. News websites have this problem, for example. So it all adds up, so you can shave quite a bit of time off by using this just to cut that time down. The next option is pre-connect, which does what DNS prefetch does, but it also includes the TLS negotiations and the TCP handshakes. It eliminates the round-trip latency and saves even more time by doing that ahead of time. What it doesn't do is load any actual resource. We'll talk about that in a minute. But essentially, you're telling the browser you want to establish a connection to another domain and you want it to happen ASAP. This is really handy for things like image CDNs, streaming media, Google Fonts use this to make connecting to Google Fonts quicker. And back in 2019, Chrome actually managed to improve the time to interactive, which is the time that you can first interact with the page, by almost a second by pre-connecting their important origins. So you can save quite a bit by doing this without actually having to download any resources. Now finally, we have preload, which is probably the most well-known HTML attribute for performance-related features. And we use this similar to the other examples on a link element with the rel attribute with a value of preload. Now with this, it's really important you do a couple of things. Firstly, you want as and tell it what kind of resource it is, like script or fonts or images. This is really important for prioritization. And it's really, really important to make sure that it knows how to prioritize that within their rule system. You should also make sure you specify what kind of resource, there's another one that I didn't put on here called type, which you can use for fonts. That's not as important, but one of the most important things to do if you start to preload fonts is use the cross-origin attribute. If you don't, it's going to download twice. And the reason for this is that fonts by default are considered a cause request. So if you preload a font and you don't add cross-origin, you're going to lose the whole benefit you would have gotten from preloading because it's just going to download it again later. So do make sure that you do that. The other place that you can use preloading is with the image source set that I talked about earlier. You can add the attribute image source set with the source set comma-separated list of images, and that will preload those so that they're ready for you when you need them later. Do make sure that they're the same, though. One thing to note here is that in this case, you don't have a href because otherwise it can accidentally download the wrong image. So the link element, though it typically would have a href, it doesn't in this case. Now, you should only preload resources that are needed for the initial rendering of the page. If in Chrome, for example, if you use preload and it's not completed in 3 seconds, it'll complain because you didn't actually need it as quickly as you said you would. This is super common and people mistakenly use it incorrectly all of the time and they kind of preload all of the things, which is why tweets like this exist from people like Zach Leatherman. When you preload everything, nothing is important, right? In response to that tweet was this tweet by Robin Marks, and it's the perfect way to explain why you need to be careful about how preload is used. So what we have here is HTML, JavaScript, and an image. And in the first example, the image's request is deferred until after the JavaScript, and it's downloaded one after a time, takes about 2.25 seconds. With preload, if you're lucky, the image request is initiated alongside the render blocking request and it finishes a lot quicker, which is kind of what we're aiming for with preload. Unfortunately, what often happens is the bottom example, where the image and the JavaScript fight for priority and bandwidth, meaning that it actually takes longer than if you just not preloaded in the first place. So it's important that you use preload for critical resources, you use it in the right place, and that you test that you're not making things worse. You can use preload for assets that aren't loaded by the HTML directly, but are critical to the experience of the page. So for example, resources inside your CSS are like images, fonts, that kind of thing. Preload's very good for fonts, just for reference. I have a whole separate talk about that. Also, same for JavaScript, things JavaScript can request, like JSON, web workers, imported scripts, or critical bundle, like parts of your JavaScript bundles. And of course, large files like video, really good for that as well. Things that might take a while to download. Things inside CSS and JavaScript are hard to find by the browser, so that's why preloading them can be really helpful. So to finish off, I want to mention briefly early hints, which is not HTML, it is a HTTP status code. It defines new interactions between the client and the server. And the reason I wanted to mention it is you can use everything that I just talked about with early hints. Pre-connect, DNS prefetch, preload, fetch priority. I love a bit of transferable knowledge. But what it will do is allow the browser to pre-connect to sites or start preloading resources even before the server has prepared and sent the final response. Looks a bit like this. This is from MDN. And what I love about this is if you're learning this in early hints or HTML, you're also learning it for the other, right? And sometimes you might find that preload works better in early hints for your purposes, or it might work better in HTML. Just kind of depends. It's a great place to experiment and to use the knowledge across different places. Really good browser support at the moment. Not currently supported in Safari though. So with that, please make the most of your HTML. You can make things more usable, you can make things more useful, not just for performance and accessibility, but for your users and different technologies as well. And all by using a technology that you're already using, just like a little bit better than you were before. There is so much to be gained from using HTML well and making the most of its features, and there's absolutely nothing to lose. Thank you so much. I guarantee you this goes to GitHub. I'm not trying to trick you. All my resources are up there. If you have any questions, I'll be around. Please feel free to reach out to me, especially if you want to talk about my dog. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Mandy. While we're just wrapping up and getting your laptop off stage, 2 quick questions. Number 1, what is the most underused HTML tag that we should all be using?
Buttons.
Buttons?
I know that sounds so silly, but I can't tell you how many times I look at a website, I'm like, why? Why are you using a div? It's right there. Just buttons. Buttons. Like, honestly, please, if that's all you take away from this, just use a button.
Incredible. You had a lot of questions. People find Mandy in the foyer, in the breaks. There is one important one. Does Jello have an Instagram?
He does. It is a dog named Jello.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mandy.
Thank you.
Okay, who's ready to hear about the future of observability for Laravel? We're not going to do that yet. Taylor's going to come on stage and he's going to give a bit of an update on Laravel, talk a little bit about inertia and cloud and things like that. So please, welcome to the stage, Taylor Otwell.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming to Laracon Australia. This is my first time back in Australia since the very first Laracon Australia back in 2018, so I'm glad to be back. How many of you, this is your first Laracon Australia? Wow. This was a similar response in Laracon US. A lot of people were there for the first time, which is really awesome to see. I think it's just like a good indicator that, Laravel is thriving and growing, so I'm super pumped to see that. Before Jess comes out, I just wanted to kind of briefly recap what we've been up to the last few months and some of the stuff we announced at Laracon US. So first, for the Laravel framework, at Laracon US, we debuted a variety of new features. So concurrency, the defer function, cache flexible, and chaperone. So concurrency is, of course, a way to run code simultaneously in your Laravel app via the new concurrency facade. Defer lets you defer code to after the response has already been sent to the user, so you can keep your application feeling nice and snappy while you do some work in the background without having to configure a separate queue driver. Cache flexible is a stale while revalidate implementation for the cache system in Laravel, which lets you basically return cached results while refreshing the cached value in the background after the response has been sent to the browser. And then the Eloquent Chaperone feature is basically a way to avoid N+1 query problems when nesting down into relationships in Eloquent. And all of these free features have been shipped into the framework. You can use them today. So those are all available via a simple Composer update. Inertia 2.0. Any Inertia fans in the house? Nice. I think we were overdue an update for Inertia, if I'm being honest. And Inertia is, for those of you who haven't used it, it's really the best way to pair a Laravel backend with a modern React or Vue front end, or Svelte, I guess. And it lets you do that in a way that doesn't make you just want to pull your hair out with complexity. And we launched a variety of new features in Inertia 2 as well. So things like deferred properties, polling, infinite scrolling, prefetch, what else? Async requests. And we actually have our second beta release of Inertia 2 out there in the wild. So you can go to v2.inertiajs.com and see all of the docs and read all about all of the new goodness in Inertia 2. And what's really awesome is you can upgrade your Inertia 1 apps to Inertia 2 with 0 changes to your application, which is just super awesome to be able to take advantage of all of this cool new stuff without a big rewrite of your app. What else did we show at Laracon US? Oh, there's all the stuff from Inertia 2.0. So we showed VS Code, a new VS Code extension, first party built by us here at Laravel. When you first install VS Code, if you're doing Laravel development, right now you kind of have to cobble together a mix of extensions and customizations to give yourself a good experience. And with VS Code being the most popular free editor out there among developers today, I really wanted developers to be able to have a great Laravel experience with just a single official Laravel extension that you can install. So it gives you a lot of different stuff, which you can see down here at the bottom: auto completion, test integration, clicking through to the source of things. So even things like configuration values, being able to click on the call to the config function and jump straight into the configuration file where that value is defined. All kinds of info on hover, autocomplete on Eloquent queries, lots of good stuff that you just get really easily. We are hoping to have a beta release of our VS Code extension out this month. It will, of course, be totally free and open source, so you'll be able to go out there and contribute yourself if you want. And I hope it really makes the onboarding experience for new Laravel developers much, much easier, which has been a big focus for me personally this year. And of course, we announced Laravel Cloud, which was the biggest project we've tackled thus far at Laravel. Laravel Cloud is a fully managed platform for shipping and scaling Laravel applications, and it's really the platform I feel like this community has deserved for a long time. The good news is our early access is opening soon. We're actually letting our first customers into Laravel Cloud next week. So get your name on the waiting list if you haven't already, because we're going to continue to ramp up early access into Laravel Cloud. And it's really an amazing platform that allows you to scale and ship your Laravel applications really with ease. All right. So that's a brief recap of what we talked about at Laracon US and sort of what we've been up to over the last few months. When I ended my talk at Laracon US, I said, okay, great. We have a good way to ship applications on Laravel Cloud, but what if something goes wrong with those applications, right? And it turns out we actually have a trend of talking about this problem at Laracon Australia. So in 2018, at Laracon AU, the very first inaugural Laracon AU, we introduced Laravel Telescope. Laravel Telescope is an open source package that you install into your Laravel app that during local development collects a bunch of data about what's happening, like incoming requests, queued jobs, commands, and all of the data associated with them, the request payloads, everything. And it exposes all of that to you in a dashboard at /telescope of your Laravel app. And it's really great for local development, but it's really not intended for production use. It was never built to be used in production. It was only built to be a local development assistant to let you inspect the requests coming into your app locally. Just last year, at the previous Laracon Australia, we introduced Laravel Pulse, another open source package that actually was intended for production use. And what Laravel Pulse does, it's similar to Telescope in the sense that you install it via a Composer package, And it gathers up a bunch of data about your application, like the users that are hitting your application the most, or the queued jobs that are being queued the most, or your slowest endpoints, your slowest queries. And it gives you a single sort of convenient dashboard to get a quick overview of the health of your application at a glance. So it's a very high-level overview. And since we've launched Pulse, and as we've been building Laravel Cloud, I really wanted just like a little bit more. Pulse gave us a good start, but I went to the team and said, I want to be able to like double click on every piece of data in Pulse and just go like a level deeper, or even triple click, go 3 levels deeper, and really dig in to like the depths of what's happening in my application. And so for the better part of this year, that's what we've been working on. We've been building not just Laravel Cloud, but a second product. And it's honestly, Laravel Cloud and this product are by far the most ambitious problems we've ever tried to tackle at Laravel. And the team has done a fantastic job. And today at Laracon Australia, I'm super excited to introduce you to our latest product, Laravel Nightwatch. Nightwatch is a hosted, fully managed application observability platform for Laravel. It's obsessively optimized for Laravel applications. It's not like other monitoring tools that are built to be sort of like generic monitoring tools where you can configure them for any sort of like application you're running through hours of configuration and pain and tears. Nightwatch is configured to work right out of the box, perfectly with Laravel. And to really appreciate it, I think you just need to see it. So to give you that demo, it's my honor to welcome Nightwatch team lead Jess Archer to the stage.
Hey everyone, I still can't believe Laracon is in my hometown this year. I keep having these kind of surreal colliding of worlds moments where I see these people that I know from all over the world now taking photos in the places that I grew up, and seeing like Taylor on stage at QUT. These are like two kind of things that I know individually, but having that together just kind of, yeah, it feels a bit funny. But I'm really glad that you've all made the trip out here today because we've got something really exciting to show you. So let's dive right in. All right, so I'm going to start by logging in. And straight away, we're presented with a list of applications that are set up for monitoring here. So we can monitor multiple applications, and each application can have multiple environments. So for today, we're going to use this Skywatch demo app. It's a flight booking app, and we're going to jump into the production environment. So who's ready to see the dashboard? All right, so this is the dashboard where we want to show you an overview of the most important things going on in your application. And for a Laravel application, that's typically going to be web requests. So up the top here, we've got a graph that's showing you the traffic coming into your application, both the successful requests, but highlighted are the 400 and 500 errors because we want to draw attention to those. We can see there's been a bit of a spike over here. I don't know, the orange and red doesn't show up super good on the projector, but still pretty good there. We can also see then over on the right here, we've got more of a performance chart. So we can see up here the minimum and maximum duration of requests, and then we can see the average and the P95, and then we've also got the average and the P95 plotted over time. We can hover over any of these to get a breakdown of the specific counts. For those of you not familiar with P95, it's basically the 95th percentile, or in other words, 95% of requests are faster than this number. It's kind of similar to looking at the slowest duration or the max duration, but it excludes the top 5% of those outliers that aren't really representative of what's going on. So P95 is quite commonly used in the observability space. Below that, we have some information about your application. So we can see the number of exceptions that were reported in the time window we're looking at. And we can see that in this case, errors have impacted 15 users. And then we can see the breakdown of that over time. At the moment, we're looking at a 7-day window. So we can kind of see that there's these kind of activity during the day. Next up, we've got a list of your slowest routes, so routes that are slower than 1,000 milliseconds on the P95 score. And then we've got some charts that show you information about your job attempts, so the number of processed jobs which were successful, the number of released which are retried, and then the number of failed jobs. And then below that, we've got some performance stats about your job attempts as well, with the same average and P95, along with the total range of those. Continuing down, we've got information about the servers that are hosting your application if you're using a serverful setup. And so we can see the CPU and memory usage over time, and also the disk usage, which is often very important. And straight away we can see here that Web01 is got one of its disks is nearly full, and our Web0 server has completely stopped responding. Continuing down, we have some information about the users of your system. So we've got the number of users impacted by exceptions in the last 7 days, and we can see the top users that were impacted. We've got the most active users in the last 7 days, and then we've got these graphs that break down the number of concurrent users at any given point in time, and then the breakdown of authenticated versus guest requests. So this particular application is almost all authenticated, other than like the index page. So in this case, they're mostly green here. So at any point, we can switch between different time periods. So we can go anywhere from looking at the last hour all the way up to 30 days. And then we can also enter a custom date and time range if we need to drill into something very specific. We can also switch between different environments at any time we want. And we can also change entire applications that we're monitoring as well. All right, so let's now jump over to the next section, which is activity. And we're going to jump into requests. So this is a dedicated page all about the requests in your application. I'm going to go back to the 7-day view because I like where the graph looks better. So we've got the same graphs we saw on the dashboard where we can see our request traffic over time with the errors, the 400 and 500 errors, and then our performance stats. And then below that, we have a breakdown by route. So when we look in the graph, we can kind of see some red spots, some orange spots. We can kind of like look at the route list and see which routes are contributing to those spots in the graph. So we've got the number of requests. We can hover over any of these and get a breakdown, but we see the number of requests each route has got, the number of 400 and 500 errors, and the total number. We also have the average duration and the P95 duration. And as you can see when we hover over these, we can also see the minimum and the maximum there as well, just in case you need to know those two. So once we've, the other thing I want to show you actually is that at any point we can also filter this entire screen by user or by server that's serving the application. So I can come in here and I could type in Taylor at Laravel.com. And now we're just seeing the information for just the requests that Taylor has made. So this can be really helpful if you're trying to diagnose a problem reported by a specific user. If I come over and change this, I think I've got quite a lot of errors. Yep, so we've got some errors for me there. All right, let's clear this one out. So once we've identified through the graphs and through the route list that there's a bit of a problem going on, whether it's an error or a performance issue, we've now kind of seen that which routes might be contributing to those. And so we want to drill in a little bit further and find out exactly what has caused this. So we have a few options here. We can open up this little side panel. And this gives us an overview without leaving the context of the route list, so we can kind of flick through a few. And here we're now seeing the same graphs, but now scoped down to just this route. So we can see this route doesn't have any 400 errors. It's a GET request, so it probably doesn't typically have any of those, but it does have a lot of errors. And then the performance on this one is kind of spikes up and down. So we'll try and figure out what's going on there. We've then got some information about the route itself, such as the route name and the route action. And then we've got a list of the most recent requests. So we could click on View to get to our expanded view, or we can also just click on the row here. So now we've drilled in to find information about just this route. So it's the same view information from the sidebar in an expanded view. And if we scroll down, we can see a list of every individual request that has come in. So if we're trying to diagnose an error, we might want to filter by status code. So we might want to choose all of the 500 status codes. If we're trying to diagnose a performance problem, we might want to look for things that are above average or even things that are above the P95. So I want to start by trying to find out this performance problem that seems a little bit sporadic. So we're going to go into an example of one of the requests that was slow. Because once we have identified there's a problem, we want to see a record that represents the problem so that we can see the specifics of what happened. So let's dive into this specific request here. And now we're on a page all about just this request. So we're no longer looking at aggregated data here, we're looking at specific data about this request. So we've got the status code, the duration, the request size, response size, the peak memory, the server that this request was processed on, and also the deployment that it belonged to. If the user was authenticated at the time, we have information about the user that made the request. And then on the right here, we have a breakdown of things that happened inside the request. So we can see a count of how many queries were run, and then the sum total duration of those queries. So straight away we can see, in this particular case, that the query duration is making up the bulk of the request duration, so that's probably where our problem's going to be. We also have outgoing requests, the number of queued jobs, storage reads and writes, cache hits, misses, and writes, the number of hydrated models, and also the number of mail and notifications that were sent. So anytime we have any records up here, we have a little view button here where we can click on this, and now we can see the individual queries that ran inside this request. So sometimes you might have hundreds of queries that aren't super slow in their own, but they add up, and that might make that duration go big. But in this case, it's one query that is contributing the bulk of the problem here. We can see where this query originated and potentially try and go and fix that. There is another way we can look at this data, though. If we scroll down a little bit further, we have a full timeline showing you everything that happened inside the request broken up into lifecycle stages. So we've got the bootstrap stage here. We can see in this case was 7.5 milliseconds. We've then got the before middleware stage, and in this case there was a database query that ran inside. That's probably our authentication query. We've then got the request action, so in this case it's a controller, and then we can see everything that happened inside. We've then got the render phase, the middleware phase, and the terminating phase. And we can zoom in and out on this using pinch zoom and command scrolling and all those good things. And if we're fully zoomed out, we can click on our arrows to jump over to see various bits and pieces. So we can see that this query is causing the problem. We've seen it elsewhere. So let's click on this and we can see some more information about this query, the same sort of stuff we saw in that sidebar. So we can see the full SQL query, the duration, connection, and so on. Now, the other thing interesting here, though, is we can see that there was a cache miss beforehand where the key was popular destinations, and then there's a cache write that happens immediately afterwards. So it seems like we already knew that this query was problematic, and maybe we've already tried to optimize it, and we've just wrapped it in a cache to solve it. But the TTL, or timeout, we can see here that we've set is 10 minutes. So once every 10 minutes, this cache gets stale, and the next user that hits it, unfortunately, has to run this slow query. So in this particular example, you may want to increase the cache timeout. You might want to use Laravel's new cache flexible method to do stale while revalidate caching. Or you might want to run a queued job that keeps the cache warm so that no user ever hits the stale or the miss cache. Now, to confirm that this is what was causing this, I want to go back now and have a look at one of the fast versions of this request. So I'm just going to go view all, and let's jump into this first one here. So this one only took 31 milliseconds. If we scroll down to the timeline, we can see this one had a cache hit, and then there was no query afterwards. So I think we've kind of solved what was happening with this one. All right, I want to come back up to the request page and look at some different ways of trying to find problems. So in this graph, we can see that there was a bit of a spike of errors here, and the P95 went up to about 5 seconds for a little bit as well. It seems to have resolved itself, but maybe we want to do a post-incident report and try and figure out what happened. So we can actually select on this chart, and it will zoom us into this time window. So we can see our time filter up the top here that was set to 7 days is now looking at a very specific time period. And now we can look at our route list, which has also been filtered by time, and we can see that this GET request to this flights endpoint is making up the bulk of those errors. So if we click onto this one, this filter follows us through. So we're still looking at this scoped down time period of where this problem happened. And I could continue to zoom in a little bit further, and we should only see error requests down here without even having to filter. So of course, once we have identified an error, we want to see a representation or see exactly what happened, so we can click on any of these requests. And in this case, there was an unhandled exception. And anytime there is an unhandled exception, we're going to promote it to the top of the screen because it's probably the thing that you want to see first when you're looking at a request that has had an unhandled exception. So we can see details about the exception. We have the full stack trace, so you can go in and try and trace where this happened. And if we scroll down to our timeline, we can also see down here, there was an outgoing request. This one got a 504 error, and then that threw the exception. And in this case, yeah, it seems like our third-party provider here, if we go to our outgoing request, this Flightwatch API seems to have had some sort of a problem around then where the requests were timing out after about 5 seconds. All right, coming back up to the request page, I'm just going to go back to our 7-day view. And I want to show you one more example to just kind of see everything that you can see about a request. So I'm going to use this post request as flights endpoint to demonstrate this one. So we're going to dive in here. And once again, we're now seeing a breakdown of information about only this route, and then we can see its individual requests. One cool thing here, by the way, is we've got this date column here that shows the date of the request. But if we hover over it, we can also see the time in the UTC and in our browser's local time. And at any point, we can toggle this, and it will change everywhere in the UI to show either it in UTC or in your browser's time. So I'm going to go into one of the successful requests here, because I know it has some interesting stuff to show you. And if we scroll down to our timeline, actually up here first, we can see that there were a few jobs that were queued in here. So we've got a process flight job, and then we've got this mail flight offer that we queued as well. So we can see these in the timeline. We can see there was a job dispatch here. Kind of within this was the query that inserted it into the jobs table. We had a notification that was sent directly inside the request that was a bit slow. We then dispatched another job over here. But if we continue scrolling down, I'll just close this one up here, we can see all of the jobs that were dispatched from this request represented in the same timeline relative to the request where they happened. And so we can zoom out a little bit here. And so we can see our job dispatched here. The job started, the first attempt started before the request had finished in this case. But we can see all of the attempts here, and in this case, this one didn't look like it went too well. So we've had 3 attempts on this process flight job, and they've all had a failure that after each retry failed in the end. We also have our flight offer that was successful down the bottom here. So we've really tried to highlight when there are problems as well. You'll notice that we don't use a lot of green to represent success in too many places because we want to draw attention to the things you need to see, which in this case are errors and warnings. So speaking of jobs, let's now move over to our dedicated jobs page. So this is where we can see jobs kind of in isolation. We already saw jobs in the context of requests, but it's often useful to look at jobs on their own. So of course we have a graph up the top here with our breakdown of processed, released, and failed jobs over time and their performance. And then we have the breakdown of each of the jobs in our system that are grouped by the job class or the job name. So for every job, if we hover over these, we can see that this particular job was queued this many times, processed, released, and failed. We have some other jobs here, this process refund and this flight reminder. These ones were queued, but have never been processed or released. So maybe these went onto a queue where there's no queue worker running, so no one's getting any refunds or flight reminders. But in this case, I want to jump into this process flight one, which we've seen through the request as well. So now we've drilled into looking at just this specific job class, this process flight class. And we can see this one has a lot of errors, a lot of retries, a lot of failures. And we can see now each individual attempt of this job and the attempt number that it belongs to. We can kind of see attempt 1, attempt 2, attempt 3 fails. Occasionally it succeeds. So we can jump into any of these. So let's jump into the one that failed. Because there was an unhandled exception, it gets promoted to the top of the page. So in this case, it looks like our third-party API was returning a 500. And if we look up the top here, we can also switch between other attempts of the same job. So if we want to see whether it was the same error that happened on the previous attempts, then we can. And in this case, it was the same error each time. And if we scroll down, we're on the jobs page here. So we see each of the job attempts for this job, but we also can still see the request where this job originated. So these all kind of share the same trace ID. And so we can expand this and see the request where this job originated from, and also any other jobs that came from that request that are kind of all coupled together. So we're really letting you see the entire life cycle, all, like from the beginning of the request to the end of all of its side effects, everything is visible for you. So far we've talked about these kind of high-level concepts, requests, jobs, also commands and scheduled tasks that are generally not slow by themselves. They're slow because something happens inside them that makes them slow. But generally we want to look at things like requests because that's what the user experiences. They experience a slow request. They don't necessarily experience a slow query directly. but sometimes it is handy to drill that extra step into these kind of lower level concepts. So I'm going to jump into queries now. And so now we can see a breakdown of all of the unique queries happening in our application. We can see the frequency of queries in general over time and their performance. And for every query here, so these are all the unique queries, we can see the number of times each query was called. We can see the average and the P95 duration of these queries, but we can also see the total duration of this query of all of its attempts in the time window. So there's some interesting things we can see here that we wouldn't necessarily notice if we look through the lens of requests. So I'm going to filter by total, and let's go up to 30 days to really exaggerate things. So the first query here that has spent the most time in the database, this is our slow query that we saw at the beginning that we were trying to cache to solve it. So we kind of already know about this one. It doesn't get called that often, but because it is so slow, it makes up the majority of time spent in the database. This next query here, though, this one runs quite a lot, and the query itself is not like super slow, but we can see that because it runs so often, it still makes up to be one of the main queries that spends time in our database. So if we were able to even halve the duration of this query, or if we could use caching to prevent it running so often, then we could significantly reduce the amount of load on the database in the time window. Next up, I want to sort by the number of calls. So this is the number of times this query has run. And so at the top of our list, we can see it's insert into jobs. This query is not particularly slow. It doesn't spend too much time in the database. We're obviously queuing a lot of jobs in this application, so this one's fine. We've then got our select star from users where ID equals. This is probably our auth query. This one runs quite a lot as we would expect, and again, it's probably fine. This one takes a little bit longer. There's an interesting thing with the auth query. It's typically the first query that runs on a request, and so often it's the query that has to connect to the database, so it sometimes seems slower than other queries, even if that query is not as slow when you run it manually yourself. This next query here, though, is a little bit more interesting to me. So as a developer of Skywatch, I kind of know this query here. Select star from tickets where user ID equals this. We're getting the latest 5 tickets for a user. And this query is running quite a lot, so 37,000 times. It's a fast query, but it's running more than I would expect. So I want to find out more about this query. So we can click on the side panel view, of course, to get a breakdown of information about this query. We can see that it's consistently pretty fast. We can also see all of the individual calls to this query. And if we were to click on it as well, then we get the full screen version of this where we can see all of the SQL and all of its stats. So if I come down to the places where it was called, we can see every single time this query has run, the duration, but we can filter by the above average and above P95, but we can also see the source where this request, or this query, sorry, came from. So I'm going to click on one of these, and this is going to take us to the request where we ran this query. So this is on this get users route. We can see there's 27 queries in here. If we hit on view, we've got the same query running quite a lot, so you might be knowing where I'm going with this, but if we scroll down to our timeline, we can see we've got an n+1 error. And so even though this query is by itself pretty fast, because it's in an n+1 scenario, it still makes up a little bit more time in this query, in this request. All right, next up, I want to dive into mail. So here we can see a breakdown of all the individual mailable classes that this application is sending, and the number of sent versus failed, and then we can also see their performance. So we can see we've got a flight offer here. This one seems to send fine. It's never had any errors. But this flight tickets mailable seems to have some problems. And I think people not getting their flight tickets is probably a pretty big problem that we want to find out. So once again, we have our sidebar view where we can see the breakdown of just this mailable and all of the places it ran. So we can see the subjects of the mail, how many recipients, how many attachments, and so on. And on any of these, we can click in to view where this mail came from. So if we want to go to one of the errors, this brings us to the job where this mail was sent. And in this case, there was an unhandled exception. We can see that our message exceeded the maximum size. So if we continue to scroll down, we can see all of the attempts of this job where this mail was sent. And each time we had our mail failed. So this one here, so we have the mail that was failed, and then we have the exception that was thrown afterwards, where we can see our exception message. I think I'm zoomed in a bit funny here. We've then got all of the other attempts. In this case, the second attempt actually had an error on the outgoing request, so this one's got a few different problems going on. But then, yeah, so we can head back to mail and see our overview of all of the mail. We've also got notifications. Now, notifications is pretty similar to mail, so I'm going to skip past that one and jump into outgoing requests. So on this page, we can see all of the outgoing requests made by our application using Laravel's HTTP client. Now, on this page, they're grouped by the domain that we're sending to. And so we can see our FlightWatch domain here. This is the one that kind of caused this spike of errors earlier. We'll go back to that 7-day view. So we can see that same spike there that we saw in the request chart because that particular scenario was coming from an outgoing request. And so for any given domain, we can click on the domain and now see a breakdown of the requests made to just this domain. And we can see the individual requests that we made as well. And as with all of these lower level concepts, we can always jump to the source of wherever this came from. So in this case, these ones came from requests. We can click on the request, and if we scroll down to the timeline, we're highlighted at where exactly that outgoing request happened in the rest of the context. All right, next up, I want to dive into the next section, which is exceptions. So we've already seen exceptions kind of in our request pages and jobs pages, but sometimes it's useful to look at exceptions in isolation. So you might have a route that's returning 500 errors, and in the request screen, you'll see that they're 500 status codes, but it could actually be multiple different exceptions causing them. It's not necessarily the same exception. So having a breakdown of all of the exceptions happening is often a good way of trying to solve some of those problems. But there's another example I want to show you here, which is we can filter to show only handled exceptions. So these are exceptions that you probably wouldn't see, obviously, through the requests or jobs pages because we've handled them to return gracefully with like a 200 status code. So these are exceptions we've caught, and we've still thought they were important enough to report, and so those will also show up in here. So for this particular example, I want to look at this 409, and we're now looking at a page just about this exception. So we can see the last time this exception was seen and the deployment that was active at the time, and also the first time that this exception was seen. So we can kind of try and figure out maybe it was caused by a particular deploy. We've got the number of events over the last 30 days, 7 days, and 24 hours, the number of users that were impacted by this specific exception, and the servers where this exception has occurred. We've then got our stack trace that we saw before, which we can expand to see all of the details. And in this case, we can see this flight has been overbooked, is our exception message. So if we scroll down, we can now see all of the occurrences of this exception. And each occurrence could have slightly different error messages depending on the type of exception. So we can see all of the messages for every time this has occurred and when it has occurred. We can also see the user that was impacted by it. And we can also then jump to the request or the command or the job where this exception came from. So in this case, we can click on this request, and we don't see the exception at the top here because this was a successful 200 request, but we do still have the handled exceptions down here. So we see one exception, and we might often think that there could only be one exception in a request, but depending on how you build your application flow, you could have multiple handled exceptions, and then that one unhandled exception at the end. So we can view our exceptions in here, see the message, and then we can jump to the full details page for this exception as well. And then, of course, we can see the exception in context with the rest of the request. So in this case, we had our outgoing request to FlightWatch, and then this time we got an error message that the flight has been overbooked. All right, next up, I want to go to logging. So Nightwatch provides a logging driver where you can send all of your logs to Nightwatch. And this can be really helpful to have all of your logs in the same place as your performance metrics and all of your errors, so everything can be tied together. So we can scroll upwards, so we've got reverse infinite scroll, so you can scroll through time and see all of the history of your logs. You could, of course, filter by time if you were looking for a specific window. We can filter by a user and find just logs that belong to a specific user when they were logged in. We can also search our logs, so I know I've got a log here that's to do with reminders. And on any of these that have context, we can expand this and see the context that was provided when we logged this where we logged this entry. I'm going to clear this one, and then we can also filter by level. So here we've got all of our log levels. So We could choose multiple to filter by. In this case, I want to filter by just the emergency logs. And so now we see just those that we've logged with the emergency designation. Of course, we can see any context that occurred here. But we can also see the source of this log. So in this case, this came from a request. So we can click on this to go to the exact request where this log came from. And if we scroll down, if there are any logs, they're all represented here. So we can see there were actually some other logs here from this same request. So we can see we were deleting a flight from the database, we were updating FlightWatch, and then we logged an error that the flight was already deleted. So in this particular case, we obviously handled this exception because we didn't throw a 500, but we decided to log this emergency message here. So you can kind of see that everything is kind of connected between different pages. So you can look at things through the lens of requests, but you can still get through to, you can see logs and exceptions and get to all those other pages. If you start at another place, such as looking at slow queries, you can still get through to the requests where they happened, and if there were any logs there, everything all kind of ties together and is all linked. All right, next up, I want to have a look at our users page. So here's where we can see information about the users of our applications. We have the graphs where we can see the number of concurrent users over time and the breakdown of authenticated and unauthenticated requests. And then we've got information about the individual users. So if we have a user that's reporting a problem, we might want to come in here and to try and find out exactly what's been happening for them. So we can sort this. We can see if there's a particular user that is responsible for queuing a lot of jobs. We can see if there's a user that's experiencing a lot of exceptions, and so on. So in this case, I'm going to jump in to have a look at Tim's profile and see what he's been doing. So now we're looking at a page that is just about Tim's experience with the application. So we can see a breakdown of the requests he's been making. We can see that on the weekends, he still is a little bit active, goes to sleep at nighttime, and then is more active during the week. He was impacted by a large amount of errors here, which I think we've kind of already solved earlier. And we can see extra information, such as the time he was last seen. And we've also got these quick filters. So you can jump to any of the pages we've seen, such as requests, pre-filtered to just Tim's requests. We've then got a list of the top routes that Tim hits and the slowest routes he's been experiencing and the top queue jobs that that have been triggered by him. Obviously, he doesn't trigger them directly, but through requests he's made. Then we've got a list of all of the individual requests he's made. So this isn't grouped by route, this is the individual requests. So we can follow his path through the system, and if he was having a particular problem, we can kind of see where he was before that and then where he was after that. And of course, we can dive into any of these to see the breakdown of what happened inside this request. All right, next up is our deployments page. So this is still a bit of a work in progress. We've got a lot of exciting stuff planned for this. You'll be able to tell Nightwatch when you do a deployment. And if you're using Cloud or Vapor or Forge, we're going to have some really good integrations for those. But telling Nightwatch about your deploys allows it to give you more context on if a particular request or an exception belongs to a particular deploy. We can see also if there was any errors with deploys. I don't know if I have any good examples in here. No, but we also have plans to show deploys on our graphs as well. So if we were on our requests page or even on our dashboard here, we'll be able to see our requests that are, our deployments, so that we can kind of see if there was maybe a deployment that happened around the time that a problem occurred. All right, next up we have alerts. So we don't always necessarily want to have to keep the dashboard open. Sometimes it's nice to just be notified when something goes wrong. So we can configure alerts. I've got a few set up here by default. So we've got some slow requests where the route is not flights. So we can configure different scenarios when we want to be alerted, and then different conditions. So in this case, if the P95 is more than a second over 5 minutes, or the peak memory goes above 500 megabytes for more than 5 minutes. So we do these over time so that if you've got a spike in CPU usage, it doesn't just start sending you errors. It's, you can set them so that it's, if it's a sustained problem, only then will it notify you. So we can come up here and add an alert. I'm going to create one for slow checkout, which is that post routes, that post to the flights route that we were ignoring on the other alert. And so we can define the events that we want to be alerted for. So for each type of event, there's different kind of things you can monitor. So for a request, it's the duration and the peak memory. If we chose server, we've got CPU usage, memory usage, and disk usage. So in this case, I want to do one for requests. We can set one up for all requests, or we can choose a specific route. So I'm going to go and set one up for that post to the flights route. And for this one, I want this to be a little bit more responsive than our other slow requests one, because this is our checkout page. So I'm going to say if the average goes above 300 milliseconds for more than 5 minutes, and in this case, I want to be notified by email. So at the moment, we've got Slack and email, but we have plans to add a lot more notification channels, even things like webhooks, so that you can be notified wherever you need to be notified. So I'll just set this one up to notify me and create that alert, and then we've got our alert up the top here. All right, so what's next? Oh, looks like that's all I've got time for today. So I'm going to hand back over to Taylor now.
Is my mic on? There I am. That's Laravel Nightwatch. I hope you're as impressed by it as I hope you are. We have really put a lot of care, a lot of thought into this application. I'm super proud of the Nightwatch team. I think it looks amazing. It's honestly probably the best looking monitoring application I've ever seen in my life. So I hope you feel the same way. Nightwatch just works. That was our goal when building this platform. We want you to take any Laravel app, Composer install a Nightwatch agent, and ship it out, and we immediately give you amazing insights into your Laravel application. And of course, Laravel Nightwatch will be Laravel cloud aware, so we'll be able to pull in your cloud projects for easy setup and configuration on Nightwatch, but you don't have to be using cloud to use Nightwatch. You can be using Forge, or you could even be using your own custom infrastructure. You can still use Laravel Nightwatch wherever you run your Laravel applications. All right, so let's talk about when you can get into this thing. You can get on the wait list today, but we plan to start early access later this year with a beta in the first quarter of 2025. So roughly the same timing as Laravel Cloud, so you can get into both at roughly the same time and have kind of the ultimate Laravel deployment and observability setup. Pricing, how much will this thing cost? We're still working on that, but here's what I can tell you. It will have the same philosophy as Laravel Cloud. We want to put Laravel Nightwatch in the hand of basically every Laravel developer on the planet. So the pricing will be simple and understandable, and it will range to an accessible price point for solo devs and indie hackers all the way up to enterprises that are using Laravel to generate billions of dollars in revenue a year. And of course, we'll have quota protection so you don't get unexpected bills. If you have runaway errors or logs where you're logging out gigabytes of data, of course, we don't want you to be surprised by bills that you didn't plan on. So we'll have quota protection so that you feel comfortable shipping your apps onto Nightwatch. And this is just what Nightwatch looks like today, right? And I think that's actually pretty incredible. This looks like an application that's been polished for years, I feel like. And I'm excited to see what we can do with this in the future. I think we have a lot of good ideas, a lot of big ideas for Nightwatch. When we have this much intelligence about what your application is doing, there's so much we can surface to you in terms of insights and fixes that you can make your application even faster with. And I hope you can tell that Nightwatch and Cloud, we're not just shipping MVPs out there to you. We are putting honestly, blood, sweat, and tears into every interface, every button, every interaction with these applications. And I hope it shows, and I hope you truly enjoy using them. So, nightwatch.laravel.com, cloud.laravel.com, you can get on the wait list for both. I hope you truly love these products. We've loved building them, and I hope you build amazing things that your users love and that your developers love to use these tools. Thanks, everyone. Chat later. Nice. You did it.
Okay. That was a lot. There are a lot of questions. We're not going to do any Q&A right now because there's too much to go through. We're doing the panel with the Laravel team tomorrow. So we'll go through all of those questions. We'll do a little section on that. And we'll ask them what they think it is about Australian developers that we all need all of this tooling for debugging and error tracking. We're going to go for lunch. We're going to be back here. Look, we're only 7 minutes behind now, which is great. We'll be back here, be seated in the theatre to start again at 2 o'clock. Enjoy lunch. It's in the foyer.
Shoo, be doo be doo, wop a doo, wop a doo, wop shoo, be doo be doo, wop a doo, wop a doo, wop shoo, be doo be doo, wop a doo, wop a doo, wop shoo, be doo be doo. She give me cotton all night long. She give me cotton all night long. Well, it's been such a long day. I'm kinda tired, bring a soothing arms my way.
I'm saying? Let it all hang out. You gotta chill. Relax. I'm sweating out the rest of it.
Let's go. I got a vision I see in my head, a melody buried deep into my soul. They call us crazy, we cutting the edge, unlocking the future and letting it go. This is a calling that's higher. The time we decided our stories are gonna be told. This is where legends are born. We paving the road, a future that favors the bold. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Something coming, I can feel it. Deep down in my spirit. Revolution is a new day. Time to redefine the limits. So vivid, I can see it. So loud, I can hear it. So they calling me a madman, but the future belongs to the fearless. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. We about to set the tone. We about to write the code. Yeah, we on a new elevation. We came here to shatter the mold. Yeah, we about to set the tone. We about to write the code. Yeah, we on a new elevation. We came here to shatter the mold. I know you hear it. I know you see it. We got a fearless. We got a genius. We got defiance. We got a beacons. We got a true believers. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Greatness.
listen, gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel my power now. You know I feel so smooth, I'm always running with emotion. Make the little girls dance, cause I'm rock and rolling. It really doesn't matter that you're hard to please, cause when you give me your smile, I'm just go straight controlling. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel my power now. I feel some food. You know I try so hard, but I think you don't see because I'm moving so fast. We call it rock and rollin'. My weapon seems useless cause you're on to me. You are impossible to read, you're always straight controlling. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Oh, 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 listen, listen. Gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel my power now. How does that feel? So good. It's so moving. Think they like your moans in the river. Now dance. Huh. You ain't dancing.
setting up your business phone doesn't have to.
my heart.
I used to think maybe you love me, now baby I'm sure. And I just can't wait till the day when you knock on my door. Now every time I go for the mailbox, gotta hold myself down. 'Cause I just can't wait till you write me you're coming around. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You never seen the likes of me, baby. When I walk in a room, nothing you've read in magazines, darling. So let me tell you the news, Have you heard there's a new sensation? Extra, extra, I'm coming at you. I know you want it, you know it's true. The beat is popping, it's moving you.
up a doo wop shoo, be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo, be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo, be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo, be doo be doo wop a
all night long. She give me catching all night long. Well, it's been such a long day. I'm kinda tired, bring 'em soothing arms my
Dark room. What have we got here? We have got exclusive prizes. This is going to take 5 minutes, plus or minus how long it takes to pluck 2 people out of the audience. Does anyone want to win a prize? These are very exclusive, very limited edition prizes. Have we got Kaylee Herman in the audience somewhere? Kaylee? Do you want to come on stage? Okay. And Oscar Morrison, are you in the room? Oscar, do you want to come on stage? You don't have to. All right. I want one of you to stand on this side, and I want one of you to stand on this side. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Don't be afraid.
Just a little.
It's all right. You can't see any of these people. Who has seen a TV show called 8 out of 10 Cats? No? This is a problem. So this is a game that they play on that show, which we have turned into our own thing, because we like elephants in the PHP community. So this is called Elephant in a Box. In one of these 2 boxes is an elephant, a very special elephant from our friends at Sentry. Who do we want to be the bluffer? Do we want Kaylee? Shout. Do we want Oscar? Oh, okay, Oscar. Oscar's the one. So, don't touch the box, Kaylee. Oscar, in a second.
Okay.
I'm going to get you to look in that box. This is a game of bluff. In one of these boxes, there is an elephant. The objective is for you to get the elephant.
Schrodinger's elephant.
But you will know when you open this box whether or not the elephant is there. Your job is to convince Kaylee whether you or she has the elephant.
Okay.
All right, we ready? Let's play.
I want you to win, Kelly, so I'll just be honest.
Whoa. The bluff has started. Wait. Let's play elephant in a box.
It's not in the box. That's all I got.
It's not in the box. Do you believe him? Do you believe Oscar? Oh, this is really interesting. You've just met. He's telling you he doesn't have it. You have the option to either keep the box or swap the box. What do you want to do?
I trust you.
You trust him? Okay.
He says it's not in the box.
He says it's not in the box. So you think the elephant is here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both allowed to bluff me.
I'm just the host here. If you've never seen 8 out of 10 Cat Stars Countdown, I'm Jimmy Carr right now. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready for Kaylee to open the box? Yes. Do we think Kaylee's won? Do we trust Oscar? Ooh, boy. All right. Final answer. Okay, open the box.
He's telling the truth.
Hey! Amazing. I'm keeping the box, but you can have the hat and the elephant.
Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for playing. We're going to do that again tomorrow because that's a bit of fun. I have another prize later. But for now, who have we got? Elly. Elly's coming to the stage. Elly, that's how you know Figured is in the room because they go crazy for their people. Figured have been sponsors of the event since year one. They've always sent someone. This one, I think, is a very poignant topic given everything that's happening in our Laravel community at the moment. So I would like to welcome to the stage for her first conference talk, not just first Laracon, so a big round of applause for Elly McIntyre.
Hello. So my name is Elly McIntyre, but you can all call me Elly. And today I'm going to be talking to you all about the intern effect and how cultivating interns and juniors can transform your engineering team and support the Laravel community. But before I get into that, I'm super nervous to be here, if you couldn't already tell. It's my first time speaking to a crowd, and since I have you as a captive audience, I'm going to force you to learn a little bit about me, and then we can all be friends and I won't feel so nervous to be here. So let's crack into that. So like I said, my name's Elly. I am a software development team lead at a company called Figured, and Figured do agricultural financial management software, which is a bit of a mouthful, and they are based in New Zealand, so shout out to the other Kiwis in the audience. I know that there are a few here. I also run the internship and junior programs at Figured, and I've been at the company for about 5 years, which has been my entire career as a software developer. All right, do we have any worm farmers in the audience? Hey, we've got one. I expected there to be none. So this was a hobby I picked up during COVID times because we all needed a hobby. I went to Bunnings one day, I saw you could buy 1,000 tiger worms for $50. And I thought, yeah, I can get behind that. So I bought the worms, I bought the bin, and I have been making my own compost ever since. I love to veggie garden, so it's like the real full ecosystem. So there's a fact that none of you wanted to know or asked for, but you've got it anyway. Okay, any fermentation fans in the audience? People like to bake? Yeah? You like sauerkraut? So this is another hobby I picked up recently. I was gifted a sourdough starter in January this year that we've lovingly named Giorgio. And he's now made about 50 loaves of bread, about one a week. So I love this whole process. I love fermentation. I'm a big foodie. Yeah, so there's 2 facts about me. Now that we're all friends, we can crack into the actual talk, which is what you all came here for. Okay, so let's start with a question. What makes Laravel a world-class framework? Let's just sit with that question for a moment, because there's so many things that have to work out properly in order for a framework like Laravel or any framework to succeed. So what are those things? Obviously the code. The code has to be second to none, has to be innovated on constantly, it has to be updated constantly. All of the packages that have been built around the code, they have to be innovated on. So obviously, if the code behind the framework isn't any good, you're not going to have many users for the framework. And then there's the conferences. It's why we're all here today. Shout out to Michael for organizing this one. The conferences are really worth their weight in gold when it comes to building a community and cultivating friendship around the framework. So they should never, ever be underestimated. Obviously, we can all get behind that. That's why we're all here today. And then there's all of you, the developers. So you can pat yourselves on the back for contributing to the framework being successful. But there's another piece to this puzzle, and it's why I'm here today. And it's maybe a little bit less obvious than the code and the conferences and the developers. And it's the next generation of developers. It's the baby developers. It's the next generation of interns and juniors that are going to one day create the innovation, organize the conferences, and create the engagement. So that's what's brought me here today. I know I'm not going to make the next major Laravel package like Pest or like Forge. That's not my superpower. Also, after watching how hard Michael's worked on this conference, I know I'm not going to organize the next, Laracon NZ. Absolutely not. But I am good at training interns and juniors, and I'm really, really passionate about this topic, and I'm super excited to share with you all today the things that we've learned over running the internship programs at Figured over 6 years. So, I think that we can all agree that 2024 has been absolutely crazy when it comes to how quickly things are changing. I think I certainly had my own aha moment this year that we aren't just going through a normal state of change, like the change that we're experiencing now is faster than it has been in decades or maybe ever in the software industry. And that's in an industry that already moves quickly anyway, so this is pretty outstanding, what is happening this year. And you could be fooled into thinking that the AI movement makes people less relevant. But I really believe the contrary to that. I think it's never been more important to invest in people. And I think specifically the juniors and the interns that we hire over the next few years are going to be the big movers and shakers in this space, both for Laravel as a framework and also for all of the companies that we work for. So let's get into it. So what am I going to talk about today? Number one, great developers can come from anywhere. Number two, will juniors really slow you down? Number three, vibes. This is my personal favorite. And number four, a poem, because I want this to be memorable. So let's get into the first one. So great devs can come from anywhere. I'm going to talk about my own journey into dev to start off with, because my own journey was a little bit wonky, and I know that's probably the case for many of you all here. I actually started with a chemistry degree from uni, and then I started working in R&D for a big appliance manufacturing company. More specifically, I was working on washing machines. So if you've ever thought about the energy and the water star ratings that are on washing machines, or if you've ever thought about why the washing machine spins for like 5 seconds and then it pauses, and then it spins for 5 seconds in the other direction, there's actually people behind those decisions. And that was part of my job. But I had no exposure to software. I'd never considered it. I was never very good at math, so it wasn't on my radar. It wasn't something I had dismissed, but I just had never even thought about it. And that was until I visited a good friend who worked for a software company, and I just saw how cool the tech industry could be. And I just knew as soon as I walked into their office and saw how cool everyone was that it was an industry that I wanted to be a part of. So I quit my job, and I did a 3-month boot camp, all in JavaScript, and then I started as an intern at Figured. Now, when I first started in Figured, I was in a group of 6 interns, and I felt very behind and overwhelmed. I felt like I didn't have the kind of theory that the rest of them had, who had all come from software engineering backgrounds. And I was very overwhelmed. Like, PHP was brand new to me. And then Laravel felt like this beast that just could not be slain. I remember looking at like the models and the repositories and the services, and then everything needed an interface. I didn't know why. And then don't get me started on the DevOps. Like, I was completely overwhelmed, and I hated it to begin with. For the first week, I was not having a good time, had really bad imposter syndrome, but I had rent to pay, and you girls got grit. So I got on with it, and you know what happened? By the end of the 10 weeks, the technical gap closed. The gap was completely closed, and I was thankfully hired as a junior at the end of the internship. And this was sort of my first experience of the fact that how much technical knowledge an intern or a junior has is a really, really poor predictor of how well that they're going to do in the company and their potential. So for interns and juniors, it's all about attitude. And we've had 25 interns come through our program at Figured, which might not sound like a lot, but our entire development team is under 20 people. So having had 25 interns over 6 years is a lot percentage-wise. And what we've found consistently is that if an intern comes in with the right attitude, it doesn't matter if they have a technical gap, and it doesn't matter how big that technical gap might be. And by the end of the 10 weeks, the interns that excel the most are those that have the right attitude, the right people skills, the right communication skills, the right problem-solving skills. It doesn't matter if they came in with no experience or if they came in with 6 months or a year's worth of experience. So it's all about attitude when it comes to interns and juniors. This was all true years ago, but today it's even more true. And I'm going to keep harping on about this in this talk, that things are changing. No one knows exactly what the software development role is going to look like in a few years' time. But one thing that does feel pretty certain is that our roles are expanding. In the past, we've had some pretty strong divisions between the different functional areas of our companies. So product, development, design, marketing, customer success, you name it. But the way that things are moving, the roles are becoming much more blurred. And as they become more blurred, I think it's the perfect opportunity for us to look for our future interns and juniors within our companies in those non-technical roles. So let's say you have someone amazing in product or customer success. You can see they're looking for a new challenge. Maybe they're a retention risk. Give them a chance in development and see how they do. It doesn't have to be permanent. It could be maybe a 3-month trial. But finding people with the right attitude and the right grit is very difficult, and you do not want to lose these people. So don't automatically dismiss the idea because you think that they can't learn it. Remember that we all learned it from scratch at some point in our careers, and they might surprise you, so give them a chance. So to recap on this point, great developers can come from anywhere. Stop looking at a junior's technical experience when it comes to hiring them. Look at the person. Number 2, give people a chance to pivot. Our roles are blurring, and it's the direction we're headed in anyway. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, Elly, this isn't a novel point of view. We know that people can pivot into tech, probably a lot of you have, and we know that technical experience isn't the most important thing in the world. And you're right, it's not novel. But I had to bring this point home because for me personally, I find that the more experience I've gotten and the further away I have gotten from being that junior, the more I start to default back to, let's take on the intern that's got more experience. And I think the reason why I fall into this trap is because as we accumulate this knowledge over several years, the idea of taking on someone that has no experience at all, it's exhausting. You have to train them from scratch completely. So it's an exhausting thought to think, oh, we're going to have to invest all this time and energy into teaching this person the technical skills. And that is fair. But remember, you might have this junior for the next 10 years in your company, and it's a really bad call to make a hiring decision over a small difference in technical experience, just because that person might have had a slightly worse polished CV or portfolio. Maybe they don't know your stack yet. Maybe they're experienced in a different stack. It's not a good reason not to hire them. And I think we have to do everything we can in the interview process to find out what makes a person tick, what their problem-solving skills are like, everything that we can that is not anything to do with their technical experience. Okay, number 2. Will juniors really slow you down? This is a point that I hear a lot, and I know a lot of you might be thinking, yeah, sure. The idea of hiring some interns and running an internship program or taking on juniors, it's a nice idea, but it's just not going to work for me. My company's too complicated, our problems are too complicated, and it's just not going to work for us. And I understand that point of view, and that may very well be valid. But if you're confident that your company is going to exist a year from now, I'd argue strongly that taking on interns and juniors is going to make your team more effective, not slow you down. And I'll explain why. So developers can be roughly split into 3 groups. You have your juniors and your interns. Now, they're obviously not able to work fully independently. They're going to need help. That's why they're juniors. Then you've got your mid-level developers. They're able to work independently the majority of the time. You can give them a project, and they're going to get it done. They're the pack horses of your team. And then you have your seniors. What separates a senior, I think, from a mid-level developer is that, number 1, they can break down large problems down into smaller problems. And number 2, they often really need to mentor in order to feel fulfilled. And they're very good at that mentorship. So these are the rough 3 categories. So if a junior's job is to work on smaller, broken up tasks, and a senior's job is to break tasks down into smaller tasks and to mentor others, and you don't feel like you can take on juniors into your team, do us a favor and just don't hire either of them. Save your money and hire some mid-level developers. And if you're in the early stages of your startup, maybe the first few months or the first year, and you don't know whether the company's going to exist, then maybe this is exactly what you need to do. But if you're looking at building a team for the long run, this is what good looks like. So you have your juniors learning from your seniors and your mid-level developers. You have your mid-level developers learning from your seniors and teaching your juniors. And the mids in this phase should be learning very quickly because they're being both mentored and they're teaching. And then your seniors are breaking down larger problems and divvying it out into your juniors and your mids. And they're also mentoring both categories. So this is a pretty good model. This is a better model. So not only are you taking on juniors, you're also running an internship program every year. And in this situation, you have your juniors teaching your interns. Why have I made this arrow bigger than the other arrows? Because juniors love to teach. This has been a really interesting thing that we've learned during running our own internship programs. The juniors really, really love to teach. I think every single ex-intern at Figured has, including myself, has said something like this when the next cohort starts. It feels really great to not be the most junior person in the room anymore. And look, we've all felt it, obviously. We don't want to feel useless. We want to feel useful. We want to feel like we're making an impact. And because the juniors were in that position of knowing nothing at all so recently, and they remember what they struggled with, you watch them rally around the interns and shelter them and teach them and do everything they can for them. You don't even have to ask them. They just do it. And it's a beautiful thing. I love to watch it every year. And you really see the progression of these juniors just skyrocket because they have someone to teach. So if you really want to make the most of your juniors and have them be the most effective and learn as quickly as they can, give your juniors a junior. So to recap on this point, seniors are going to give you architecture and wisdom. Seniors and mids will give you architecture, wisdom, and momentum. Seniors, mids, and juniors will give you architecture, wisdom, momentum, and growth. And the gold standard, in my opinion, seniors, mids, juniors, and interns are going to give you architecture, wisdom, momentum, growth, and recharging. What do I mean by recharging? I mean every single person in this loop is learning at their fastest rate, and you have people quickly moving into each category and filling the gaps that are left behind when people leave. Okay, number 3, vibes. My favorite point, and this one maybe sounds a little bit wishy-washy, but it shouldn't be underestimated. So these are our beautiful cohorts of all of the interns, which they're going to hate that I put their photos up there. And when these fresh new faces start every November, the energy is always addictive for the entire team. And the energy doesn't come just from the interns themselves. They also come from the buddies that they're paired up with, which are usually juniors. It comes from their leads. The entire company is actually really frothing for this because we put off a lot of the smaller tickets over the year because they don't get the priority to be worked on. But when the juniors start, those are exactly the tickets that pick up. So what happens is we start to see a lot of little wins for our customers because of these lots and lots of little tickets getting picked up and shipped. We actually have a goal for every single intern every year that they ship to production on day 1. And yes, we have a full continuous deployment system, so we ship to production a lot. So every intern, the goal is to ship to production on day 1, even if it's just a text change. And that's really exhausting, but very, very rewarding. And by the end of the 10 weeks, I'm always very attached to every intern, and it sucks that we can't hire them all. But the energy that they bring to the team really is electric. I can't stress enough how great it is for morale. What we've found is that the energy doesn't stop when the interns leave either. And I think that when the juniors and the ex-interns make up a significant part of your development team, the vibes don't really stop. So it figured the ex-interns have started social football, they've started a rackets team, we have a BYO team, club? Yeah, club. And we also all caused an absolute ruckus at last year's Laracon High Tide After Dark event, which may or may not be repeated this year. But the point I'm trying to make is that juniors, because they're so young and they're so new to the industry and they're full of energy, they really want to get amongst. And the vibes that that brings flows through to a much higher morale in the team. I do think, though, that this comes with having critical mass of interns in your company, interns and juniors. You can't just hire one intern or junior in a team of 100 and expect to get this sort of output. It's just not going to happen. In our company, it's about 33% of the whole development team at any point in time have come through the internship program, and that has seemed like a really good number for us. I would personally like it higher, but I'm biased. Okay, then there's vibes of the technical variety. So the energy and that passion that the interns and juniors bring, it's not only important from a social and a cultural perspective for your engineering teams, it's just as important from a technical perspective, if not more so. A junior might not have a lot of knowledge yet, but they have a lot of energy. And they're already in this big state of change because they've never really been anywhere permanently. They've just had to start in the industry, or they might be retraining from another industry. So they're going to have a ton of fresh ideas. They're going to have no preconceptions about what's good or bad or what's already been built. They've got no attachment to any of your existing code. They're going to question you all the time, which is very humbling because they're right a lot of the time. They're able to pivot at a moment's notice, and they're able to rapidly change. Now, this might be a bold statement to make, but I think it's true, and like I mentioned in the preface and several times, and I'm going to keep saying it, the times are changing, and we need to change with it. We need to be able to pivot and change faster than we ever have, both in our companies that we work for and as a framework, but we can really use juniors as a catalyst for this change. It's a superpower for juniors. I think it's a lot easier for a junior to imagine what could be both in the code and in the product because they're starting from a point of zero. They've got no preconceptions about what should be built in the context of what you already have in the product. They've not been knocked back before, so they're all hype and energy. And I think it's something that we as developers struggle with constantly. It's hard for us to imagine, what could be in this amazing feature. We're constantly thinking about the feature in terms of iterating on top of what we already have. So I think that starting from 0 point is a real strength for the juniors. They're like these little diamonds that you can sprinkle in, and they will just sow doubt into everything that we thought that we knew about the product and how we should be building the product for the future. I think we should be celebrating them for that and not feeling threatened by the change that they might be encouraging us to make. So if you want to hedge your bets and make sure that fresh ideas and new ways of thinking are definitely going to be coming into your development team, then hire juniors. Okay, so I'm really hyped to get to this slide because it means it's almost the end, which is a big deal for me, and it feels really good to be here. I certainly never expected that 5 years into my career that this is where I'll be standing, talking to 400-odd super smart people trying to convince you all about the power of juniors. But it sort of feels really fitting that I'm so uncomfortable to be here because I think the only reason that I'm able to be here talking to you all today is because I was that junior and I had really great people in my corner pushing me to succeed who are still in the crowd today, following me everywhere I go. And their commitment to me as a junior is the biggest reason why I'm so passionate about the topic now. And I hope you've all been inflicted with just a sprinkling of that same passion and that you'll leave here thinking about taking those learnings with you. But as promised, a poem, which Claude helped me write at 6 o'clock this morning from my hotel bed, and it's called The Intern Effect. So, fresh eyes, unbound by legacy decisions, ready to question everything. Invest in people because code is just code. Invest in people because solutions can be copied. Invest in mentorship because teaching breeds understanding. Invest in growth because mistakes build wisdom. Invest in curiosity because why leads to why not. Invest in people because tomorrow needs leaders. And invest in people, and those people will invest in Laravel. Thank you.
Hello. Amazing. Can we give her another round of applause for her first ever talk? We've got a few questions. I'm sure people come and see you in the foyer in the breaks. The two that I think that people have been really interested in. What size company, this is from James, what size company would you say is a good size to start an intern program? Like, what's the threshold?
I reckon probably if you've got 10 people in the company, you could take on interns.
10 full people or 10 developers?
10 of everybody.
Yep.
We've got 18 developers in our team now, 60-ish people in the whole company. And yeah, we take on, we increase our dev team by about 25% every year just doing the internship. I think you probably only need a few developers, maybe 3, before you could take on an intern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sweet. How do you deal with your current workload and helping to teach interns without feeling burnt out?
I guess I do feel burnt out some of the time. Sorry to my team. Yeah, I feel like you kind of forget about the trauma by the end of the year. And then you come around to September and you're ready to get the interns again. And you're like, yay, I'm so excited. And then when they leave at the end of February, you're like, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
But there's enough time between, February and September that you've forgotten about it, and then you keep doing it. I imagine it's why people have several children,
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you very much, Elly.
Thank you.
All right. How many of you have built mobile apps with actual Swift or Kotlin or whatever the heck they're using over there? Okay. How many of you have built with React Native or Vue Native or... Okay. Was it awful? I haven't done it. Was it an awful experience? Okay. So Mitch is going to come up on stage. Mitchell Davis, he's going to talk to us about, it doesn't suck anymore if you have the right tools. Things have come a long way. Who's been using the conference app to get selfies and things like that? I know that the last time I looked, we had 240 photos in the gallery. We have 113 people enrolled in the thing. So let's get that number up because remember there's a prize. We had 1,700 tags of people in photos. So when Mitch came to me and said he actually wanted to give a completely different talk, and he said, actually, I want to do this thing on mobile apps, and we were kind of trying to figure out what the vehicle for that would be, and the Laracon app is what that ended up being. So he's put a ton of effort into it. He's put a ton of effort into his talk. Please welcome to the stage Mitchell Davis. Let's take a photo first.
We'll get there eventually. There we go. All right. Hey, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your Laracon experience. My name is Mitchell Davis, as Michael mentioned, and I run an agency called Atlas Software in Sydney. I'm here to convince you today that mobile apps don't suck anymore. Now, you might be thinking, why pitch building mobile apps to a bunch of Laravel developers, right? It's not really in our wheelhouse. For most of us, not yet, it isn't. But it could be, using the skills you have right now, and I hope that after this talk, you'll be convinced to give it a try. All right? So, I've been working with Laravel for 9 years now, building business applications, SaaSes, reporting dashboards, sending emails, dealing with queues and Forge and all of that. All the usual stuff, probably just like you. We write web apps in Vue and Inertia, and sometimes Livewire, probably just like you. As for app development, I got my start at uni a decade ago now. It didn't go very well. We tried building a mobile app using PhoneGap, which maybe some of you remember, yes. We're not punching down here, but the idea is you bundle your website into an app file, you stick it on the App Store. It didn't run very well. We never finished the project, and I came away from it thinking, man, mobile apps suck. And that's just something I'm not interested in. Well, that all changed 4 years ago. For the last 4 years, our agency has also been building mobile apps for our clients. When a client came to us and said they wanted a mobile app to complement the existing web platform that we built for them, I recalled those days of using PhoneGap, and I was really hesitant to take on the project. I thought maybe this wasn't for us. But we persevered. We did a ton of research into what was then available, because it has changed a lot, and we were able to deliver a mobile app for them. It actually ended up being a lot of fun. So I've learned a lot over these last 4 years, and I want to share it with you today to encourage you to embrace the touchscreen. So I'd like to encourage you to get involved. This talk has a bunch of demos in it towards the end, and I'd love for you to have a go at them. They're all available in the Laracon app. So if you haven't installed it yet, I'd love if you would use the link on the screen there, go grab it and log in. You'll need your ticket code, which was in the email that Michael sent out a few days ago. Just scroll down a little in the email. So While you get set up and do that, I'll just take 1 minute to talk about my journey to the stage today. So, my speaking today has been a few years in the making. I was in the crowd in 2019 and again last year, and as you can see, I've made a few changes. I'm a lot more interested in hats now. I also want to thank two people. So last year, Michael Dorinda reached out and said he hoped I would submit a talk again this year, as I missed out by apparently one slot last year. That gave me the confidence boost I needed to ultimately get up on this stage. And all these last few months, Michael has been really encouraging and supportive, and he's just running an awesome conference, right? So I'm really thankful for Michael. I would also like to thank my wonderful fiancée, Nicole, who is here somewhere and hasn't told me where she is, so I don't get psyched out. And our boys, that's Franklin and Remington there. Nicole's been super supportive the entire time I've worked on the app, and believe me, I have worked on it a lot. This has been crazy, so I certainly don't take that for granted. So that's enough of the personal stuff. I hope you've all downloaded the app, so let's get into it. Why should you build a mobile app? Reason number one, mobile apps are dope, right? You get a binary. How often are we, as web developers, getting to build a binary? Like, it just doesn't happen. Something pretty cool, I think. A mobile app makes your product legit. In the minds of your customers, a mobile app is a step above some other web-based software that they might be using. It's a big selling point for the typical non-developer. Additionally, you get the ability to send your customers push notifications, and you're front of mind every time they swipe past your app on their home screen. Your users deserve a great mobile experience, and not only that, they demand a great mobile experience. If your users can't use your product on their phones, unless you're in some pretty specific industries, they might not stick around too long. And sure, we can and we do make mobile websites, but again, in the mind of the non-developer, a mobile app is often much better and more natural feeling than a mobile website. So, how do apps work? I can see your faces now. That depends on who you ask. If you want to build an app, you've got a few options. You can build a native app, going the whole hog. So, if you go this route, you'll learn Java and Swift, Gradle, Xcode, Android Studio, Objective-C. You won't get any code reuse, but your app will be as performant as possible. For a web developer, this sucks. Next thing you could do is build a web app, quote unquote. And this is like that phone gap example I gave earlier, where you're actually running HTML, CSS, and JavaScript inside of a web browser that's kind of bundled into an app. They're not very performant, and you are really limited with the device APIs that you can call because it is running inside of a browser. So, for a web developer, this is better as it leverages our existing skills, but it still sucks. In first place, the gold medal, you could build a React Native app. Now, these apps are written in JavaScript, specifically with React and in JSX, which, for those that don't know, it's JavaScript that kind of looks like HTML. It's a bit different, but you'll see. The JSX gets compiled into actual native UI components that run on each platform, iOS and Android. And this makes your app very performant, since it's literally running native code. Through different tooling, you can style your app with Tailwind classes, and it'll run on both platforms out of the box. So you don't have to learn any new languages. For a web developer, finally, this doesn't suck anymore. So, how do React Native apps work? Let's take a look. So, I think I'm this one. Cool. So, what I have here is a React Native code base. I created this running npx create expo app, and we will get into expo in a minute. I've then run an iPhone simulator on the right here, and this is bundled into Xcode on any Mac device. For Windows folks or on Linux, you can run a simulator using Android Studio. If we take a look around, you can see we have an app directory, and this just has a few files in it. These are our screens. So the screen that we're looking at on the right is this index.tsx. It is in TypeScript, but you can also just write normal JavaScript, so don't be scared of that. So what we have is live reload. So if I just write this is a test, and I hit save, bam, that will appear on the screen. And this is how you develop your apps. It's just like having a website on your other screen there, and you're writing in your editor, and it's updating live. Works exactly the same way. We can make plenty of changes, as you would imagine. So if I try, there we go, thank you. If I go, okay, let's make the background green. Maybe it's not the best design, but you can see how quickly you can put things together. All right, let's also do let's change the header up the top there. So what we can do, stack, man, they weren't joking that like you forget how to type when you're on stage. That is real. So I can change the title here to be home, let's say. So that's going to update live, and then there's plenty of other options. You can change how everything looks all over here. Next thing that we're going to do is just add another screen, and then I'll show you how to link to that. So if I just copy this and then paste it, and we will call this about. I will call this one about, and let's say this is the about screen. Man, they are not kidding. Okay, so what I can then do to actually link to that screen, there's a link component. So if I go link, that will pull that in from something called Expo Router, and then you can see already my IDE knows that, oh, this is another route inside of the app. So I can just go about. Cool, so I know this isn't styled, we'll get into that later, but you get the fundamentals, right? So now if I click on about, great, it takes me to this page, the title is called about, it's got its content, and then you see this nice like native looking navigation menu at the top, like all of that is just baked in. You saw everything I just did there to get that to work. Cool, one final thing that I want to point out in this code is that you can see we're using these text and view components from React Native. These are the ones that actually compile down into the native UI components for each platform that make it run really performantly. So we're not using divs and p tags and buttons like we would in HTML. These are actual components that will then render down into native, making it nice and fast. One final point of difference from HTML to React Native is that views, which again are kind of like divs, everything is flexbox by default. And it actually is flex column instead of flex row by default. So, and that kind of makes sense when you think most phones are probably in portrait mode or tablets, things like that. Cool, all right, so that is our demo. So how does that native part work that I talked about with the components there? React Native apps have two layers. They have native and they have JavaScript. Now, the native layer is all the Swift, Java, binary type of stuff. That's where it lives. We almost never need to go there. You hardly need to think about it. Then there's the JavaScript layer, and that's where we live and we get to play. So you'll write code that calls the native layer, and that makes things nice and performant. And then all of your screens, all of the elements on the page, everything like that, you control that inside of this JavaScript layer. So to mix these layers together and have them be able to talk to each other, you just install NPM packages. So very similar to what we have to do as web developers. The packages that you install include any native code that's needed to run them on each platform. And the bundler knows how to put it all together at the end to compile one binary, which is your app. So where do you find these packages? How do you know what's good? You can go searching GitHub, looking for packages, mixing and matching, or you can use Expo, which I like to think of as the Laravel of the React Native world. So, Expo is a framework that runs on top of React Native, much like how Laravel runs on top of PHP, and it smooths out some of the rough edges for us. Expo has packages for everything you see here. So there's camera, there's deep linking into your app and into other apps. We can interact with Face ID, fingerprint and PIN, get the user's location, send them notifications, watch videos. You can do all of these things, and I'm not kidding, 81 more packages that they have in their SDK. I don't know how they manage it. In addition to a bunch of packages, Expo gives you an ecosystem of tools that all work together to make your development life easier. One of the coolest features, I think, that Expo provides is called Expo Go. And this is a sandbox app. It's available on physical devices, so you can install it right now, if you wanted, from the App and Play Store. You can also run it in simulators if you end up going down this route and want to build your own apps. So what it does, inside of Expo Go, it has all of those Expo packages I just talked about, all 100 odd of them, including the native code. So this lets you get started writing an app instantly because you don't have to think about that native layer. They've already done it for you. So if you want to use anything that's in Expo, you can write it in Expo, you can run it rather in Expo Go. You've actually, excuse me, you've already seen it. That's what the last demo was in. One really important note is this allows Windows developers and Linux developers to develop for iOS apps, which otherwise would not be possible because to build for iOS, you need Xcode, which is only available on a Mac. So this saves you from having to go buy a Mac if you want to build apps. The next thing to talk about are development builds. So you can think of these as a more customized and flexible approach to building your application with just the dependencies that you need. So with Expo Go, you get a lot of pre-built modules, all 100 odd of them, and that's great for general use. But what if you need a setup that's unique to just your app's requirements? Development builds let you generate a special app binary tailored to only the native packages that you need. So if you're using specific features like camera or push notifications or Bluetooth, you can create a build, a development build, that's optimized and includes only those dependencies. It is a sandbox environment, so it's perfect for testing all of your custom functionality without the overhead of unnecessary modules. Development builds also make debugging more accurate since you're working with a binary that very closely mimics your final production app. So this helps catch issues that might be specific to your app's native layer. They can also include debug information as well. So by running a development build, you get a lot more info about what's going on the device while you're working on building out the app, which, as you can imagine, is pretty handy. And these are compiled using Android Studio and Xcode. Now, that's not for everyone, so hang on, I've misspoken. We'll move on. What do we do about Windows or Linux, where we can't build for iOS devices due to the dependency on Xcode that I mentioned? The final piece of this whole thing that I want to talk about is EAS Build, and EAS stands for Expo Application Services. This is a cloud platform. Again, some parallels to Laravel. Now with EAS Build, you can run cloud builds of your application. It's a total game changer, especially for non-Mac developers. So this will allow you to test and build and run iOS applications. You have no more need for a Mac. You also don't have the hassle of setting up a complicated local environment. So all the heavy lifting happens on Expo's servers. You don't have to think about Xcode or macOS at all. They've taken care of it for you. The service isn't just limited to iOS builds though, mind you. It works, of course, for both iOS and Android. And it makes building and distributing your apps much more efficient. You write your code, configure your build settings, and you hit build, and EAS does the rest. EAS Build can handle CI/CD pipelines as well, which I would strongly encourage. So they have integrations for GitHub Actions. This makes it easier to automate your builds and your deployments. So you focus on the development, EAS will ensure that your app is ready to ship. So finally, when your build is ready, you can download the binary, you can test it, you can even deploy it to testers or onto the app stores without having to leave your development workflow. There's an awesome CLI app that they have. Okay, the next point is EAS submit. So when you have a built binary, you need to push that up into the App Store and the Play Store. What we have found to be the best way to do this is EAS submit. They can automate that submission of the build that you've done in EAS build straight up to the App and Play Store. You don't have to download it and then upload it manually. You don't have to open Xcode for anyone that's had to deal with any of that stuff. And this is completely free. The final piece of the puzzle is EAS update, and I'll actually demo this for you in a moment. So this allows you to make changes to the JavaScript layer that we talked about without needing to go through app review. You don't have to send JavaScript updates to Apple and Google to review them. So you can distribute over-the-air updates to your users as long as the build that's running on their device is compatible. It has to be a compatible build with that native layer that we talked about. And this is free on EAS for up to 1,000 monthly active users, which is quite a lot of people. And then it's fairly affordable after that. So I'm going to give you a walkthrough of how to publish an app. First thing you've got to do is write the app. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. Hopefully you got it. And, you have to learn quite a bit about how React Native and things like that work, but it is totally within your skill set to be able to do this, I can assure you. After you've written the app, you'll build it, and then you'll want to test it on real phones. And I can tell you, for Laracon, this was very useful. I had some lovely help from some of the speakers, and they really helped me get the Laracon app up and running before we then shipped it to everyone here. To test your app, after you submit a build to the App and Play Store, it will go into a testing track just by default. So these tracks are called Test Flight for iOS and internal testing for Android. Now you can share these builds with your team. So they're meant for, not your customers necessarily, but you could choose to share it with them if you need it. So you've got your team, your QA people, your trusted customers. There's a limit for each system, each App Store, Play Store, for 100 users for internal testing. And this is what we use to test the mobile app. A limit of 10,000 users for external testing. So if your system is awesome and you have a lot of users, you can add up to 10,000 people that will have access to early builds before you then publish them. So that's kind of cool. And users can share feedback instantly with screenshots and notes. It's all just integrated straight in. So they take a screenshot on their phone and then they get the option, would you like to share this with the developers? So it's actually a really neat workflow. Now we'll talk about going live. So you prepare a release by promoting your build to the production track. This will trigger a manual review by Apple and Google reviewers. They check that your app is compliant with their guidelines. Now, this can take 30 minutes, or it can take over a week, which is what happened with our app. You can imagine how stressful that was. If your app is rejected, you need to fix whatever the issues are, and they will tell you. It's actually pretty handy. We had a problem with the Laracon app where when we were asking permission for the camera, if you wanted to enroll in the game, they didn't like the fact that the button said grant permission. Instead, it had to say continue. So that they flat out rejected a build for that. So you got to follow the guidelines, which are there for a good reason, but you'll be right. If approved, you can choose to publish your release to the store manually, or you can do it automatically as soon as it's approved, which is exactly what we did. So let's talk a little bit more about the Laracon app. So what I can do, nope, not that one. Okay, over here. So I learned when I was walking onto the stage that unfortunately my phone got unplugged. So we just need to take a moment, and you're going to see how the sausage is made here. Let's do one thing first. Right, there's a lot going on in my last 8 minutes, so bear with me. What I have here is a pull request to the Laracon app, which is on hopefully all of your phones now, right? So I'm going to merge this in just a second, and it's going to do an EAS update. And you can see all I've done is just changed on the menu tab. We've got our information there. It says, we love building great software, and I've just changed that to an emoji. So this is not, nothing crazy, but if I merge that in, and then I go over to actions, boom. I'm being quick so you don't see too much. So hopefully this will run. Like, this is live, so if something goes wrong, whatever. We're just going to roll with it, all right? But let's see, fingers crossed. Cool, so that's step one, and now I need to get QuickTime up and running. That is going to take 3 minutes. Okay, I need to kill QuickTime. I promise this wasn't my fault, all right? I've tried. So I go here, hello, screen. I promise this will be cool. You'll get to see my phone when it works. Okay, all right. So then I need to set this up. If you didn't know about the left and right things in full screen, it's pretty cool. All right, so we're up. So I have the source code for the Laracon app, which is running hopefully on all of your phones, and I want to show you that this is live. So this is me moving around on the phone here. So this is our home screen. And I can kind of show you a few little things. What we're doing, like when you're building mobile apps, you have to think about network requests and stuff like that. Some of you might have noticed that the app doesn't work offline at all because it was in the too hard basket, all right? So I'm sorry. So you could do that for your apps, all right? So we had like a countdown. Maybe you saw it in the lead up to the app. You can see there's some TypeScript stuff here with like the red squiggles. It's all good, it still works. It's fine. Let's just chill, it's okay. So I'll show you where in the app that little like the menu thing that we had down the bottom was, which is here, and then we will get into some demos. So this was it here, and you can kind of see like the text on the left here matches the text on the right that you can see, right? So like, job done. Cool, so let's get into the demos. So this is the part that you can interact with. So I want you to go into this talk on the schedule. Let me move a few things. So I will do that now, and we're going to go to location. So let me show you the code on the screen, but you can also see it yourself if you click on the React tab. You'll get to see the actual code which is running on your phone right now. You can see it on your phone. I thought that was pretty cool. So we don't want camera, we want location. So this is how this works. So I've already granted permission, it's my own app. So I go use last known position, and this loads instantly. You can see that it knows already where I am, that's great. And then we're drawing that out onto the screen here using a package called MapView, I think it is. It's like very popular somewhere in here. React Native Maps, there you go, it is a map view. If I hit get current position, this is a lot slower. Can sometimes take about 10 seconds. So if you're doing anything with location, you might want to think about using the last known position as kind of a, hey, they're probably roughly in this area, and then you can kind of hone it in. So that's something to consider. Reviews, do me a favor. Hit this button, review this app. I would love 5 stars only, please. Now, if I hit it, it doesn't do anything because I've already reviewed my own app. But hopefully for you guys, it will come up. 5 stars, please. And again, the code for that is in there. I am rushing because I've got a cool ender. Deep links. Let's do this. So deep links are really cool. They kind of work the same as they do on, on our computers and stuff. Like HTTPS is, okay, it's going to be a web page, and SFTP and all those types of things, mail to, etc. Works exactly the same. Your phone does all of that under the hood. You can also use this to open up other apps if they are installed on the user's device. So if I go to Maps, for example, here, It can open maps, and it does. So there you go. You've just got directions to bowling tonight. We can open email. This one's kind of cool. I don't know why this is a thing, but shoebox is like the prefix for Apple's wallet. I didn't ask. Like, whatever, that's cool. I'll show you my photo library. So this, just a quick behind the scenes. Look at all these photos, and this was me testing the crap out of this app, the facial recognition and stuff, which, if any of you are like a bit weirded out about it, you can see me, I'm genuine. I'm not doing anything weird with it, and we're deleting it all after the conference is done. So get involved in the game, win some points, you might win a prize, all right? Cool, then biometric authentication. So this is like to trigger Face ID. So if I do that, I have actually, I've blocked that somehow. Anyway, but for you, it might be Face ID if you've given it access and your phone has it. Storage, this is key value storage that you can run inside of your app. And you can see if I go add an item, I can then read that out anywhere else inside of the app. Notifications, so this one, you can send yourself a notification. Now, because I'm in Do Not Disturb mode, it will be sitting up here. So, but for you, hopefully it pops up on your screen. This is what your phone, oh, where did that go? Oh no. There we go. This is what your phone actually receives when you get a notification. So I thought this might be kind of cool. Maybe you want to suss it out. And then you can trigger local notifications and delay them by like a week or a month, or you can set them as recurring to say, hey, every Monday send this person a notification. You can also do, I might run a little long. How did our update go? Look at that, it's down there, it worked. So if I go, there's a new update available, tap to fetch it, it's going to download it. Hopefully it'll all come through for you guys, and then there's that notification, and then boom, there it is. We have the emoji. All right. I've got 2 more things for you in less than a minute to do it, but we're going to try. So I'm going to run this Vapor command, and hopefully that will send everyone a notification. It might not work. I haven't fully tested it. Look, it doesn't look like it's worked, but that's okay. Anyway, hopefully this one will. So I want you to go to the... I have a slide. Look, just work with me here. Before we do this last part, I run an agency, as I said. It's called Atlas Software. You can visit it at atlas.dev. If you're interested in having a mobile app built, hopefully you like what we're doing. We're going to do one last demo here. So I want you to go to the... I know that's a black screen, don't worry. Go to the camera, and what I want you to do is take a photo of me. And hopefully it will come up on the screen behind me. And I wanted to do like a, ladies and gentlemen, the Jericho, type of a thing from Iron Man. So hopefully, hey, all right. So I know you can't zoom in on the app, I'm sorry, but it was in the too hard basket. So hopefully they'll all come through. I was hoping for a few more. It might be a little slow, but gee, we got the Jericho. All right, that's cool. So thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed this talk, and I hope you'll consider giving app development a go.
Sick.
We made it work.
Come here, we did it.
Thank you, mate.
We did it.
We did it.
He was not kidding. Like, we wanted to send those ticket emails on Monday, and we thought for sure it would be Apple that would hold us up, but Apple was like 30 minutes, and Google, we're like emailing them, we're like, please?
I literally begged Google. I wrote them a support email, like, I am begging you, this is going to be so embarrassing if this doesn't go through. So, and then they approved it an hour later, so it worked.
So the key is to beg.
To beg Google,
yeah. There's a few questions here that we'll just quickly go through. What issues did we have? Like, the main issues that we had was the submission process, like the building.
The submission, yes, but also I want to leave this up, but the name tags in the photos when you go view a photo, that was like a nightmare. Really, like a lot of ChatGPT, how do I fix this, math, like it was rough. And then swiping between photos in the gallery. You might want it to be like a bit better. It's like a black screen and then it loads the next image. I couldn't get that to work either. So look, you get what you get, all right?
How long did it take?
This was about 2 months of like a lot of time. But I didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but I built like a whole conference event app management platform behind this because I didn't have enough else to do. So, so that took a lot of the time. You can get an app up and running in like a week. So I would encourage you to give it a go.
Nice. Last question. This is the top voted question. It's from Mitchell. How did you make this app so good?
A lot of hard work. But we got there. Thank you.
We've been waiting. Should we tell them?
Let's tell them.
The prize is?
You tell them.
I'll tell them?
Yeah, you got a good voice.
Do we know about the other thing, the lightning rounds? Do we need to talk
I don't know. So, okay.
Quickly.
We sent it out. The notification didn't work before. So, look, there was a lightning round. All right, let me tell you the story. So there was a lightning round during lunch and during each of the breaks. There's meant to be a lightning round where attendees, some of you, 10% of you, randomly selected each break will be worth 6 times points, so 30 points. But then randomly, 1% of the audience will be worth negative 30 points. Now, there was meant to be a notification that was sent out during the break, and Chris, who works with me at Atlas, sent it out, and it didn't work. So that's all on me, but I think I've got it fixed. Regardless, I will get it fixed for tonight because we're running this at like each break. So yeah, look out for that. You might be called a chosen one, which is nice, or you might be called a bad apple. We're kind of like, goofing around.
So watch out. Great. Do you want to know what the prize is? Should we tell you now what the prize is? Yeah.
Man, they're not that keen. Do you
No,
want to
they're
tell
not
them?
keen.
I don't know. Do you care? I don't know.
Have you-
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Have you been to a Laracon? We don't like mess around with prizes. So the prize this year is a 15-inch MacBook Air that is with 16 gig. It's 512 gig of hard drive, and like Apple annoyingly like released the new like base model with 16 gig the day after we bought it. So that is the prize. We're giving it away tomorrow. Taylor's going to hand it to the winner. So install the app, take photos, capture memories. Thank you very much, Mitchell.
Woo! Thank you.
Our next speaker is, we've got this history with SheCodes of having like amazing speakers come in from the SheCodes community. We're very excited to have yet another member of their community. Jo, who's a mentor, a leader in that community, is here. She's going to talk about embracing the tool stack, using Copilot as a Copilot for programming, and how it really helped her to fall in love with programming. So please welcome to the stage, Jo Minney. Good?
Yeah?
We're doing a bit.
Yeah, we're going to do a bit. So I hope you're all ready for the bit. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, but we might need to get the photographer up
He's
on
there.
stage.
Here he is.
He's ready to go. Yeah.
He was running away, but we got him.
Because we're going to do a little, like, it's nearly, afternoon break and you've had lunch, and I know some of you are probably crashing, so we're going to wake everyone up. So I just want to make sure that you're all capable of helping with the bit, right? Because I do this at every conference I've ever spoken at, and I'm not going to let this be the one that it doesn't happen. So can everyone just put their hands in the air for me? Like both hands if you can. If you're holding a laptop, sure, just put one, but both hands is good, right? They've got it.
They're still awake. They're
yeah,
good.
They'll work, I think. Okay, put your hands down. The second part of this, I just need to see, can everyone stand up? Just stand up. I know, it's hard, right? Like, whew, there was a lot of creaking happening right there. Okay, sit down. All right, last practice before we do the real run through.
put the two things together, stand up and put your hands in the air. Are we ready to make waves?
Oi,
You see what I did there? You see what I did there? Okay, I'm going to catch it because I want it on my camera, but are you ready as well? Yeah? Okay, so we're going to start on this side, and we're going to go that way, and then come back again, okay?
Oh boy.
Yes? All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Woo! And back. Oh, you guys suck.
Oh, all right, we go. We recovered.
You were great. This side, we'll talk later.
Amazing. Should I leave?
Yeah, you can go now. Hey, before you do though, Michael.
See ya.
Just, I've got something for you. Just come here. Come here.
Jeez, she's really got us on.
Do you want a Christmas decoration?
Amazing.
Yeah, I made it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Right.
My name is Minney, and I am here to talk to you today. Hopefully my clicker works, because these animations are too fun not to have up there. Most of us, hopefully, that are here today already love Laravel. That's why you're here. Maybe my 3 She Codes girls that are floating around, put your hands up. Hey, there they are. They're going to need jobs in a few months, so if anyone wants someone that knows React and is willing to learn Laravel, there you go, there they are. So I had a bit of a meltdown yesterday. I didn't know who my talk was for, and I freaked out a little bit. So I kind of dug deep, and I talked to all of the speakers, and I talked to Michael, and I worked out that actually my talk today is for anyone who is invested in expanding the adoption and the reach of the Laravel project. And I think that's most of us, right? But if that's not you, maybe you're someone who interacts with junior developers on a regular basis, people who are just starting out, whether that's as a mentor or as an educator or as a colleague or as a boss. Maybe you're someone who's looking to grow or build a team, and like we were back in December, you're trying to get out of the what stack should I pick rabbit hole. And that was us. Big surprise here, we landed on the tall stack. I know, spoilers, right? But most of all, this talk is for anyone who, like me, has ever felt like an imposter and has been struggling to achieve the elusive and somewhat confusing title of full stack developer. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I know, woohoo, PowerPoint. It's like the one not Mac user here. So I spent the first 10 years of my working life up here in data land. I worked as a process engineer for one of the big 3 mining companies. So there's a 30% chance that you guessed it right. Manipulating huge data sets and generating data analysis and recommendations that got fed back up to the senior decision makers, but I wasn't a decision maker. And I worked with the software development team during that time. I got really heavily into database land. It's where I learned SQL. I know it's weird, but SQL is the first language in the whole Laravel stack that I ever learned, which is kind of confusing. And I loved it. I really enjoyed working with data. It was great. But what I didn't enjoy is that while I was there, I felt like I was just a cog in the machine. There was no feedback loop. When I made recommendations, those recommendations got fed up the chain, but I often never actually got to see whether or not the things that I had come up with worked. So imagine writing a bit of HTML and not being able to see it on the page. Soul crushing, right? So I left to be a freelance consultant. That's me. And I ended up jumping ship very quickly from engineering into web development. And I found it more rewarding, I found it more fun, and it was a combination of a lot of my favorite things, right? You can see what my favorite things are there. They're written on the screen. And it was where I learned to love HTML and CSS. Unlike a lot of people I'm sure in this room, I'm certain I'm not the only one because I've spoken to a bunch of people with a similar history, I started out with WordPress. Now, I learned to love HTML and CSS, and I've been teaching it for years through the She Codes program now. And I still love databases, and I still love data in general. So You might think, and I certainly thought, that the logical next step was to learn programming so that I could connect all of the things I knew together, right? So that I could have the front end, and I could have the data, and I could make them do things. The dream. And I had the HTML and CSS chops, and I had the SQL chops. And I tried so many times, like so many times, you guys. I tried to learn PHP. It was the obvious choice because I already was working in WordPress at the time. That didn't work so great for me. I tried learning Python. I had a great community around me, and I had great resources around me, and it didn't work for me. I tried learning JavaScript. The same thing. I could get to Hello World. Hello World is fine. I can write a loop. I can understand how an if statement works, but I couldn't create an application. I couldn't actually make something real. And it was really deflating. And I'm sure that it's no surprise that I started to think I was the problem. I had already nailed HTML and CSS and SQL, so is it just that my brain doesn't work the way that a programmer's brain works? Why can't I learn traditional programming languages? So, we're going to step back a bit to 3 of my favorite things. Now, when I make things, I have a vision. I had a vision that when I did my intro video, I had Christmas decorations on my tree, really big on Christmas. Does anyone want one? I didn't have a plan. I didn't download it anywhere. I was like, this is kind of what I want it to look like. We'll just wing it, right? Sometimes I have a YouTube video or an Instructable, but I don't use sewing patterns when I'm making clothes. I don't use woodworking plans. Any woodworkers? Like 2? Cool. They're very quiet and introverted. That's normal. I like learning by doing, right? But I always want to create my own thing. I don't want to just replicate someone else's ideas. Here's some stuff I made. I know, so fancy. I don't just want to cut something with a saw, right? I want to make a fancy cutting board for my sister for her birthday so I can be the real MVP. I'm not going to spend a month learning the correct way to dimension wood. I'll figure it out as I go. It's fine. Does anyone play an instrument? Cool, cool. More hands, slightly more noise. Makes sense. More extroverts in that group. You start with recognizable songs, right? Yeah? No one's sitting there learning scales for the first 3 months playing the guitar. No. When I'm learning to sew, I want to make a skirt with pockets, right? That's important. Because I don't know if you've ever said to a girl before, hey, I really like your skirt. But what do we say? When I say to you, I really like your skirt, what do you say? Thanks, it's got pockets, all right? And you might be asking yourself, what's the big deal? Hey, men, put your hand up if you don't have pockets in your clothes right now. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, girls, hands up if you've thrown out clothes because you got so frustrated that they didn't have pockets in them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so there's my answer. My pocket has skirts. That skirt has pockets. Very stressed out right now. So how come when we're teaching programming, we start with Hello World and we're like, yay, you're a programmer now. No, you're not. That doesn't have pockets. I don't want to spend a month following a tutorial just so I can, at the end of it, be like, well, this isn't really practical. That was a waste. I don't have time to do that. I'm running a business full time. It's why content management systems like WordPress are so successful, because people can start and in a day they can have a website. Whether you like it or not, there's a reason they're so successful. And teaching the basics of loops and if statements and functions and objects, yes, that is really important and we need to do that. And developers can't skip that step. But they can learn those things by doing. They don't have to learn just the concepts first. And getting Hello World showing for the first time is really satisfying for 2 seconds. Right? But it's not busting out the guitar at a party and playing Wonderwall. You get me? So, we're often not starting with best practice because we're trying to teach these first principles of PHP or Python in a vacuum. We're trying to teach concepts first and we're often oversimplifying things. And sometimes we end up actually teaching bad habits. And most importantly, I think, new learners end up getting really demotivated really quickly. The most common question that we get in our one-day workshops at She Codes is which language does what and how do they all fit together? They're not trying to figure out at this point what a loop does. They're trying to figure out what HTML does. Learning development within the context of a full stack framework means that you have the opportunity to see how all of the different bits fit in together and work with each other. And with some guidance, you can feasibly spin up your first functioning web application with authentication in like less than an hour. Now, quick side note, my husband's also here today. He's one of the introverts, so I'm not going to call him out. But he was adamant that actually this could be done in 5 minutes with Laravel. And so we tested it. We use Docker, so neither of us had ever used Laravel Herd before. And I thought he was exaggerating, but we went from this to this. Anyone want to take a guess? 6 minutes and 41 seconds. So it's not 5 minutes, but it's still under 10. And going from nothing to an entire local environment with authentication in less than 10 minutes is wild. Because we do a 6-month boot camp with our team, and local environment and deployment are repeatedly the thing that the girls struggle with the most. Every single time we have another cohort graduate, they're like, I really enjoyed it, but man, deployment sucks. Man, setting up your local environment sucks. Like, we've already taken so much of that hurdle out of it with Laravel. So thank you to everyone who's worked on those tools. Having things that play nice together, like Laravel Herd, means less opportunity for new errors, right? It means things that aren't easily resolved don't come up as often because chances are someone else has already encountered that error and it's either been fixed, or you're more likely to find examples and tutorials that match your stack and you get less of that, why doesn't this look like what's on my machine? Now, generic Laravel, blade only, no Livewire, might seem easier. And we're about to get into the tool stack stuff. And it might seem simpler at face value, but I would challenge that. Because doing something like submitting a form without Livewire could arguably be more complex for someone who's just starting out. For those of you that have used it before, with Livewire, everything is handled within the component. With a traditional form on a blade, you've got to handle that submission using a controller. So I was really lucky because I started with the tool stack and it's got pockets, right? Because when you build with Livewire, it's just everything, just you can do it. And like, what do I mean by that? What is an example of a pocket in this context? So even for new developers who have never done a line of code in their life, they still have basic expectations of what we expect from a user experience and what we expect things to look and feel like, right? So we'll take a really simple example of that. In 2024, it's just expected behavior in an application that some things are going to work the way that you expect them to. So most of the projects that my team work on are for charities or NGOs, and they're basically like custom CRMs that are built on Laravel. And one of the most common patterns that we get is that our customers want to record some kind of note or interaction against a stakeholder, like a donor or a sponsor or something. And when using traditional Laravel, without Livewire, and with no front-end framework, and that's the key bit here, we'll come back to that, you either have to refresh the page when you hit that save button, or you have to write some janky jQuery, or like some other equally cringy way to make it show immediately after hitting that save button. And like, yes, you can do it, but just because you can does not mean you should, right? If we think back to Matt's talk this morning, just use the tools that are already there, right? I don't think a single one of us wants to support whatever that janky jQuery solution is when we inherit that application. And we don't need React for something that basic. Like something like that, you're building a basic application, you don't need a fancy front end, you don't always need to reach for a brand new front end framework. It's still, however, I would consider arguably core behavior, It's something that I just expect to happen in a web application in the same way that I expect pockets in my clothing at all times. Cool? So, Livewire gave us pockets, which is excellent, but the topic of this talk is actually the tool stack, which has 4 things in it, not just Livewire. Tailwind, Alpine, Laravel, and Livewire. And my recipe for how I learned full stack development is actually 5 things. So you get a bonus. Congratulations. So let's start. I'm going to go back one. Hang on. Lost my notes. Oh no. Let's start with Tailwind. Right? Now, I have taught CSS. I have very strong opinions on what it should look like. Tailwind's pretty, right? It's got great documentation. There's loads of resources out there for it. But for me, more importantly, is that when I'm teaching my students to code in CSS, and they're relying on a framework from day one, I at least want that framework to reflect what CSS looks like. I had the misfortune of having to teach some other frameworks that shall not be named that put exclamation mark important in front of every single one of their classes. And I'm sure, Stephen, that they do other things really well. But I love that when my students start using Tailwind, that they are still learning more or less how CSS should be structured. So from that perspective, I think it's a great choice if you are going to use a framework. And the other thing is that it makes design systems really easy to understand. Now, on top of all of that, there are a lot of full stack developers in this room. So put up your hand if you identify as full stack developer. Yeah, there's lots of you. Okay, now keep your hand up if you can confidently say that you are just as good a front-end developer as you are a back-end developer. You guys should all use Tailwind, please. Alpine, it reduces the overall learning curve. It's composed inside your markup, inside your HTML, and it lets you add some JavaScript glitter. I really like glitter, you know my shoes. When you need a little bit more than what Livewire can handle, right? Without needing to get your head around an entire full-blown JavaScript framework like Vue.js or React. It still lets you do fun interactive things. So the most common thing that we use Alpine for, outside of like the stuff that it does with Livewire, is conditional rendering on blades based on server-side information. It's something that is really easy to do with it, but it's something that you can't necessarily do otherwise. But to me, in my experience, Alpine doesn't really feel like another language. It just kind of feels like it's something that's built into Laravel and Livewire. And it really elegantly solves problems that are commonly JavaScripted. And then there's Laravel, the reason that we're all here today. And I mentioned before that I came from WordPress and I tried learning PHP, and maybe that was part of my challenge, because PHP is not very structured, and there are about 1,000 ways to do something in vanilla PHP. And there's maybe a handful of ways to do those things in Laravel, and there is amazing documentation on which one is the right way to do things for which use case. And when I say like it's good documentation, I don't mean like a little bit better. Have you ever read the PHP documentation? Like, it is leagues better, and kudos to the people who have written that documentation, because for me, it's the reason why I was able to learn how to program. On top of that, there is a passionate and friendly and helpful community that is not full of bossy, judgmental dude bros. I was told I was allowed to say that. And like, that's really important. Honestly, I can't oversell how important that is and how welcoming this community has been. The ORM, like database nerd, love my SQL, have very strong opinions on how it should work, still love the ORM, and I think that's saying something. It's intuitive even when you come from working directly with SQL, and I think it just makes for much cleaner code. It's got everything in it that you need to start a real project using like one line of code. 6 minutes, 41 seconds, folks. And error handling. Like I mentioned, I maybe have like a little bit of PTSD from trying to learn PHP and WordPress, and this is what I mean. This is what my error screen looks like. And then this is what we get now, and it's like, it's so pretty, and I can see what went wrong, more importantly. And now we've got all of these other cool tools for debugging stuff, like, brings me life. And then we've got Livewire, and like, who's actually used Livewire? Like, who regularly uses Livewire? Yeah, like less of you, cool. There'll be more tomorrow, I'm sure, because we've got a talk like specifically on it. But it gives you that feel of something that's dynamic and kind of appy without needing a full-blown JavaScript framework. And that's what I love about it, because as a beginner, you only need to learn Blade syntax and get your head around how components work, and everything else is super transferable knowledge. You don't have to worry about making things talk to each other, because they just do. Like, they just do. It's lovely. And most importantly, it feels like you're only really learning a single technology. When you're using something like React or Vue.js as a beginner, you need to learn how 2 different frameworks work. React, Laravel, Python, Vue.js, whatever it is that you're using. And then you also need to learn how those 2 things talk to each other. So you're actually learning 3 different technologies there, as opposed to just one. And with the tool stack, you still have a modern and an interactive front end that can handle most business use cases. So what's the 5th thing? I can see him, feel him judging me. But calm down, okay? I get it. Like, don't use Copilot to write code, right? Don't use Copilot to write code. But when I started coding in December, or started programming with Laravel in December last year, there's no way that I would have made it to this stage today if I didn't have a tool like Copilot at my disposal. Now, do I think you should use Copilot now? Probably not. I would probably choose something different if I made that decision today, but back in December, there weren't that many options out there, and this was the best of the bunch for me. But developers who rely on Copilot aren't learning. I agree with this, but it doesn't mean that Copilot can't help us with learning. It's all about how you use it. I personally have fallen into the trap, and it's when I stopped using the autocomplete feature in Copilot where I found myself pausing and waiting for it to like finish the code for me. Yeah, everyone who's used it has been there. And now I'm really intentional about the way that I use it. And for any juniors in the room or people who are coaching juniors and worried about letting them use AI tools, I would say make sure that they're intentional about it, but don't hold them back. So here are the things that I use it for, right? And before we do that, I always hear this from people: you're using a crutch, you're relying on it too much. Like, yeah, use crutches if you can't actually walk without them. That's what they're for. That's the point, right? Context switching for anyone is really hard. So having Google in my code editor that I can ask questions to saves me so much time from having to switch between browsers and that sort of thing. And I do use Copilot Chat more than I use anything else that's part of the package, but I don't use Copilot to write code, and I certainly don't use it to write code that I don't already understand myself. But I do use it to explain concepts, and I use it to remind me of things. I ask it all the time, what's that artisan command? Is it make or create? Because I can never remember. How do I run a specific seeder of a specific class? Is it like dash dash, or is there a colon there? Like, who knows? Does anyone really know? No. You're all just Googling it anyway, so don't judge me for using Copilot. Tailwind classes. I'm like, I know the CSS, but I'm actually pretty new to Tailwind, so I can't remember what this specific class is that I need to do this grid thing that I want. So yes, I'm going to ask Copilot for that. But the thing that I use it for the most, other than maybe checking my syntax because I can't figure out why it's red, is I ask it to explain something to me like I'm 10. And the most recent one that I did was explain traits to me using a Lego analogy, and it was real fun, so I'll let you enjoy that. It's a really great way of learning concepts on the go, because remember, I came to this without understanding PHP, without knowing all of the different bits and pieces that make up a full stack framework. I've used it to explain the difference between public and private functions. I was talking to someone earlier today and they were like, it blew my mind trying to figure out the difference between a function and a method because they're both just called a function. Like, what even is that? Copilot also explained that really well using an analogy about Lego. It's where I started it. But the other thing that I really love using Copilot for is rubber duck debugging. So hopefully most of you have heard of this. There's a reason that Bruce has a duck tattoo. And it's because pair programming, explaining your code to someone, is a really valuable way of learning. And I would say it's one of the most valuable ways of learning. It's something we encourage from day one at SheCodes. And sometimes you don't have a person, and it feels really dumb talking to a duck. You can explain your code to ChatGPT though, and then at least it's going to be no dumber, probably, than a duck. Probably, right? But you can ask it the questions, you can talk it through. One of a few things is going to happen. Maybe explaining to ChatGPT or Copilot what your problem is and what you've tried is going to prompt you to think of something else, which is the whole point of rubber duck debugging. Or maybe you're going to be more confident with taking that question to Laracasts or Stack Overflow or your boss or a mentor. So, I've got like a few minutes left. How did I get to this stage today? I want to give a shout out to the 30 Days to Laravel by Laracasts. Jeffrey Way, thanks man. It's a great, up-to-date crash course in Laravel. It's really good base knowledge, even though it doesn't go sort of into the live wire. And it's like one full day binge watch. So ask me how I know. Josh, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, Siri, maybe? Recently released a crash course on Livewire 3. I have watched bits of it, but I haven't watched the whole thing yet. But I found his other content really helpful. So if you're looking to get into Livewire, I'd probably start there. But what I started with, and the things that I would recommend someone who is just starting out with the tool stack, with Livewire, with Laravel in general, to get their head around, or if you've got a junior who you're trying to get up to speed with Laravel, here are the things that I started with inside our team. And I found that they really helped me to get a good understanding of how the platform worked. So the first one is migrations and seeders. And it seems really obvious, but like, databases are confusing, and I think giving people access to that and getting them to understand how the ORM works from day one is really important. So if you've got someone in your team that you're looking to level up and get on board, maybe they're a React developer and you want them to learn Laravel. Maybe you're a junior and you're watching this online and you're like, maybe I could try this. Work out how migrations and seeders work. Blades, super transferable knowledge. I don't need to say anything else to this room. It's HTML and CSS, just, you'll be fine. CRUD operations, just copying existing code, right, that's out there on the internet. There's loads of examples. If you're working in a team and you've got that option, copy what they've done and then just tweak it to make it fit to do the thing that you need to do. And if you're going to look at diving into Livewire, start with forms, because it is really the best way of understanding all of the interactivity that it gives you. If you are going to be coaching someone who is learning how to code, my 2 pieces of advice are hold their hand through local setup. Even when it only takes 6 minutes and 41 seconds, it's hard and it's scary. And the second thing is no hands on keyboard. Don't touch their keyboard. Empower them and Google it together to find the answer when something goes wrong. Find a mentor or a community. It could be Laracasts, it could be a local meetup, it could be someone that you meet at Laracon, it could just be a colleague or something like that. And remember, you are not the problem. You just need to find the right combination of tools, technology, and community to get you there. Thanks, Laracon.
Amazing. Well done.
Didn't cry.
Nailed it. Don't mention it. There's still time. Do you know the secret?
Says, I
only cried a little.
Yeah.
We all only cry a little. Do you know the secret herbs and spices recipe?
I don't. Sorry.
No good. Where's the STL for your Laravel decorations? Is it available? Someone asked. James?
It's not at the moment, but we can probably put it like, what kind of 3D printer do you have?
Whoa. Let's take this to the break.
Take it offline. But yeah, we can definitely make it available.
I'm going to give you a couple of extra minutes. Tell us about SheCodes, please.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would love to tell you about wow, put it on the spot. So She Codes is actually started by my best friend, Kate. She's in the US at the moment, poor thing. Sorry.
I did take
It's a weird time to be in DC, okay? So the whole idea of She Codes is that we need to build a pipeline of new developers, and everyone works better in diverse teams. There's lots of data out there to support that. Kate kind of saw how people were trying to do this, and it wasn't really working. It's really hard to get into an industry where you don't feel like you're part of the community, so she started there and built a community that helps women to learn how to become full-stack developers. Now, we start off really small. We have one-day workshops. We're always looking for mentors. If you are in Australia and you're in a capital city, chances are that we are going to be running a one-day workshop somewhere near you soon. And we start people off with like little tasters of HTML and CSS, of Python, of Django, hopefully one day of Laravel. If anyone wants to help me write a tutorial for that, let me know. And then we also run a 6-month bootcamp. And the 6-month bootcamp runs on a really unique approach to these sorts of things, because rather than relying on government funding or something like that, it's built with industry. All of our course material is built in partnership with industry. We've got Ollie here today, who's our tech lead, and would love to talk to you all about how you're going to hire She Codes people if we run a Laravel bootcamp, right? But that's the thing, is at the moment we have mining companies, we have Canva, we have Atlassian, we have banks all shouting out to us, hey, we want to hire female developers, but there aren't any out there for us to hire at the moment. So we started building a pipeline. And if people will say to us, hey, we want to hire Laravel developers, put your money where your mouth is and come and support us. If you are interested in helping out, if you want to contribute by being a mentor, if you just want to chat about how the program works and what that might look like in your city, I'm here to have a chat about it. I don't officially work for She Codes other than like 3 weeks of every year where I teach them HTML and CSS, but I'm really passionate about it, and I've been there from the grassroots, and hopefully you will support our girls when they graduate and start looking for jobs. So please make sure that you get a photo with them today. They're worth 5 points. So.
With everything that's happening in the Laravel community, all of the Raise stuff, all of the work that the Laravel team is doing to kind of bring visibility and new developers into the framework, I think now is a really amazing time for that. We're going to go into a 30-minute break. We're actually 2 minutes ahead, so we're good. Sweet and savoury stuff, tea, coffee, light refreshments, fill up your water bottles, etc., etc. Who would like to win a prize? Come on. Anybody would think this is the first time? All right, I've already picked a name. How's this? If your name is Matt Sawkill, come over here. Please, welcome Matt to the stage. Congratulations. We do like to give away prizes at Laracon. These are pretty cool. You don't get the bag. I'm keeping the bag because there's another prize for later. Come up, Matt. Giles will take a photo probably. Ready? You ready for this? Exclusive merchandise. It's a hat. It's also a pair of AirPods Pro. Yeah! All right, go and have a break. We'll be back in here at 3:10. Please be seated, and we'll get started on time and get through our last 2 talks. Wait, for the prize or for the
wop a doo wop shoo be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo be doo be doo wop a doo wop a doo wop shoo be doo be doo. She give me catching all night long. She give me catching all night long. Well, it's been such a long day. I'm kinda tired, bring a soothing arms my way. My
check it out, man, on the roof. Saying, let it all hang out. You got to chill, relax. I'll sweat it out the rest. Yeah, let's go. I got a vision I see in my head, a melody buried deep into my soul. They call us crazy, we cutting the edge, unlocking the future and letting it go. This is a calling that's higher. The time we decided our stories are gonna be told. This is where legends are born. We paving the road, a future that favors the bold. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. Not to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Something coming, I can feel it. Deep down in my spirit. Revolution is a new day. Time to redefine the lyrics. So vivid, I can see it. So loud, I can hear it. So they calling me a madman, but the future belongs to the fearless. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Break the rules, break the laws. This is the moment we change it all. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. Not to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. Not to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like greatness. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. This is the truth, into the light. Taking our dreams and we bring them to life. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Woo! the tone. We about to write the code. Yeah, we on a new elevation. We came here to shatter the mold. I know you hear it, I know you see it. We got a fearless, we got a genius, we got defiance, we got a beacons, we got a true believers. Yeah, greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Greatness. Yeah, it feels like greatness. Legendary in the making. Reach out and we take it. About to emerge, we on the verge, and it feels like
listen, gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel my power now. I feel some food. You know I try so hard, but I think you don't see because I'm moving so fast. We call it rock and rollin'. My weapon seems useless cause you're on to me. You won't be possible to read, you always stay controlling. Oh, 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 it's a listen. Oh, 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 it's a listen. Oh, 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 it's a listen. Gonna do a voodoo dance until you feel my power now.
You ain't dancing.
lui chaque vendredi matin. Je t'ai dit à bientôt, mais c'est pas la fin. Bien perdu dans le confort. Tout me rend un peu fort, laisse apprendre pour d'effort. Tous ces secrets maintenant bien cachés. J'avoue, tu connais mieux que je connais. C'est bien chouette, mais j'ai pensé. Si toi tu te barres, à quel point je changerai. C'est mon doudou. Tu peux trop le faire très doux. Je te sens jusqu'au bout de mes doigts. Tu es tout ce que je veux, rien dont j'ai besoin. Enfant, je déteste comment t'envahis ma tête. Tout le monde me touche un réveil au fond que je m'endors.
Setting up your business phone doesn't have to be complicated. With Maxo, you're in control, and it's easier than you'd think. It feels almost like magic. And from $29.95 per month, you know you've made the right choice.
What are you doing?
Magic. In the symphony of business, trust Maxitel to deliver a winning performance every time.
Thank you very much to Maxo. Please, a round of applause. People in the backs of audiences don't usually win prizes, but I'm also very conscious of the fact that we're in a room full of developers. Are we okay if whoever catches this in the back of the room? Ready? Who's got it? Whoever's got it, come up here. Hey! All right. While our winner is coming up, I will introduce Sam Sehnert. For those of you who were here last year or saw the videos from last year's Laracon AU, he talked to us about simplifying encryption using Laravel. This year, he's going to talk about building robust delivery pipelines for continuous integration and continuous deployment. So even in a world of all of the services that we have, there is still plenty that we need to do ourselves. So thank you to Maxo for this, and please welcome to the stage, Sam Sehnert.
Good to be in Brisbane. It's much warmer here than back home in Christchurch, but I'll get used to it. I'm Sam, I'm CTO at Custom D, and I wanted to start today by asking you a question. How often do you guys deploy? how often do you deploy things into production? Put your hands up, if you deploy between once a week and once a month. Cool. And how about those of you who deploy between, say, once a day and once a week? Nice. And how about those who are comfortable deploying at 5 p.m. on Friday, or whenever you like? It's good to see so many hands go up. You guys can probably go home. You don't need to listen to this talk. Dora is a division of Google Cloud, and they're the DevOps Research and Assessments Group. And they do a regular survey and publish a report around organizations' DevOps readiness. And they have kind of made these sort of groups or cohorts. They've found that teams that deliver between once a week and once a month fit into this sort of medium and low range of DevOps maturity, right? So these groups tend to have a failure rate for their deployments of between 15 and 64%. So, you can imagine if you're deploying once a month and over half of your deployments are failing, that's pretty serious. And not only that, but these groups, medium to low, have a recovery rate, a time to recovery of about 1 day to 1 week from a production, failed production deploy. So, that's huge. Now, looking at the high group, 1 day to 1 week, 10% of their deployments fail. So, they're deploying more regularly, but failing far less. And their recovery rate is even better, less than 1 day. So that's pretty cool. And then you look at the elite group, we've got the on-demand deployments, those of you who like to deploy on Fridays. And say, what the hell? Let's go. But there's a good reason for that. Their recovery rate is less than an hour, and that tends to be more in the minutes, minutes up to an hour. So how did we get here? How did we get such a big split between low performing teams and elite performing teams in terms of their DevOps maturity? It started a long time ago. Back in the olden days, we had to write software to physical media, and you had big factories which would produce these discs and write all of the software to that media, and then they'd package it up and put it in boxes and put it on trucks or shipping containers and send it out to physical stores where people had to go and pick them up off the shelf and take them to the checkout and go home and then install it. So, you can see there's a lot of cost, time, and effort involved in that. And so this pushed release cycles out a long time. You wanted to build your software, you wanted to, make big changes, you wanted to test it really thoroughly before you deployed it. But, as we know, you deploy something, you've tested it really well, and, a user uses it in some novel way that you'd never expected, and something breaks. So, with these physical disks, they had no way to ship new versions of software. You were kind of stuck until you spent all that money again to rewrite all those disks and ship them all out. Fortunately, in the sort of 2000s, early 2000s, broadband internet was becoming more widespread. We could get over-the-air updates. You'd load a web page, and all of a sudden you were looking at the latest thing. You had things like Windows Update, and then later on with mobile devices, app stores, all that sort of thing. So users' expectations changed around that delivery of software. They wanted things faster, they wanted things to be updated more regularly and all that sort of stuff. So, later on to kind of support that, you had the sort of rise of the DevOps philosophy, and the tooling to support all that. So you had this convergence of the philosophy, the new tech, and the process evolution. And we've sort of, arrived today at a point where we've got all of this, amazing, wonderful tooling, especially in the Laravel community, You've got things like Sail, you've got your local development environments, you've got Laravel Cloud coming soon. You've got all these really great tools that you can ship software really fast and reliably. So I just want to explain a little bit about continuous integration and continuous delivery. It's a fundamental pillar of the DevOps philosophy, right? One of the key things is, automation. And you do automation to be more productive and to be more consistent, to avoid human error. So making things more reliable and faster to turn around. And you want things to be faster to turn around because you want to accelerate feedback loops, right? You want to test what you're doing. You want to deliver things quickly so that you can get feedback and iterate on that feedback from your end users or from your other developers. So the next thing is that is what Michael touched on this morning around incremental improvements, right? So this philosophy is that you make small incremental improvements over time and improve things every step of the way. So you're always kind of thinking, how can I make this better? How can I automate this? How can I improve this sticking point in my process? And, all those little changes, those ripples, build into those big waves and, you end up with a much better solution down the line. So continuous integration, I like to think of this as the merge part. That's where you get the idea here is to get your code from your development environment back into where your team can interact with it and they can start, working with it and building with it, right? And, whether your team is, your own company or whether you're working on open source software, you want to be able to get things as soon as you can into the hands of other developers who can start building on that. And, small merges are faster to do and they result in fewer, merge conflicts and that sort of stuff. Continuous delivery, so that's where you take your code and you deliver it, you share it with your users. And again, the idea is that large deploys have more in them. They're more risky. So the longer you take to, the longer you spend building something, the more changes you've made, the riskier it is to deploy that and the more issues you're likely to have. So, we found this really important for my company. We're a custom software shop, and we work a lot in the fintech, insurtech space. We work with small to medium businesses where, the software that we're producing for them is often the core of their business. It's really integral to what they do, and if something goes wrong with a deployment, then that's their business on the line. They're not making money, or, they get a bad rap with their customers. So, this philosophy made a lot of sense to us because we need really robust delivery for them. So I'm going to go back about 15 years again and talk a little bit about our DevOps journey. So we started, using straight PHP. We were really naive. We had no Git. In fact, I remember sitting at my desk, writing code, and I had a notepad beside me where I'd jot down the name of the file that I was changing so that I could remember which files to copy over FTP onto the production server while I quickly, crossed my fingers, hope no one was using the site and renamed index.php to indexold. And, obviously that has its problems, right? And we knew something had to change from that. But change, takes time. Not just, trying to figure out how to do that better, trying to build the tools to do that better, but there's also cultural change. You've got to bring everybody in the organization along for the ride with you. So, obviously our first move was to introduce Git, introduce version control. But even then, we had, big differences between our production environments and our development environments. We were installing Apache, PHP, MySQL directly on Mac OS, and every time the OS updated, it broke our dev setup. We had to, spend a couple days trying to fix things, not doing actual valuable work. So we, at the time, containerization didn't exist, and so we built a virtual machine which had, the same environment that we had in production. So we built a shell script, a big giant bash script that set up the server just the way we liked it. And we built a deploy script which would take, our git tag and deploy that to the server, make sure things like, over time we added things to make sure that PHP op cache was cleared, that our virtual host templates were updated, that FPM configuration was done properly. So we had all of this kind of baked into the script over time. But then complexity reared its ugly head. We had more customers doing more projects, and we had legacy, so we had people on different versions, so we had to run, multiple versions of PHP, or FPM, or multiple different containers, and we had to switch between, or not containers, virtual machines. We had to switch between them all. And still, using parallels, every time our OS updates, we broke our dev setup again. Like, we had to wait 6 to 9 months for parallels to update to support the new OS and all that sort of stuff. So we got to a bit of a crossroads, and by this stage, this was about 10 years ago, there were some new tools on the market. So we adopted GitLab, and it had, at the time, one of the best CI/CD processes. And we switched to using containers in our local development environment. And, one of the kind of critical things that we did at that time was introducing merge requests. So GitHub calls them pull requests, GitLab calls them merge requests. But we started doing actual proper merge reviews where we'd have a developer do the work and somebody else who knew the project well testing it and reviewing the code. Now, obviously, all of that takes time, and one of our goals is to reduce the time taken to get code from development into our main or trunk branch. And I don't know about you, but if you raise a merge request and it stays there for a week or even a few days, you get something like this. You might be working on a piece of functionality over here, someone's working on this piece, and they're all different, and you've got a big mess to unravel. And the longer it stays there, the worse that becomes. So that's where automation comes in. Obviously, in the pipelines, we want to add things like linting, static analysis, unit tests, auto build. And, Matt's talk this morning talked a lot about, how you set some of that stuff up with a new Laravel project. But, you're not always starting a new project. You've got legacy projects where you don't have this set up. And that can feel like a really heavy lift, How do you get all of that process easily into a project that's already, been there or, been going on for years and has thousands of, code files and that sort of stuff? Where do you start? Lint is a good one, a good place to start. So, Matt also made another really good point. He said that you shouldn't argue for styles, for code styles, just adopt a standard. And, that's absolutely right. There's no point in, arguing over whether curly braces go beside parentheses or on a new line. Just pick a standard. What matters is that it's consistent, because that's the thing that's going to help prevent you spending time resolving issues with white space. In Laravel, again, we've got some nice new nice tools there. We've got things like Pint. And if you're implementing this into an existing project, you don't have to, go back and spend all that time up front cleaning all of your code. you can implement your lint rules and say, use the dirty flag, right? And what that means is every time you make a commit and you run this as part of your pipeline, it will check any of the code files that have changed in that commit. You can do a similar sort of thing with PHP CS. You can set a baseline, and what that does is it looks at all of the lint errors in your code and immediately lists those out and says, don't worry about those right now. We'll put those aside. So with that, you can just drop this in and get going, and every new piece of code you write will have those lint rules respected. And you can set a business rule, every time you make a merge request, you can, fix something in that baseline file and slowly reduce that over time. And so, gradually over time, you'll improve the quality of your code base that way. Static analysis is the next thing. Static analysis is super helpful. It can help you find issues in your code before they even cause a bug. So you can do a similar thing when you're setting this up in a new project, right? You can set a baseline of static analysis issues, and same thing, implement a policy where every merge request or every pull request improves on that baseline over time. Automated testing. It can't be said enough. Automated testing is critical. But again, it can feel like an overwhelming job to go back onto a big project and implement automated testing. But you don't need 100% code coverage. In fact, that's not even desirable because you want your unit tests to run quickly in your pipeline. You don't want them to take, 15, 20 minutes to run unit tests because you want to get that feedback as soon as you can. If you can cut your unit tests down and make them efficient, make sure they're not calling databases or not calling external services, you can keep those, have a really robust test suite within sort of 5 minutes or less. Migrations, we've talked a little bit about migrations today. Really important because with migrations you can not only speed up the review time because your developer can check out your code, or your reviewer can check out your code and run those migrations, get your database into the right stage without having to write all that up. Again, putting that in, if you've got a big existing database, you don't want to have to spend a week, going back and writing migrations for your existing structure. So just use artisan schema dump and get a snapshot of where your database is now and start writing migrations for everything going forward. Seeding, this is my favorite kind of seed, but database seeds are the next best thing. Again, you've heard a little bit about this today, and it's, if you've got a really good set of seeds and factories, you can use that in a lot of different ways, right? You can use that for load testing, just quickly spin up 10,000 or 1 million records and use that while you're doing your reviews. But you can also, once you've got all of those pieces in place, you've got your migrations and your seeders, you can start to automate setting up a review environment as a part of your pipeline. So when you raise a merge request, it actually deploys a review environment that your merge reviewer can just click on. They no longer have to check out and set up on their local environment. They can just test it straight there in the browser and do code review straight there in the browser. So, once you've got these things, you've got this nice visibility on your issues, and you're doing all of that work up front. That stuff happens automatically. It's not going to a reviewer to go and check those things and then write it up and come back to you. You can get that feedback within 5 minutes of making your commit, of raising your merge request, and you can get feedback while it's fresh in your memory, and you can fix it straight then and there without having to context switch. Some other things worth looking at. Now, this you'll probably note has a hallucination, but I really like the idea of AI code reviews because it really does speak to that. If you can get like a sensible initial review of your code without anybody else having actually looked at it, you can deal with those issues again while they're fresh in your mind. So this is something that I encourage you to watch. We also use Danger.js, and that's to kind of help improve like the workflow stuff. So things like labels, making sure labels or time entry, the right cost center is on your issue, so you know where to record time if that's your gig. And that can save you, having the right labels on an issue can save you from completely missing that thing is ready to review. Okay, so you've got everything there. You're ready to merge, and merge with continuous deployment means a deploy. But how does that stack up with minimizing the code that you want? You almost want to commit things that are unfinished so that other developers can get their hands on it, right? So this sort of situation where you've got people trying to build the roof while the walls are being built. And we want to do that in code because you can get insights from your other collaborators, from the other team members who are trying to use what you're building. And, but how do you do that and still deploy to production on every merge request? Feature flags. I'm really passionate about feature flags. This is really powerful because you can build code, and your first merge request can actually be just adding the feature flag, add that logic gate, and turn it off in production, turn it on in development, and you can actually deploy that straight away. You're not actually making any real code changes, and that's a really low-risk deployment. And once that feature flag is off, you can make your commits, you can keep them small, you can hide them all behind this logic gate, and you can still work on them in development or enable them in your testing environment. And it's a really kind of powerful thing. When you get, we use Unleash, and when you get to the point of actually deploying, let's say you are you're deploying to a large user base and you want to be sure that your infrastructure isn't going to fall over because of the change you made, has some hefty database queries. You can gradually roll this out. You can maybe make a beta cohort in your database and key your feature flag to that and enable it just for that single cohort. Or you can roll it out to, say, 10% of your users or 50%, and you can kind of ramp it up. And you can see, once you've started using feature flags, if you enable a feature flag in production and something goes wrong, you're not having to actually roll back your application. All you have to do is disable that feature flag because that previous version is what was already running in your production environment. So you know it's solid, you know it's stable, and you can just turn it off. So that really helps you with this decision. You no longer fear the deployment on Friday because you know it's just a simple job to disable that feature flag if something is going wrong. A key part of that, which I haven't touched on yet, is observability and metrics. And the obvious things like your standard measures like your CPU usage, memory, all this sort of stuff, your latency, time to first byte, that's all great. You should also have really good coverage of your business metrics and track those as part of your observability platform. And if your key product, if the key thing that your application is doing is selling some product, right? If you make a deployment and all of a sudden your product sales take a dive, you can roll that back, and you can even hook that up to roll back automatically. And this is how GitHub manage their own deploys with gradual rollout and automatic rollback based on metrics. So you can sort of see now that these organizations with a really high DevOps maturity how they can achieve those results of 5% failure rate and less than an hour, typically a few minutes of being able to recover from those failures. One other thing to track, and this is not related to deployments necessarily, but track how long you're spending on planned versus unplanned development. That will help you sell the culture change, and hopefully your culture doesn't look like that. But this can help you give some real data to back up what you're doing. And what you should see is that you're spending less time on that unplanned development and more time on that planned development as you improve your processes. And that can really help bring leadership and management on board. And you can also use these kind of tools and technologies to really explain the safety and the confidence that they can give you. So a really good example of this is Macquarie Bank. Macquarie Bank is obviously, financial institution, and there's significant, they have significant risk if something goes wrong with an update to their systems. But despite this, they have a gold standard of having new hires deploy to production on day one. Now that shows real confidence in their systems. That's awesome. And imagine the boost you get as a new employee deploying to production on day one. That's really cool. So if there's one thing that I want you guys to think about is, how can you implement this kind of incremental improvement? What's the next thing you can do to improve your CI/CD processes? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Sam. Just a couple of quick questions for you. When we are talking about recovery from failure, how do you define recoveries? Are you just doing a rollback?
Yep, so recovery could be either patching the issue or rolling back.
Okay,
yep.
Cool. How can you push, I suppose this is a question from Connor, how can you push within your organisation for more regular automated deployments?
Sorry, say that again?
How can you push for more regular automated deployments?
Yeah, that can be a really difficult thing to do, and one of the struggles is actually bringing the development team along for the ride and trying to get them to commit smaller, less risky deployments, smaller, less risky things to deploy. So once you've kind of got that piece of the puzzle sorted and you've got the kind of quick rollout and the feature flags part of the puzzle, you're taking a lot of the risk out of the deployments, and you can really show that via metrics that you're tracking.
Great, amazing. Thank you very much, Sam, for a second year in a row. Okay, we've all been doing very well. We've got one more talk left today. This man has been in the Laravel community for as long as I can remember, and probably further. He used to work at Titan, he's worked at Userscape, he worked at Yukon. He kept his coach from my Los Angeles Lakers over the summer. He's coming on stage to his own hype track that he has produced himself. Please welcome to the stage, Dave Hicking.
Yeah. Yeah, hang on. Oh, that's my voice. Hello. Yeah, we're having... Oh, there I am. Look at that. Hang on, everybody. Hey, there I am. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, what an incredible day so far. Actually, can we give it up for Michael and the incredible staff here? This has been an amazing first day. I've never seen a conference with actual mugs and afternoon tea. This is my absolute dream come true. I'm Dave. I'm a first-time speaker here at Laracon, so I figured I'd introduce myself. My name is Dave Hicking. I live in the great state of Connecticut, way up there, roughly halfway between New York and Boston in the US, with my amazing wife, Marissa, who's here watching today in the audience with me, filming me like a proud stage mom. It's amazing. And yes, this is what Connecticut actually looks like in the fall. If you're not familiar with Connecticut, there's really only two things you need to know. First of all, Connecticut is home to the greatest pizza in the world. Look at this pizza. That's clam on a pizza. It's incredible. And we're home to the greatest college basketball teams in the world. I told Michael when I wanted to speak here that I was missing opening night for my favorite basketball team to be here. Connecticut is also home to my rescue dog, Maybe, seen here in her favorite spot on the couch and wearing her favorite Yukon bandana. I wish I was this stylish, but what can you do? All right, a little bit more about me. I started in IT. I'm not a developer. I just pretend to be one and work with them. I made my way to doing PM and ops for Titan, took a little side adventure to Yale, but other than that, I've been in the Laravel community for about a decade now. My jobs are always a combination of all kinds of things, but what I really love is helping people and teams of people be freaking great. But maybe above all else, I also love solving problems. So right now, I'm the product manager at Userscape, where we make two fantastic products that solve problems for people, which is great. We make HelpSpot, which is for customer support teams, anybody with shared email and you hate dealing with it, like you've got 3 people trying to handle some box and you don't know what to do with it, we make HelpSpot. It's awesome. And we make Larajobs, the official Laravel job board. You all should use it, hopefully. If you are hiring or interested in hiring Laravel developers, come talk to me. And that concludes the shameless shilling of this talk. Okay, what is this? Why am I showing you a house? So I recently bought this house. Yeah, don't get excited yet. And let me tell you, it is no fun to buy a house in the US these days. I don't know what's going on here. I'm imagining it's also maybe not that much fun. It's also not fun to prep a house to sell. So in the US at least, you hire a real estate agent and they look at your house and they give you this unbelievably long list of fixes. Stuff that you think nobody cares about or stuff you learn to live with. Paint touch-ups, cleaning, a piece of trim, who knows what it is. Stuff you learned to live with a long time ago, and it's so easy to get so overwhelmed by the long list that you just kind of put your head down and say, all right, I guess this is what I'm doing for the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. You're just fixing things, you're just going down that list and you're checking everything off. You're just taking these orders in and you're spitting out results. And if you have moments where you say to yourself, are we really doing this? You just go, hey, listen, they're the expert, not me, right? I hired this person, they know what they're doing. I'm just doing what I'm told. But you're not a noob, right? You've bought a house before, you've been in the market, you kind of know what people look for because that's what you're looking for. You have some amount of knowledge and expertise, even if you don't think of it as knowledge and expertise. You can bring stuff to the table. And then it hits you. You're sort of wondering, what am I doing? Like, is all this stuff really gonna matter? You start to ask questions like, is this what I should spend my time doing? What's the most important stuff on this long list that I've got? Will anybody notice this? Should I really spend hours, this is a true story, should I spend hours painstakingly removing a vine from a tree? Or should I touch up more paint in my house? Unsolicited housing advice, always touch up paint. Paint your ceilings, buyers notice fresh paint immediately. You wanna spend your time on what your customers will actually notice. What happens is you finally start asking good questions. Not because you're ornery or you're stubborn, although I am both of those things, but because you start taking ownership. You claim your agency and you start bringing your expertise to the table. You can see where this is going. You stop following orders and you start creatively, and the creative is important. You start creatively solving problems. I know it's great. We're just over 5 minutes in and I've already gotten to the title of the talk. This is going well.
By a show of hands, and I can sort of see everyone's hands here, how many people have ever been asked as a programmer to just do something? Just make a button, make a carousel, oh my God, to just fix this problem? Lots of hands, not surprised. No creativity, no greater context, just do this thing. Happens all the time. This is my old boss at Titan, Dan Sheets, co-founded Titan with Matt, who you all heard earlier. Great guy. Taught me a lot about the business, and he inspired this talk. This is not Dan Sheets. This is a great image from the early 2000s. This is a NBA general manager. He's working the phone so hard, the man needs 2 phones at the same time. I aspire to this level of sales. So Dan co-founded Titan, and he was responsible for, amongst other things, bringing business in the door. I imagine this is what Dan was doing when he was working his hardest. It meant a lot of time talking to potential clients at Titan about why they should hire Titan. So I wasn't surprised one day when I got a DM from Dan, or it was in some channel or whatever, and Dan frustratingly said, "We're not just order takers." So if you're like me, you might assume he was referring to a client that was trying to hire Titan. And maybe they weren't fully on board with how we wanted to do things, and they wanted to hire, for lack of a better term, butts and seats. Resources. God, that just gives me the creeps. Sure, you've got expertise and you've got opinions, but we got all these tickets. We got all these Jira tasks. We got stuff. Just let's get some devs on the project, right? Because that's never gone wrong. This could be a whole other talk. I digress. But it turns out Dan wasn't talking about some client or some person. He was talking about us. He was wondering why we were being order takers. So in an ideal world, Dan, Matt, everybody else at Titan, really all of us, we don't want to work on predefined solutions. We want to work on problems collaboratively with whoever we're, client, customer, end user, whatever. And the earlier the better. The earlier we can be involved in the conversation, the better off we'd all be. Not just Titan, but the client too, and then eventually the end user. Maybe more importantly, we could help them define the problem, scope it down, and help them avoid mistakes that we've seen other people make because we have experience, we have expertise. We've done some of this before. You all have had this happen. Somebody comes to you and they ask you to do something and you're like, yeah, we could do it that way, but I know that's not going to work. Or actually, I know some easier way to do it. All right, so why is this better? Well, you all know this, but lots of people who don't know developers, they don't know a fact, which is that you all are not paid by the word or the line of code. You're not paid by the number of PRs, the number of deployments. That would be a weird incentive structure. You're paid, you're hired, you're here, hopefully, amongst other things, to solve problems. For customers, you're solving business problems through a variety of tools. Yes, you're writing code. But you're also asking good questions. You're trying to understand their process, what they're looking for, and you have experience of solving other problems for people, right? You're really solving problems by building software all day long. So why let that experience sit on the sidelines? I don't know if this is in the dictionary, but I like this definition. Development is an act of creative problem solving. So the more perspectives, the more unique combinations of experiences and expertise that you can bring to bear on a feature, a task, a problem, the better. I think this should be true for all of us. But we had a bunch of hands up earlier about how you were just asked to do something. So it's not always true. Why isn't it always true? Why are devs often disconnected from the larger purpose? Why don't we feel more empowered to speak up? And finally, the reason you all are on the edge of your seat, I know, listening to this talk, what are we going to do about it? Now, some of you might be ready to yell out, Dave, silly Dave, you're just a PM. We've solved this already. We have Agile. Believe it or not, I wrote this before Matt's talk this morning. What about Agile? Let's recap quickly, the Agile Manifesto, always a classic. If you haven't looked at it in a long time, it's actually interesting. Agile Manifesto says you value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. You value working software over comprehensive documentation. You value customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And you value responding to change over following a plan. This is great stuff. This is a banger. And all of it remains incredibly valuable. But again, to paraphrase my friend Matt Stauffer, people spend way too much time thinking about if you're agile than actually being agile. That's a word, agile. It's not a brand name. It means something. But being agile isn't easy natively for lots of companies, lots of teams. But it became a standard thing that everybody had to do. It was trendy. Consultants, blog posts, conference talks. Got to be agile. It was the expectation. And so, you get the agile industrial complex. People started selling processes, solutions, plans, consultants. Apologies to any agile consultants in the room. Pretty soon you had to do agile a certain way. If anybody knows what this is, I'm so sorry. This is Scaled Agile Framework, also known as SAFe. The fact that an agile framework is called SAFe is Orwellian. Agile stopped being agile. It just became another way to do things. All right, maybe agile is not going to solve all of our problems. Awesome. Some of you are like, Dave, I've got this. Agile process, no, it's like one or two of us. It's small, we're nimble, we're doing stuff. I'm self-reliant. Got this big muscle emoji showing you how self-reliant I am. I don't need this process, gets in the way. Well, here's the truth. We can't always do it alone. Because, all right, so let's say agile doesn't magically solve all of our problems. Doesn't mean that we know how to solve all of them. Doesn't mean that we were taught. Doesn't mean that we're in a good culture to do so. Doesn't mean that, okay, so maybe we've got good ideas, but we actually have never seen in practice how to put this all together. The word culture, oh, sorry, I see it in my notes. You don't see it here. The word culture is interesting. Let's talk about culture. So let's put agile aside for a moment. What is it, whether it's a company, a group, heck, an open source community? What is it that actually fosters the kind of collaborative, inclusive problem solving that I think the Agile Manifesto is actually talking about? It's culture. A culture, maybe more specifically, where people feel safe. Safe, you're wondering? What are we doing? What are we talking about? Yeah, safe. Safe to fail. Safe to be yourself. Safe to thrive. To try new things. Psychological safety is what we're talking about. It's the foundation of problem solving. You can't build a culture where people feel free, feel safe to tear that wall down and actually engage and bring their whole selves. Because if they do that, you might fail sometimes. And if you don't have safety, that's never going to happen. Size doesn't matter. If you're in a huge corporation, it matters. I mean, this applies. If you're working small team, it applies. Heck, if you're working on an open source project with like 3 people scattered across the world because of the magic of the internet, it still applies. So let's all get on the same page. What the heck am I talking about? Psychological safety is the shared belief held by members of a team, a group, whatever, that it's okay to take risks, to express concerns, to speak up with questions, and to admit mistakes without fear of overwhelming like negative consequences. Okay, that's what it is. Why does it matter? Sounds trite, but it's true. If you don't feel safe to fail, you will fail to try. You won't do anything new or unique. We're all this way. You put that guard up, you get that scar tissue, right? And so if you have psychological safety, you're more engaged, you're more motivated because your contributions might matter. You can speak up without fear of retribution, which then leads to better decision making because people are voicing their opinions and concerns. You get a more diverse range of perspectives and you get better problem solving. So this all sounds great. I hope everybody here is like, Dave, this is all good. What are we talking about? And if you're a boss, a manager, a team lead, I hope you're nodding your head. Great. How on earth do I do this? This is awesome, right? How do I build an environment with psychological safety? Boy, I'm telling you, I'm so glad I'm the last talk because we are getting real sexy here with good management practices. Stuff like well-established norms, right? People need norms that are documented, that are consistently held so it doesn't feel like one person's playing favorites with another. You know what's fair. You need communication. It says great communication. It should say open communication. And you need to not just practice, but teach and model active listening. That could also be a whole talk. I would love to hear a talk on that. This is super important. You need to reward the behavior that you want to see. So did somebody on your team speak up and kind of stick their neck out maybe? Celebrate it. Make sure that people know what's expected of them, that this is what you want them to do, and then when it happens, the team needs to actually hear about it publicly. And if you're a leader, or maybe you're just trying to lead from within, if you have any amount of influence in an organization, you have to admit when you're wrong. People are going to look to you for that, and if you model vulnerability, then they might show vulnerability. Finally, as an organization, you got to replace blame with curiosity. The goal is, that I'm talking about here is you're trying to do great work, you're trying to solve problems, and blame is only going to stop you and your team from making it happen. So I just talked about a whole bunch of stuff that managers and leaders, CTOs, et cetera, can do. But I want to talk about what individuals can do, right? So I said all that stuff, and maybe you're like, yeah, Dave, sure, great. I'm not a team lead. I'm just, mid-dev, junior dev, just doing what I'm told. But let's talk about what anybody can do. Let's start with curiosity and asking questions. As a developer, heck, as an individual in almost any line of work, unless we're talking about the military, you have agency to ask questions. If you are in a work environment that does not allow you, that you don't feel safe in asking questions, you need to leave as soon as humanly possible. I could put the Larajob slide back up again, but So what kinds of questions, right? Questions about code? I hope so. God, yes. But what about intent? Okay, what is this thing asking? Why are we doing this? Can you ask questions about that? I hope so. Let's use an example. I hope this isn't too real for everybody in this room. We are not off to a great start. We should get some help writing our tickets, our user stories here. I need a button. That's not awesome. How about this one? I need an export PDF button. Well, that's a little better. So let's say somebody comes to you and says, I need a button to export a PDF. And maybe, if we're lucky, they even tell you what data is in that PDF. But you don't get anything else. You're like, Dave, no problem. I've built PDF exports before. Easy one. Well, maybe we're not going to tell them it's easy, but we could do this. So let's rewind for a second. Actually, let's pause. Let's start with one very important question. We can add some more questions later, but we're going to start with one. One of my favorite questions ever. Everybody who I worked with at Titan who's in this audience is getting flashbacks right now. What problem are we trying to solve? So this question, if you're delivering it in an environment where people are encouraged to ask questions, where it's okay to try things, it's okay to speak up, can either clarify that terribly written ticket, or it opens up a whole new line of questioning. Like, does it actually have to be a PDF? Did somebody ask for a PDF, or did they just say, I want a report? Does our application even have code to export PDFs right now? Or do I have to go figure out what package I'm using, and now I've got to do this, now I've got a dependency. Hey, could it be a CSV, actually? So these might seem like basic questions, but I've been in conversations like this so many times in my life. The point isn't that you're being pedantic. It's that you're being pragmatic, right? You've got, as a developer, some amount of experience and expertise, even any earlier career developers in the audience, right? You have experience as a user, you have experience as someone with fresh eyes, because what you bring to the table matters. A collaborative approach to problem solving is the best approach to problem solving, right? Because you're not just an order taker, right? All of you in this room are problem solvers. All right, great. We've got about 10 minutes left. We are done with this talk, right? Not quite. Psychological safety and curiosity, that ability to ask questions, that's not all you need. That's a great start. It's not all you need for a problem-solving culture. You need a shared purpose, a shared understanding of what the heck we're doing. So let's say you've got folks who are speaking up, offering ideas, thinking creatively about how to solve problems. You're doing great. But what if you're not all going in the same direction? So go back to that PDF example. What if one person on your team thinks that the priority is, listen, we got to ship as fast as possible, and our existing customers, they actually just want the data. They don't want a PDF. So let's just give them the CSV, put it out there, call it a day. But then you got sales, somebody else in the corner who's like, no, actually, we're trying to market to this other audience, and they don't know anything about that, and they just want like a graph. They want a graph on a thing that they can print, and if you give them a CSV, all you've done is give them more work. Great. Because what problems are we actually supposed to be solving right now? Do we all know where we're going over the next sprint, the next 3 months, the next year? It gets a little fuzzier the further out you go, but like, do we have a shared understanding of what we're doing? If you're all going in different directions, then all that great hard work I've just talked about, psychological safety, curiosity, you just end up being pulled in 2 different directions and you're not moving forward. Last but not least, individuals need to feel like they have agency. If you're being micromanaged, then you're being treated as an order taker. Call it micromanagement, call it distrust, call it whatever you like. But if you deny somebody at least some amount of agency, then they're never really going to feel like they can actually help you solve problems. Everybody at every company has some amount of agency they can be given. I believe this. Now, agency doesn't mean that people can do whatever they want. It doesn't mean that a junior you just hired, an intern you brought in, can come in and decide, it's Friday afternoon, we're shipping. It means that people within this great environment that you have hopefully starting to build for them, they have some amount of control, some amount of say over how their work gets accomplished. Because when you combine these things, this feeling like you have the ability to define a little bit how my work is getting done. I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. You have the ability to define how I'm doing my work. You have this shared understanding, this shared purpose. You're encouraged to be curious, and you feel that underpinning of safety. Now you're cooking. All right, let's get our hands up again. By a show of hands, how many people feel like they have all of this right now where they work? That's not bad, but we've got some work to do. If you don't have this, I hope this is obvious, you should. You should advocate for it. You should seek it out. If you have any sort of amount of power in your organization, you should foster it. You should try to build it. Not because it's nice to have, but because it's essential. So let's get practical here for a second. I've talked about different responsibilities I think leaders have. I've talked about things that individuals can do. But how on earth do you actually change a culture? So I want to give you some things that maybe you can take back with you after this talk. So let's start at step 1. Don't assume, because you know what they say about people who assume, it means that you got a little too excited at your conference. Just because you're so pumped after this talk, you're like, I want to build this culture, doesn't mean that your coworkers or your collaborators they could be busy, they could be burned out. They've got lives, right? They're doing stuff. They think you're a little too idealistic. You went to Laracon, you got a little too excited, you went to the after dark, Don't assume everybody is just going to be like, yeah, Dave, I just want to totally change everything. Don't assume that they're just going to be on board with your ideas. You need to make the effort to understand individuals' problems and challenges and then connect that to what you want to do, right? So if somebody that you're working with is like, I'm doing this work and I don't really know how it connects to what our customer's doing. I feel like I'm just throwing stuff out there and nothing happens. See if you can connect that to what you're trying to do. You need to start small and celebrate your wins. And I'll be the first to admit, I am terrible at celebrating my own wins. Making change happen in a culture could be a whole separate talk. But if you're trying to change your culture, you're trying to build new culture, you can't just dictate from the top down. You need expectations set from the top down, but then you actually sort of start at the bottom, start small, celebrate wins, build trust bit by bit. You have to prove to people sometimes that this is worth it. Individuals do not like change, right? We hate it. We get comfortable, you get used to stuff. Change is scary. So if somebody asked challenging questions, they finally stood up, put their arm up in a meeting, or they said something interesting that was out of the norm, you have to publicly reward that. You have to give them kudos. That's a win. You got to build on that. So I'd love for everybody to pause, take a second, think about one thing you could do today where you work that you could do to improve your culture, to build an environment where people like you are encouraged to be problem solvers. If you're a junior dev, what new habit, what new process could you practice and model for your coworkers to try to encourage them? If you're a team lead, a CTO, what behavior could you reward? What roadblock could you eliminate? Because small changes make a big difference. Not because they snowball or anything like that, because what actually they do is it makes the overall task feel less impossible. I'm going to crib from Kent C. Dodds. right? He was talking about software development. I'm talking about culture development. I think they both apply. You make the change easy so you can make the easy change. If you can remove blockers, if you can address people's fears, if you can make it seem easier for your coworkers and your teammates to change culture, then they actually might be able to make that change. Because this doesn't happen overnight. So let me give you some advice. Have grace for yourself if you decide to take this on, and your team. Changing culture, building these small victories, changing the vibes, it takes work. Progress is never a straight line, but it's worth it. It's not just worth it, I think it's essential for great products, for great teams, for great developers to be at their best, for all of you to feel connected, to feel like you're being fulfilled by what you're doing. My guy Dan Sheets knew this. Dan, Matt, the rest of the team at Titan, they had done the work of as much as they could to create a great environment for problem solvers to thrive, for people to feel like they could do that. We just sometimes needed to be reminded. And now hopefully we all know this. So get out there. Ask questions. I love to ask questions, as you can tell. Ask questions. Try to seek clarity about what's being asked of you. Challenge assumptions, respectfully, but challenge assumptions. Every small step you take can help shift the culture. It is not impossible. So get started today. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well done, Dave.
Thank you, sir.
After all this time.
Yeah, it took me long enough.
Stage. Did he do okay, everyone? We're happy with that? We had a few questions.
You got questions? Let's do it. I thought I was done.
We got time. We got 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, all right.
All right. What could an individual do to try and break a culture that actively dismisses questions or concerns? You don't have to answer this. We can have a...
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got 2 minutes, right? I can think of it. I'm going to filibuster. So, depends on what level of the org you're at, but I'm going to assume that you really have no power in your org, and it's just not allowed at all, right? So, what you can try to do as much as possible, aside from visiting larajobs.com, is in any area where you have some influence. Maybe that's just working with your coworkers, like people who are on the same level as you, whatever it is, attempt as much as you can to model behavior. Because a funny thing is that even though like culture is hard to change and expectations can be set, but your leaders, CTOs, team leads, whatever, even if you think they're maybe a pain or they're rotten or whatever it is, or maybe this is just bad company culture, whatever the case is, they will notice if all of a sudden people are acting differently, right? Maybe you can't control everything, but again, trying to model that behavior in any way where you can, it will matter. It will help a little bit. And then, but yes, at the end of the day, you know, if you're trying and you're trying and you're trying and you feel like you're pushing that rock uphill forever, again, larajobs.com or talk to people here. Sometimes it is hard, but I would just say any opportunity you have to do the work in a place where you have some control over it, take it. You'd be surprised at what happens when humans watch other humans behave differently.
Good answer.
Thanks.
Last one. Do you find that having one-on-ones is a helpful tool to help add psychological safety?
I love I'm weird. I love one-on-ones. Yes, I think... Sorry, could you repeat the whole question again?
Do you find one-on-ones a helpful tool to help add psychological safety?
Yeah, so my ideal world... I talk on one-on-ones. I don't know if people want to hear that. Ideally, one-on-ones are sort of a part of a whole sort of life cycle of feedback that a supervisor or boss is having with an employee, right? So sometimes the point of the one-on-one is to let the person vent. Sometimes it's to kind of suss out what's going on. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's to give direct feedback, right? So I think that, yes, it's a helpful tool for a boss or a CTO or whoever to understand how people are feeling if they really can try to make that connection, really try to let their guard down.
It's also very helpful to try to set expectations. Not that expectations should only be set privately, but sometimes we all have different communication styles. We're all coming at this from different places. So sometimes some quiet correction behind closed doors in a meeting can be really helpful, because if you make a mistake or you feel like you've gotten called out, you're just going to shrivel down, right? You're going to put that guard back up. So sometimes being able to do that privately is really helpful.
Amazing. This is more of a statement that's phrased as a question.
Oh, this is good. This is the more of a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I love this.
Is it safe to have 12 meetings a week to discuss all of the work you want to do in between meetings?
So that's larajobs.com. No.
Amazing.
Boy, that's really...
You don't have to answer that question.
No, I'll say this. Meetings get a bad rap, much like project managers and PMs sometimes get a bad rap, because fellow PMs, there are lots of examples of bad PMing that's happening out there. There are lots of bad meetings that happen out there. Some organizations, you all know this, all they know how to do is have a meeting. So we have a problem, well, we need a meeting to solve that, right? So no, that's not great. That's also like another example where any opportunity you have, anything that you control, where you can be like, actually, in my little team or my little corner of this org, we're just not gonna have 12 meetings this week, actually, or we're gonna cut this down, or maybe it's even, if you and I are working together, what used to be an hour-long meeting, we're like, we can do this async. We could do this in Slack or Teams or whatever, so yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
All right. Let's get him on the stage again somewhere. Thanks, Dave. All right, I'm going to give the room, and we're finished. This is the last talk. We're 10 minutes early, which is amazing. We've never been ahead of schedule for this thing. I'm going to give you do I bat another pickleball into the audience, or do I get Dave to pick a number between 1 and 10? Pickleball? Oh. A number between 1 and 10.
What do I got? What do we 7. I heard a 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stephen Simpson? Are you in the room, Stephen Simpson?
Oh, is he coming up?
Come out, Stephen.
Woo! Yeah, give it up for Stephen.
Did you all see Joe Dixon fly a flippin' drone at Laracon US this year using...
It was incredible.
Was using the thing, I forget what it's called.
It was incredible.
Reverb, right. This is a hat, it's not a drone. This, however, is a drone.
Oh, hey!
Just today, actually, Joe released a course on Laracasts. He doesn't actually fly a drone in the course, but check that out as well. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Great job.
Appreciate it.
So that's the end of day 1. I hope you all had a good first day. It was all right? Do we like these new digs? These are pretty good. The foyer's good. I spoke to a few people out there, which I didn't get a chance to speak to anybody last year. And today I did more networking in the first break than I did all of last Laracon. So make use of that space. Speak with everyone. For some reason, there was a bit of an uptick in photos in the Laracon app after Mitch's talk. I'm not sure if that's related to the announcement of what the prize was. So keep doing that tonight. We will have more of that happening. Please take photos, have conversations with people. We're at Strike and Holy Moly at Winter Garden, which is in the Queen Street Mall, from 7:30 till 10:30. It is an exclusive event for Laracon AU attendees, so make sure you have either your shirt or your lanyard with you so that the staff know to let you in. Poor Simon. Yours is coming tomorrow, I promise, my friend. We're back here tomorrow at 8:30 if doors were open. There will be prizes from tonight. If you are the winner of those prizes, if you are second place to Gavin in laser tag, or you are the highest score in bowling, the quickest team out of the escape rooms that is not full of speakers. So we can't have you can have a speaker in your team, but you cannot have 6 speakers in the team. You'll just get ultimate glory, but you won't win a prize. bowling, laser tag, escape room, 3 prizes. If you're not here in the morning when I call your name out as the victor, I'll give it to the next person. Just so you know now, because last year it happened, and someone came looking for a prize at the end of the day, and it was too late. So don't do that. Photos, food and drink. That is it. Thank you very much for day 1. We will see you all after dark.
Rise and face in your heart and soul.